Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. We have quite a game ready for every single one of you guys. And here we are here at Asian Esports Games 2024. My name is Abstract. With me here is Sadafa. And the both of us is going to be a caster for today.
Once again, we're back here with you, Abstract, to witness what we are going to be seeing here today, right? By the end of the day, we will officially be crowning a champion for the Asian Esports Games Team Women's MLBB tournament. It has been a long journey this whole time, but it is finally coming to a close.
Indeed, we are here at the final day. As such, we will be watching all 4 games run it down. And I gotta have to say, today is gonna be crazy, right? With the winners final that we're gonna have to watch, and then followed by the lower brackets. The lower brackets, I believe that we'll be looking at the semi-finals, followed by the finals, and then the grand finals itself. By the end of today, only one team will be crowned as the queen of Asian Esports Games 2024. Which team would it be? Because at this point in time, Philippines and Indonesia, the both of these two regions are at the top spot, waiting to be seeded into the grand finals.
We've only got a few teams left here, and they are all true contenders among the entire Asia region. And like you mentioned, Abstract, we're going to be starting off with our upper bracket finals. Of course, we've got Philippines versus Indonesia. The winner of this will be able to go directly through to the grand finals itself, which is going to make life a whole lot easier. They're not going to have to drop into the lower bracket and face off against another team just to make sure they get to that spot. So both these teams going to be working their hardest to make sure they claim that direct ticket.
Exactly. So the very first game itself, we are already going to be watching Philippines and Indonesia. And just so you guys know how they have gotten themselves all the way to the upper bracket finals, let's talk a little bit about this, right? Because it does seem as though when it comes down to Philippines, they did manage to find themselves with a little bit of a hurdle in the upper bracket semifinals, almost at a point of relegation against Cambodia. And Cambodia is definitely going to be a strong team that without Cyclops, gold lane, Odette, mid lane, all the kind of funny jazz, but it's a bag of party tricks, let's be honest here. Philippines, though, they still managed to triumph over Cambodia and found themselves in the upper bracket finals. While for the side of Indonesia, they have found themselves with a complete sweep against Vietnam as well as Malaysia. And at this point in time, let's be honest here, just from the scoreline itself and how Indonesia has been sweeping the rest of the games, it kind of seems as though Philippines might have a game for themselves here.
Yeah, and I think we've been able to witness a lot of really surprising things here, but many of the remaining teams are, I think, what fans would have expected to have been here towards the end of the competition, with I think one being the most obvious exception, that being Team China, a region that is very, very new and fairly fresh in the MLBB scene, and yet has been surprising us, not just in the women's tournament scene, but in the men's as well. I'm curious about how far they can actually make it, right? Philippines, Indonesia, they've been around a long time. Cambodia, also quite a wild card, can be a team that you really don't expect, but really catches you off guard when you do, right? But China has taken down some really notable MLBB mainstays, right? Even my country, Malaysia, we ended up dropping to them yesterday. So, you know, we gotta give them some respect, you know? This is a team that's done up their work.
Yep, honestly, I think that a lot of us can very confidently say that China, even though they have entered the MLBB market only pretty late and pretty recently, they have done a fabulous job at dominating today's tournaments. Even though they did get seeded down over to the lower brackets, they still found massive amount of success down on the bottom side. Now, before we even we're now gonna be jumping into the draft right after, you know, kind of like painting a narrative for you guys about the entire Asian Esports Games 2024. Here we have the very first game between Indonesia versus Philippines in a best-of-3 fashion, with an Angela, Mathilda, Jusin, as well as a Su Yu Ban.
All right, things are pretty standard so far, though Indonesia definitely focusing very hard towards the support side of the hero pool, right? I think that is understandable. You are up against none other than Team Philippines, of course. So you want to make sure that they're not going to be able to play more supportive drafts that really take advantage of that early game to kind of stifle any of the earlier aggression you're going for. I think Chip falls into that category as well. So that's also going to be banned out.
So, of course, we did lose our feed over to the game. There could be a chance that, you know, we might have a little bit of a tweaking when it comes down to the draft itself. But so far, when it comes down to the Asian Esports Games at 2024 and its meta, we are definitely looking at a resurgence, or rather, we have always been looking at Hylos being one of the top priority picks, being easily be one of the blind picks coming in from some of these teams. We haven't really seen a lot of Yves, surprisingly, but of course, when it comes down to the rest, such as a Hilda, it's always been the case when it comes down to being picked up, and pretty fun to watch as well. As such, it kind of seems as though we've got Chip. That will be the third ban from the side of Indonesia. Philippines definitely going to be pondering a little bit, and there we go. It is going to be a Hilda.
Myself, I'm actually kind of surprised at the lack of like heroes like Eve, for example. But yeah, Hilda also going to be focused down on the side of the Philippines here. So with Susin, Suyo gone as well, we're not really going to be seeing any of the more notable power picks straight up. But yeah, like you mentioned, Abstract, I think with safe picks like Hylos and the Tot are still going to be very, very popular. We do see options like teams going for junglers very early on as well, such as Alpha, because he is fairly safe in the meta right now. But outside of that, we don't typically see a lot of variation in the first opening. And yeah, as we expected, that's going to be the high-low start for Indonesia.
Yep, nothing too out of the ordinary, I gotta have to say. Yeah, and typically when we see that if Hylos has been kind of like a B1 pick, it's relatively fair to say that R1, R2, we will always want to see a alpha based on the fact that, you know, this Hylos needs to die, right? The amount of true damage that an alpha is able to dish out has always been pretty darn annoying. And Philippines picking out that Gacha is very good utility when it comes down to the AOG, great follow-up and counter-engage. And of course, it's a very good answer over to the Yves, which will now be a threat over to the side of Indonesia in the very event that they decide to pick up on the Yves. And now, unfortunately, they have to think about it again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the Kadita from the side of Philippines. Once again, Amores has been playing a great Kadita right off the start with a double revitalized tech. And I think that this is exactly what Philippines will want to go for in this game against Indonesia.
Yeah, this is actually very, very interesting. The Gatot response is somewhat expected, right? Gatot and Hylos are both very popular, going to be picked up fairly early on, but Kadita getting a lot of attention in this tournament in particular, right? It's oftentimes picked up as more of a niche counter to heroes like Eve, but we actually just grab it in general, so I'm assuming that it is actually more of a comfort pickup for a lot of these players. Harif as well as the Hayabusa is going to be closing out the first phase of the draft for Indonesia. And this as well is kind of surprising to me because Harif will typically have some trouble playing against a Gatot Kacha just because of how easily AOG can deny Zaman for. So Indonesia also leaning towards comfort.
Yeah, so I believe that with only the Hylos being picked out, there is still a level of ambiguity from the side of Indonesia when it comes down to who's going to be the roamer and who's going to be the GOAT later. Khalid is going to be the final pickup for the side of the Philippines, completely leaving out the Alpha, which kind of leaves Indonesia with the choice to ban out that Alpha. And I think that that is definitely going to be one of the core bans that Indonesia would want to look out for, considering the fact that Philippines, at this point in time as we speak, doesn't really have a lot of heroes that can really melt down this Hylos fast enough. Alpha, 1-1, two of these are very likely gonna be a very popular pick for the side of Philippines that will be at the top of their head.
Yeah, I think so far the drafting is making quite a bit of sense. The Jawhead being removed as well, just to make sure that Indonesia doesn't have too much straight up early game aggression that the Philippines might have difficulty handling. Having the Khalid on their side as well means that Hayabusa is definitely going to get somewhat invaded in the early stages unless Indonesia can draft a proper mid-roam duo that can prevent the Khalid from being able to easily invade into their half of the map.
There needs to be a little bit more lane priority, especially since Indonesia have got a very good idea as to who's going to be the mid laner, which in this case is going to be the Kadita. That means that they still have the option to pick out heroes such as an Aurora, Vexana. All of these are absolutely great in lanes in order to really just burst down these waves and just kind of get the ball rolling ASAP.
Yeah. So far, though, I do think that in terms of the hero pool we're seeing here in AEG, it is starting to settle around a certain degree of picks. While some meta options aren't getting a lot of spotlight, I think Fanny being the most obvious one, we are getting to see a little bit of the less common stuff. I think Kadita popping up in that mid lane, because up until now it has been kind of standard, right? Even in the professional scene, where we will always see things like Vexana, Aurora, Eve, Valentina also actually not seeing a lot of the light of day either.
That's true.
Yeah, the meta for this tournament is interesting.
Yeah, so I would say that so far the players have been focusing quite a bit onto their comfort. Maybe a little bit different for the side of Cambodia did, because they have been whipping out a lot of different hero picks, and I think that is just absolutely hilarious and also very fun to watch as well. You know, Cyclops Gold Lane, I absolutely hated that, but it's definitely a pain to watch. Considering the fact that they actually won that game. But moving on, Philippines, they have actually picked up a Ling for themselves. Well, Indonesia, a Ling, okay. I was definitely really expecting to see an Alpha, but hey, no, by all means.
Yeah, I would have 100% expected something like an Alpha as well, right? You have a Hayabusa, you should be able to mess with him early on quite effectively. Ling does give away a little bit of that potential early game dominance, because the Hayabusa is the hero that you want to snowball on and should be able to do so quite easily early to mid game as compared to the Ling. But I do like to see it, right? It's definitely a hero that rewards displays of skill. Indonesia, though, going for the Faramis straight away to really prolong those team fights and even the Cho. So Ling has to be very careful about that Way of the Dragon.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of a catch coming in from the side of Indonesia. They have very good mobility as well. So given the fact that that is a Faramis as well as a Cho, they are definitely going to be able to clear out the waves and middle lane fast enough to kind of help and make sure that the Hayabusa will be able to farm in the jungle pretty much safe enough. As such, Philippines, because of the fact that they no longer have the alpha, they've decided to pick up a carry for themselves. And understandably, we actually don't see a lot of, not understandable, but weirdly, we don't see that much carry despite the resurgence of the Malefic Gun, especially since the Malefic Gun solves one of the more tricky problems from the side of carry in the late stages of the game, and that is going to be her range. You know, doesn't really quite have high ground and always have a little bit of problem trying to melt down enemies from afar. And the moment that you want to come into a fight, you are actually pretty close to opponent's front lines where you might just be beaten down immediately.
Yeah, I think it's generally because even though carry benefits a lot from Malefic Gun, there are a lot of gold lane heroes that benefit even more from it, alright? So that's why we see them being a bit more meta overall, but carry is still always a reliable fallback. Without further ado though, this is going to be game number 1 with Indonesia on the blue side, Philippines on the red side. Upper bracket finals. The winner of the series goes directly to the grand finals.
Right off the bat, it does seem as though both Indonesia as well as Philippines, they would want to get themselves the lane priority in middle lane as much as possible. When Indonesia, both of their EXP laners are getting out of their lanes fast as well. So without further ado, with El Puerto is going to in first.
Yep, El Puerto also going to be taking quite a lot of damage here. Change. Vivian on this show has already shown that she is quite capable on quite a high mechanic hero, and this is a hero that can do quite a lot of damage early on as well, so gotta respect that.
You know, just right off the bat, it doesn't seem as though Indonesia, they want to be so overly aggressive. I mean, definitely great to see that they are just trying to ensure that Amoris would not be able to kind of wave clear fast enough with the Ocean Oddity as well as Breath of the Ocean.
Ogi Shadow Kill on Vivero, but Revitalize will keep her alive quite easily. I think Indonesia expects they're not going to be able to get easy kills early on, but the more pressure they put, the better it's going to be.
And just moving on forward, 1 minute and 50 seconds into the game, El Puerto leads his way down to the bottom lane.
Yup, Purify forced out on Shell already, and that is going to be first blood. Perez, one final last hit going to be landing on the Harriet. Vival coming in, does not have the Ogi Shadow Kill, sadly. Otherwise, that could have been a double kill.
It could have been, definitely, especially since the turtle has just spawned up to the top lane. If the kill actually landed on the El Puerto, that is a crazy amount of shift that will be going into the hands of Indonesia. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Philippines will still have got themselves a pretty good lead onto, or rather, a pretty good priority over the turtle all around, with only the Highlands just trying to defend it.
Yeah, I think Team Philippines so far has been doing a very good job of dealing with aggression, but the moment I say that, Perez getting ganked, has to flicker away, still is able to survive. Meanwhile, in the riverside, Vivero taking quite a lot of hope from Cine and Vivian as well, but here comes Amores in backline with Matrai. Flicker from Vivian, Shunpo shield actually keeping her alive! So still, no deaths on either team.
This is absolutely crazy, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be over just yet. As Fumi Echo as well as Cine, they really want to get some priority.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway comes in. El Puerto still gets the turtle away. Good retreat timing. Vival a bit too late for it. And that means that Indonesia just have to awkwardly walk out of the turtle pit with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, with all that all said and done, the bottom lane is still pretty much going hard at it. As you can definitely tell that Chell, he can definitely deal a decent amount of damage against the carry in the early stages of the game. So I would say the Philippines will probably want to focus down in the bottom lane to ensure that the carry will be safe and sound for the next 5 minutes, or at least until the turret gets destroyed.
Yeah, I can see that happening for sure. Cine in some trouble, actually playing around the wall. El Puerto gets caught out with the Ogi Shadow Kill. NetherRealm keeps Cine alive as well. The Ling being punished for trying to get some cheeky mid lane kills.
And just like that, total coming up in about a minute or so. It's pretty much fair to say that Indonesia, they have been playing according to what they want to do in the early stages, right? With the Cho as well as the Faramis that can mostly be running around a lot, they can always provide a lot of support and to ensure that their main damage dealers just don't go down for the counters as easily, especially since we need the Hayabusa as well as the Harif to get a decent amount of farm before going into the mid stages of the game. which is post 8 minutes. If they have got a good laning phase, then it's pretty fair to say that they will be able to get themselves on the lead against their counterpart, and that is slightly going to increase the chances of winning in the later stages.
Yeah, I think we have to recognize that team composition-wise, I think Indonesia peaks a little bit closer to the mid-game, whereas Philippines are quite comfortable playing for the late game. So while I do like that the Filipino team is willing to be kind of aggressive, they gotta be careful not to give too many kills over to the cores of Indonesia, and even missing out the Raging Sandstorm, Vivian already knowing that her opponents are waiting.
It's gonna be a little bit tough at this point in time, let's be honest here. But right now, got the Indonesians that has already gotten priority of the Lord, Chel, Vival, as well as Sydney. Vivero looking for an opportunity. They're definitely gonna strike soon.
Yep, Puerto jumping in, looking for the timing. Sydney gonna get the pull on Vivero, buying a lot of space. Vival gonna be able to get the turtle away. NetherRealm comes out as well to deny a lot of the rough waves damage. Fumi Echo now coming in from the flank with Glorious Pathway. A great stun and taunt coming in from Diagon, but she's all by herself in the backline. 1v4. So the Gatot will be the only casualty of this exchange.
And just like that, it seems like with only one man down from the side of Philippines and Indonesia having a pretty good lead on top of that. Oh, Vivero almost going down for the count, but luckily he does have the Raging Sandstorm to get himself away. And thus, Philippines, they have definitely wanting to put their face right in the face of Indonesia, but both teams have very similar early game win condition. And that is to get themselves a little bit more tempo into the midst of the game and to ensure that they get themselves a good, decent amount of lead. Because both teams, they want their pause 1 and the pause 2 to eventually go crazy post 12 minutes.
And I think that's exactly why we are seeing Indonesia hold a slight advantage at this time. Although their win conditions are somewhat similar, having this fairness around really helps prolong team fights and turn things around even when the Philippines look for better engagements. We see a lot of the burst damage just straight up being directly negated. And that is preventing the Philippines from being able to get these quick pickoffs that they're good at.
I think one of the very kind of like a wasted part is the fact that they drafted a Cho, but hold on a second, Philippines are getting attacked.
Yeah, the Cho actually managing to avoid everything and even flickering in with Way of the Dragon. AOG knocks up 3, but there's not quite enough damage. Puerto is not even part of the fight, and NetherRealm has already been dropped down, so Indonesia taking literally 0 damage from all of this. Vivian now quite far out, but I don't think Philippines can commit to this any longer.
One thing that I definitely want to see is a little bit more pickoff coming from the side of Indonesia, since they do have a Cho. But unfortunately, they don't have anyone that can exactly make full use of the Way of the Dragon at the start of the game, right? If you're able to reposition the members from the side of Philippines, you can definitely burst that one person down, but Indonesia just doesn't have anyone to do that.
But they're totally fine just taking things slow and continuing to harass. Way of the Dragon on top of Puerto while Vival is taking the turtle. Tempest Blaze though gonna be punishing Vivian, but the rough wave is doing a lot of damage actually. There's no NetherRealm available, and that means that Indonesia actually getting bursted down quite hard. They'll lose Vivero, but that's in exchange for a double kill on Puerto.
Now that is definitely tough, especially since Vivian did manage to find a Way of Dragon onto Puerto, but back to the problem itself, they don't have anyone that can really burst anyone down that got hit by the Way of Dragon. As such, Puerto have a very simple escape, and that is a simple tap of the Tempest of Blade to get herself in a safe position and also in a counter-attack position. As long as Philippines, they are ready to bring Amoris right in with the Ocean Oddity together with the Purify, or rather the Stone Age. It's gonna be great.
Amoris on flank gonna be able to burst down Shell despite the Zaman force, and now Fumi Echo gonna be the next target. Glorious Halfway and Revitalized though keeps her topped up very easily. Vivian now 1v3 to defend the tower, and even Tempest of Blades committed to force out the NetherRealm in the mid lane. Philippines now starting to up the tempo at the 9-minute mark.
We're really starting to see how Philippines like to engage in their fights, especially since Vivero does not have the flicker onto the Raging Sandstorm. Amoris being one of the main important engager going into Ocean Oddity and as well as the Petrify. That is definitely one of the main things that Philippines will want to do. Bushwhack and just ensure that they catch the opponents completely off guard. As such, it is definitely going to be the brushes that will be their territory. The moment that they give Indonesia any form of control in these brushes, Philippines themselves lose a massive amount of lead on as to how they would want to pick off the members from the side of Indonesia, and perhaps in this case, even on how they can start a fight.
Yeah, both teams are actually surprisingly capable of going for ambushes, but I do believe Indonesia is a little bit better at just straight up team fighting due to that nether realm. That's why, like you mentioned, Abstract, Philippines cannot afford to give up surprise advantage. They gotta use flanks and angles properly so that they can bait out resources before fully committing to a kill.
Especially since Kadita, oh, hold on a second, almost managed to find something on the shell, but there is a Purifier that's gonna be immediately popped, but that's not all. Amoris.
Well, Fumi Echo with the Glorious Pathway trying to cut them off, but Vivero buying a lot of space and time. AOG on 3 members, Netherrealm and Revitalize all the way out, but Philippines still surviving all of it with that Quicksand Guard out from Vivero. The lanes are going to be popping out, killing spree for El Puerto as they're juggling power aggro beautifully on the Filipino side. Indonesia not being able to take the fight inside the own half of their map, but now the Summon Force comes out. Vivero finally punished for staying around a bit too long. Philippines, this may not be where you want to stay, and now Perez is going to be caught out, but a beautiful flicker timing to avoid the Yogi Shadow Kill and disjointing it away. El Puerto jumping in, looking for the kill on Vival, but gonna lose her life in exchange. Shut down for Shell. Fumi Echo running away from Amores, also going to be able to escape. Philippines overstaying their welcome.
Simply fascinating. Coming in from the flicker from the side of Paris. Didn't go down at all throughout the entire engagement with a very well-timed flicker, but Diagon decides to go in an AOG?
Diagon's trying to delay this lord. He wants to buy time for El Puerto, but we have Dragon now onto Perez. Oh, that's a lot of damage right there. Ghostbusters finishing off Perez on the carry, and now the rest of Team Philippines being chased down. Mega kill for Shell as they continue diving into the PH side of the map. El Puerto able to get purple buff at least, but tempo and momentum has definitely shifted.
There's definitely a very strong front from the side of Indonesia. They may definitely have a little bit of problem when it comes down to singling out people and getting the burst damage in the early game, but we have just ended 12 minutes. And this is where the Harif will definitely get a little bit more damage as compared to the counterparts of Carry, since Carry requires a lot more items before she's able to do anything remotely useful, being the Holy Trinity. While as for the side of Chell that's playing as the Harif, all you realistically really need is the Feather of Heaven as well as the Stallium Scythe. And from that point onwards, your Stallium Scythe would do so much true damage.
Vivian trying to get away with the dragon, uses the flicker, not quite the angle she was looking for though, and that means Philippines can chase her down and punish Vivian for that attempt. So the Lord still gonna be pushing up against them down in the bottom lane. Glorious Pathway comes up from Fumi Echo once again. AOG gonna miss, unfortunately. Good positioning by the Indonesian side. Vival clearing up mid lane, but Philippines still gonna be able to hold on to all their structures.
And just like that, with about a few more minutes to go until Perez gets all the farm that she needs in order to really just burst down this Hylos, because so far, Hylos has been really pesky and very difficult to take down despite only having a single Revitalize in the composition itself. Both Indonesia as well as Philippines, they are very front line heavy, and as long as they are able to find a way to just deal with the front lines, it will always be a problem solved. While both teams, they have answers to deal with the back lines.
I'm honestly impressed at the retry timing from El Puerto though. So far, still been able to secure her purple buff despite the attempts from Team Indonesia to make sure that she does not have it. This is gonna give Philippines a little bit more time to play around, but Glorious Pathway comes out once again. AOG knockup on Fumi Echo only. Vivero, Freezing Sandstorm defensively, actually able to escape from Indonesia, but the mid inhibitor will fall. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, but Petrify gonna cancel it. So Vival still picks up the killing spree. Wait, Dragon onto El Puerto from the flank, saved for the perfect moment. Unstoppable streak for Shell, and now Indonesia looking for the coup de grace.
On Honey's side, probably not the best idea to go for the Tempest of Blades on the show.
But they will still be able to jump forward, and Indonesia, beautiful gameplay, punishing Philippines left and right and forcing their hand with an easy victory in game number 1.
You can definitely see and tell the difference of when Indonesia found out that they have the power spike already. They have an internal timer that they told themselves, we need to play safe and we need to play possum all the way from the start until I believe that it was about 10 minutes into the game. Only by 10 minutes in the game, they knew that they have got the number, they have got the damage above of their enemies, and they have that small little window to make it all work out, and that small little window for them to make it into this summit. And indeed, they managed to. In just a short matter of 2 minutes, we've got Indonesia that managed to flush out the entirety of Philippines out of their bushwhack positions, and they are just forcing Philippines in such an uncomfortable position, unable to, number one, be able to take the initiations because they put all of their eggs in a single basket right onto Amores. Amores being the only one that can initiate, and with no one else that is able to do anything because your Raging Sandstorm doesn't have a flicker.
Yeah, it's difficult for Philippines to play around this. That's why I do feel like they needed to let up on the aggression just a little bit, especially towards that early game, right? Indonesia is supposed to be the team that's trying to force things. When you have like a Hayabusa, when you have the Harif, it's very easy for you to rack up early game kills. But I feel like the Team Philippines ended up diving in too deep multiple times and giving away those kills for free anyway, which actually allowed Indonesia to adopt a slightly slower approach, waiting for the perfect timing to strike.
Notably, the fight down in the bottom lane, we gotta have to talk about that, right? But in the meantime, we do have Chell that will be the MVP of game number 1. Definitely wanting to take a look at how Indonesia will continue on forward with all of that. Chell has been piloting to the extremes when it comes down to being the Harif and just being a force to be reckoned with.
I have been saying in the drafts over and over again that Harif should not be having a very comfortable time against Gatot Kaca. And yet I have been seeing so many Harifs proves me wrong. I feel like Avatar of the Guardian isn't being appropriately saved to deny the Zaman Force very easily, but I also can't really blame Diagon for doing so because Indonesia just has way more tools in staying power comparatively. That cooldowns have to be expended just to try and make something happen. And in doing so, Philippines just end up perpetuating an infinite cycle where Indonesia always comes out on top.
Indeed, I think that it's also kind of like a waiting game for the side of Indonesia, where Chell understood that if they gotta have to make a mark with the Zaman Force, they gotta have to make a mark within that 2 seconds, and that 2 seconds is a time for the Gatot Kaca to react, and of course the backswing of the AOG. As long as Chell understood that within this 2 seconds, I can bring that one person down, I will drop down the Zaman Force. Anything after the 2 seconds is completely negligible. It's okay if she don't get to be in the Zaman Force during that period of time. And I think that Indonesia, they have made full use of those small little time frame to the very T.
Yeah, I think that was very, very impressive, not just from Shell as well, but from the entire Indonesian team. I think they used their resources very well, and were quite familiar with the cooldown timings, not to mention consistently punishing Philippines for trying to go for over-aggressive flanks. Although the game may have started a little bit slower on their end, that was still perfectly fine. With the Netherrealm and the Hylos would revitalize, it was very difficult for PH to try and break through that front line without first getting some items under their belt.
Yeah, so you can definitely see that there has been some time in these in these kind of highlights where Diagon was kind of, contemplating, do I AOG into the Zaman Force? Do I have every single one of the players in my team that will come in to follow up? So there's definitely that matter of fact whereby if the AOG lands, who's here to back me up? Who have got the mobility? Do we have the Raging Sandstorm? Do we have the Ocean Oddity plus the Rough Wave combination? Because if they don't have any of those, they can't, number one, lock down for an extended period of time, and number two, they don't have enough damage. Because if we look at Philippines in a macro view, aside from the main damage dealers, they don't realistically have any form of ways they can really bring anyone down in an AOE. Because El Preto, your dashes and your strikes are all single target. Carry is all single target as well.
Yeah, lots of good targets coming in here for the side of Indonesia, and I feel like they gained that draft very well too, right? But you have to remember that Indonesia specifically banned out a lot of early game supports initially that would allow Team Philippines to play together as a 5-man. And I think this gave Team Philippines a bit of a false sense of what Indonesia wanted to do. I think they were under the impression that, hey, maybe Indonesia wants to play a more scattered team fight style since they don't want us to play with like Angela or Chip and stuff, right? So they went with the Kadita very early on to try and punish this. But then Indonesia just immediately pivots into the team fight style themselves, right? With the Netherrealm, which completely denies a lot of what PH wanted to do with that. And, well, we saw the result.
It's definitely a little bit tough for Amores to be able to do anything at that point in time, especially since all Sini needs to do is to have a Purify. The moment that you have a Purify and you see a Rough Waves coming in, you may be locked down by the Petrify, but hey, a single Purify and a single Netherrealm, you completely negate that burst damage from the Rough Waves, and every single one of your team will no longer be threatened by any form of AoE damage.
A single moment, a single resource can make a big difference. So we'll go ahead and give the teams a bit of a moment now to make sure they revise their strategies and prepare for the next game, because we're going to be jumping into a very, very short break. And when we come back, it's going to be Game 2 between Team Indonesia and Philippines.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
After an impressive performance in game number 1, Team Indonesia currently stands 1 game up against their opponents in the upper bracket finals here in the Asian Esports Games Bangkok. It's time to see whether Team Philippines will be able to bounce back as we jump straight into the draft for game number 2.
So, excuse me. Now, we've already gotten the first 3 bans from both sides with the Angela, Matilda, Chip. We've got Jusin Suga as well as Hilda that's been thrown into the banning pool already. So without a doubt, I gotta have to say that when it comes down to the bans, there's nothing too out of the ordinary. We did definitely see that Angela ban, so it kind of seems as though like in the Indonesia, they're not really too keen in looking at a nice little Angeline combo, but they are going to be the one that picked out the Ling instead. So I thought that's pretty interesting. But Indonesia, they still gonna start off with a Cho, especially since how well it worked out. It kind of seems as though they want to continue on forward with that pick-off strategy that they managed to find out in the mid-stages of the game.
Yeah, I believe Fumi Echo and Vivian on the high-low Cho combination is very, very solid. It's very good at opening up space for the Indonesian side. They have ended up switching junglers basically, with Team Philippines deciding to steal away the Hayabusa. So Indonesia gonna be showing them a little bit of something. We'll see if their link is a little bit more successful overall, but we are still going to be seeing that Kadita, which I am going to be completely honest, I am not the biggest fan of. I feel like it can be very good in conditional situations, but we've already seen what happens if the enemy team is aware of it early in the draft.
So, of course, I will say that Philippines, at least for Zada Modest, she has been very, very confident when it comes down to the Kadita. As such, the Kadita will always be one of the main priority picks for the Southern Philippines. And I think that Indonesia should kind of know that as well. That's why the first three picks, they didn't really quite bother too much on banning out any of these mages. But it's not like mages are very first ban worthy anyways. But regardless, as we move on through, we do have Faramis and CC that has been thrown into the banning pool. One thing that I suppose is the fact that Philippines is not looking at an alpha again. I always thought that, you know, if the opponents, you know, kind of open up with a high loss, it always will be a very good idea to go out with that pick on the alpha, just so that you have a very decent answer to that tanky front lines, especially if you want to play front to back.
Yeah, Alpha is generally a safer option to go for, but Assassin Junglers do reward you a little bit harder if you do have that successful early game. So I get the feeling that they just want to lean towards that and maybe match up to Indonesia in their early game aggression somewhat. But they're gonna go ahead and ban the Harif alongside the Fairvis. So these are both heroes that caused them a lot of trouble in game number 1 because it allowed Indonesia to really decide what timing they wanted to take their fights. In which case, we are going to see a little bit more finesse in maneuverability in game number 2, since you don't just have the easy get out of jail free card that is the Nether Realm.
Yeah, so now that that is out of the picture, Philippines, they gotta have to learn based on what they had gone in the previous game. Just following and just focusing onto a single initiative tool from the side of Kadita, then that is generally going to be a problem. Because at least for yesterday, we saw that happening for Philippines, and it would work definitely on people who fail to discern the kill zones of Philippines. How close can you get to the brushes before you might be in the kill range of both the Kadita or the Khalid? In this case, I hope that they don't think that just because they took out the Faramis, then it is just going to be free reign for the Kadita already.
I mean, personally, picking Kadita when the enemy already has Hylos and Cho still doesn't really sit too well with me. But then we see the Fredrin come out here. So this is probably going to be EXP lane Fredrin, actually popping up a little bit more nowadays again as a pretty good frontline option to deal with tankier heroes like Hylos and Gatot in lane as well.
So definitely when it comes down to Frederick, the main problem has always been mobility, right? And the very fact that Philippines drafted a Frederick into the EXP, that means that as long as you're able to find someone from the side of Indonesia to just really ragdoll against the Frederick, I think that you generally do very well in the lane and in the game if you're able to assist in many of these team fights that's involving the turtle, the objectives, middle lane as well. So with that all said, Kagura! Okay! Kill zone. Remember how we talked about kill zone? This is what Kadita wants to do. Oh, this is what Kagura wants to do, right? You're able to escape from all of these petrifies and all the kind of jazz with the Rashu Umbrella Flea, or perhaps even open up some of these maps with the Umbrella to ensure that there is no Kadita within of the brushes.
Yeah, I agree with you, Abstract. I really like this Kagura right now for exactly the reasons you prescribe, right? Having that inbuilt Purify to get away from Kadita and being able to scout bushes more easily. With a Bruno out as well, Indonesia already posing for a strong scaling composition. So Philippines have to be able to match that somewhat. We do see the Clint, so that at least is a hero that won't get bullied too hard by Bruno in a lane. But it's also quite an easy target for Ling once you get later on into the game. So this is going to be a tricky one for Team PH.
Yep, I'm not too sure how this game is gonna look like because both teams, they kind of have almost a similar kind of win conditions, except for lane priority. There's definitely a differing option when it comes down to Indonesia with a stronger lane priority. They have very good answers to the threat, the solid threat coming in from the opposite side. And to make matters worse, at least for the side of Philippines, is that they are still loving the double revitalized tech. So Diagon doesn't have the flicker that he can connect his taunt with anymore. He's all about survivability together with Vivero. But I'm not too sure if whether Philippines have got that AOE damage to really make full use of that beefy front lines and just healing for the back lines.
Yeah, I think Team Philippines in game number 2 really need to try and focus on their mid trio specifically, because All Puerto is really the best player that you can maybe make something happen on early on, right? And if they're not able to do so, Indonesia just straight up has so many tools for getting away from ambushes. So the pressure is on here for Team Philippines as, already a lot of poke being done by Cine and Vivian.
Yeah, you can pretty much see the Vivero. At least she does have got a quick stun guard. So moving around is not going to be too big of a problem. Now, Diagon, we talked about this, right? Diagon doesn't really quite have got a very good wave clear capabilities, especially since you're going up against a Hylos as well. Both of them are equally tanky. The only problem and the only difference is that when it comes down to Hylos, he does have got a Ring of Punishment that can clear waves very effectively, which will kind of push and force Diagon to be stuck in the lane.
Yeah, it means that Fumi Echo will be able to unlock herself from EXP lane a lot more easily and just generally has more mobility overall. Diagon on the Fredrin can actually be fairly sticky, right? Because Fredrin, the taunt is quite spammable. But Indonesia has so much mobility that the only real target that Diagon's going to be able to lock down is Fumi Echo most of the time.
Yeah, in fact, that is very much true. But in the meantime, look at this. It does seem like Philippines want to go for a very early engage on the Fumi Echo with the Revitalize has already been taken out. So I will say that that is definitely going to be one of the great deals for Philippines, because taking away that Revitalize just severely dwindled down Indonesia's main survivability in the very first turtle fight. For Philippines, they still have double Revitalize. You gotta have to really watch out for the upcoming fight.
I like that Cine is even invading into the jungle alongside Vival here to try and steal the buff shell.
Oh!
Single hit! A beautiful trade happening between the gold laners as Shell somehow survives, sets up the kill for the rest of their team, but the Ogi Shadow kill, Al Puerto gonna be able to do an eye for an eye here and pick up Vival.
And now Philippines, when it comes down to El Puerto, level 6. While in the meantime, Indonesia, okay, she's at level 6 as well. But the main thing is, Vival did lose a life once, and that means that the purple buff is currently unavailable for the next few minutes.
Yep, and that means that Team Philippines have a greater control over the turtle pit right now. Al Puerto going for the slightly greedy route, wanting to farm every single jungle camp before contesting it again. But I guess they can't really blitz it down with Fumi Echo still providing a vision. So despite the kill at a really opportunistic timing, they're not quite able to get a free objective yet.
Total priority over to the side of Philippines. Indonesia very likely is not too interested in taking it. And if they really want to take it, they're gonna have to wait for the purple to be taken down.
Look at all the cooldowns being wasted on Fumi Echo. They're using literally every single ultimate on her, and they'll finally take out the Hylos. But what do they have left? Here comes Vival. Tempest Blaze comes out. Vivian also dropping very
Oh!
Al Puerto with the double, with the triple. That's the Hayabusa picking up 3 members of Indonesia. And Al Puerto surviving City's attempt as well. The flicker out to the Kagura. But she
the Cyclone's Eye!
Not gonna let this go. That is going to be 4 kills for the Filipino team.
A series of unfortunate events. I gotta have to say that was painful. When it comes down to Indonesia, number 1, okay, maybe it's not exactly unfortunate events, but it was Amoris. Amoris, very, very comfortable. You can see that she timed the Breath of the Ocean perfectly. Perfect timing. So when Vival were to land on the Tempest of Blaze, and after going for the very first sword with the Defiant Sword, she's gonna be blasted up into the sky, and that was just perfect, perfect precision from the side of Morris. While in the meantime, man, Cine wasn't able to get away with that Cyclone's Eye. Slightly misjudged the thickness of the wall. It is definitely a scalable wall with the Cyclone's Eye, but probably not the right angle.
Now Vivian being caught out yet again. Unstoppable streak now for Al Puerto. 5-0 on the Hayabusa. The last thing you want to see if you are on Team Indonesia's position. Glorious Pathway comes out, Turtle being contested, Fumi Echo trying to stop Al Puerto from being able to get another one, but the Hayabusa immediately jumps onto the Kagura. Oki Shadow Kill gonna be shared around, Cine actually jumping away from the breath of the ocean, but for how long? Turtle's been secured by Indonesia, but Philippines still healing back up, and Fumi Echo left all by her lonesome. Praises Raph, not gonna be able to find it, actually finds the double kill, and the shutdown on Al Puerto! Very worth it for Fumi Echo.
And you guys may think that the Ring of Punishment deals no damage, but hey, let's be honest here, the moment that you let Fumi Echo that high loss to stay alive for more than 5 seconds is gonna do quite a number to you.
And now Vivero in a lot of trouble, went way too far to try and chase down Shell, and got punished by Vival's very opportune arrival.
It's definitely a tough match over to the side of Indonesia this time. The roaming trio from the side of Philippines is definitely finding a lot of dividends with the greatness of these mobility. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised with the fact that Cine have yet to find too much value out of picking up that Kagura. Haven't really been able to escape from these tough fights with the Rashu Umbrella Fleet, and perhaps even some of these crazy amount of burst damage that Cine might be able to find. But hey, maybe just give her 2 more minutes and we should be able to see a little bit more of that.
Shell able to get a free tower up top against the Yagon, but this is actually a very good timing for Team Philippines. Al Puerto just finished her Sky Piercer, and this is a 5-kill Hayabusa. It's gonna be quite easy for her to continue racking up those stacks unless Indonesia is able to stop that momentum. Otherwise, this is gonna be quite a snowball.
As we can see, Philippines, they have got their priority over the lanes and they really want something here.
Now Raging Sandstorm, multiple ultimates being spent. Shell, despite the Purify, not able to get away as she is just being ganged on. But here comes the rest of Indonesia. Sydney can be able to pick up on Morris as Perez has to flicker over the wall. Glorious Pathway comes out, slowing down the Philippines retreat. But Indonesia also taking a lot of poke damage. Diagon and Rivero actually very hard to take down. And Al Puerto from the flank picks up the first Sky Piercer kill, catching Sydney off guard.
Now they're gonna look at things from the Philippines perspective. Double Revitalize onto Fredrin is actually pretty nutty, especially since you have a lot of health to work with. You can keep healing up your health and it doesn't even deplete the gray health that you have gone, and you'll just be stacking up the gray health like crazy, like as though you have a Guardian Helmet already. So honestly, as long as Philippines is able to land that Appraisal's Wrath, that Appraisal's Wrath will end up being one of the key ultimates that will be able to deal crazy amount of damage to an AoE effect over to the side of Indonesia. So Philippines, they gotta have to find a way to really lock people down all in one fell swoop, and for the Breath of the Ocean plus the Petrify combination, you gotta have to make magic work during that short amount of time frame.
Yeah, so far I think we're seeing a much better performance in Team Philippines in game number 2. Even though Indonesia should have a lot of tools for escaping from engages, BH is understanding that they can't. Oh, hold on, though. You had a kill. Beautiful timing from Vivian with that Way of the Dragon. Hayabusa not able to survive that one.
Damn, oh damn. Vivian. Absolutely crazy onto the choke. And I don't think that that's gonna be the end of it from the side of Vivian.
Yeah, Fumi Echo in a lot of trouble. Revitalized though, keeping her alive and even dodging the Raging Sandstorm. Amora is taken out by City with an ambush in his backline. And Shell finishing Vivero off. Just 3 members of Philippines taken out in quick succession.
Really fast movements and fast thinking for the side of Fumi Echo. And considering the fact that one of the main ways that you gotta have to run away from is to turn onto the left side of the obstacles to really get yourself closer to the turret. But that wasn't even the perspective of Fumi Echo. Just staying within of that Glorious Pathway is more than enough, especially since, you know, you gotta have to count your the advantages, right? You're gonna count your decisions. And in this case, she don't want to go underneath the turret. She wants to stay in the Glorious Pathway and play it around Vivero. Throughout all of that, still survived. There was absolutely no value from Philippines in that previous fight. And now, with all of these duels and all this scrambling, it kind of seems as though the macro game is just not quite the thing. In fact, this is kind of reminiscent to what a Philippines versus Philippines would kind of look like.
Yeah, I think Indonesia's doing a great job of slowing things down because they realize that PH can be a little bit trigger happy at times. They're spending a lot of resources on Fumi Echo in every single fight, and they're doing it again. Glorious Pathway comes out, Fumi Echo still alive with a revival. revitalized, and Tempest Ablaze comes out. Shell picking up another kill onto Vivero. This is literally what we were talking about. They cannot keep targeting Hylos.
The moment that you keep targeting Hylos and just kind of throw all your abilities over to Fumi Echo, you kind of lose so much resources. Hold on a second. Vivian wanting to look for something here.
And Vivian scouts out the Philippines but finds too many members. That's 1v4. Vivian gonna be taken out. But again, a lot of ultimates used just to finish her off. Amoris into the Lord Pit. Shell actually gets the last hit, beating out both junglers. And Amoris now punished. Diagon chased down. Indonesia starting their snowball. 2k gold lead. Vival taking a lot of damage. Perez does actually have items. But things are not looking good for the Philippines.
The comeback of the century from southern Indonesia is starting to really set foot in the land of Dawn. Philippines have got a great start, but let's be honest here, Indonesia's micro decisions have constantly been showing triumph in some of these battles. Unfortunately for Vivero, one of the main initiators, I suppose, because the fact that you don't have a flicker is actually very difficult for you to initiate. But regardless, Vivero still goes for it anyways and found herself in uncharted waters time and time again. At least if you do have the flicker, you are able to adjust the trajectory of your Raging Sandstorm, at least so you will at the very least be able to hit someone. But the moment that you go a little bit too far, you miss everyone, yep, you're just gonna be a sitting duck over there for the backswing.
I think Team Philippines really needs to be a little bit less trigger happy. Their lineup is so cooldown based, and they're using all of those cooldowns on Fumi Echo and Vivian. Speaking of, Glorious Halfway once again, the Lord has already broken down the bottom inhibitor. Philippines getting locked down together, a lot of damage taken. Raging Sandstorm holding lands on Vivian, and Fumi Echo taking up the front line and soaking every single little thing thrown at her with their crown to avoid the rough waves.
Oh!
Picking up a Mortis. Diagon with the appraisal grab does not do enough. Yes, gonna be another one down. Only 3 members standing for Team Philippines. Another minion wave pushing in, but Indonesia also needing to be careful here. They'll go ahead, back it off, play safe, go for the mid inhibitor instead.
Oh man, looking at the side of Philippines, it kind of seems as though the win condition is just not quite really there. They are constantly trying to bring down Fumi Echo, but they can't bring Fumi Echo down at all. Oh, Hayabusa beaten down like a sitting duck.
And that football actually chased her down to the ends of the earth right there. Petrify on Shell, but the rough waves used on the minion wave because Amoris just has no choice. Vivian with the conceal and backline, maybe a bit too greedy there. Will lose her life for that play. Praises Wrath again, not really doing all that much, but the goal now for Philippines is just to clear minions. And so far, they're still holding on to their crystal.
Very close to eventually ending the game. Indonesia wanting to go for a full-out team wipe over to the side of Philippines, but unfortunately wasn't able to see the ends of it. But regardless, as long as they don't overextend themselves too much, they should be able to find themselves still in the game, considering the fact that, look at this, 37k gold for the side of Philippines and 43,000 gold for the side of Indonesia. Because we are definitely looking at quite a bit of a lead for the side of Indonesia for them to take this lot down easy peasy and then subsequently bring down the inhibitor turret in the top lane to slowly secure themselves the win.
A lot of pressure is on Perez now. That's the only consistent damage Philippines has. Sini being forced out, but able to flicker away, and Raging Sandstorm wasted again. Vivero, you gotta hold on to your cooldown. Wave of the Dragon used on the Khalid. Meanwhile, Fumi Echo 1v4, just tanking everything, and the Tempest Ablaze right on top of Team Philippines. Vival able to jump away. The rest of the Indians are coming in. Actually doing a lot of damage to Shell and Sini, but they're still alive, and that is what matters. Vivero and Perez gone. Indonesia, full control over the Lord.
As you can see, you gotta respect our Appraisal's Wrath, man. You gotta have to respect that. The moment that double revitalize has been put up and you can see the crazy amount of gray health on the side of Diagon, honestly, it's very easy to underestimate what kind of damage that Appraisal's Wrath will be able to bring in. But now Indonesia have got a sweet taste of that. I don't think that they will ever want to run right in the face of Diagon if Diagon is having a free reign. And of course, tunnel vision, very important. Philippines may want to play onto tunnel visioning from the side of Indonesia. The moment that Indonesia all in onto a single person, such as Vivero, for example, that would have been the perfect time for Diagon to kind of unleash a counterattack.
Is it gonna be? It's gonna be possible for Philippines to counterattack this. Their high ground defense is alright with Clint, but that's about all they have. And the Lord is pushing in mid lane. Vivian with the conceal. Diagon taking so much damage already. George Crawford comes out of bridge, grabs his heal back out with the right side. Vero taking a lot of damage. Shell actually being targeted by the rough waves, able to survive all of it, but Bivao already dumping in way too deep. Indonesia has to switch their plans around. They go for the final inhibitor instead, as they're not able to break down the crystal.
It is now Indonesia. He's gonna tuck their tails between their legs and running from behind. Philippines pushed Indonesia away despite losing all of their inhibitor turret and exposing them into a barren wasteland. Philippines still managed to reclaim their jungle, push out all of these waves, and this is going to open things up a little bit more for Perez as well as El Puerto to get even more fun from this point onwards. Indonesia is starting to really respect Philippines for the amount of wave clear that they have got, and of course the damage that they have got as well. So Indonesia, they want to play safe and sound, but they're gonna play it a little bit slow. But I'm not too sure if whether that is a sound decision.
I think the best case scenario for Indonesia is just to continue playing as patient as they always have been, right? Because up until now, they've been able to win team fights consistently against the Philippines because the latter has just been spending all of their cooldowns before the fight even really starts. But in that previous one, because Indonesia tried to force their way through on top of the crystal, it allowed PH to use their cooldowns on more important targets. So they cannot replicate that unless they want Philippines to be able to actually make this comeback.
Slowly but surely, Indonesia, they're slowly losing control of the game. 4,000 gold lead as we speak right now. Indonesia definitely had more at a certain point in time, but Philippines, I think that they have kind of changed the way that they play as well. They're actually putting Diagon to just kind of open up the map a little bit more and just kind of be the anchor of the team. Back then, I would say that Philippines, they have constantly been very hot-headed and fast on their fingers when it comes down to initiating with Amores. But you gotta have to remember, this is more or less the same kind of win condition from game 1 to game 2. Philippines wants to have the brushes. They need to have the element of surprise. And the moment that Indonesia gives that away to Philippines and yields, that is Philippines' #1 lifeline.
Yeah, I think Philippines, Amores especially, being able to find Shell in that previous base push really reduced the amount of damage they could have potentially taken. So if they're able to do that again, there is a perfect opportunity to make it back into this. Because all things considered, we're 18 minutes in, the net worth difference isn't actually that big. It's still possible to try and make this comeback, so it's gonna take a lot of finesse.
As we now slowly see the slow pursuit of the Lord from both teams. Diagon really anchoring down and being that solid brick wall right in front of Indonesia. I would say that Vivero is doing the absolute same as well with the thick amount of HP that he has got. But of course, something's brewing.
Oh! Flicker away of the dragon onto Diagon, right into the rest of the team, and the only shadow kill comes out, and already Shell has to back it off. Vival still gonna be able to secure the Lord away, and Cine is in the backline with the Yin Yang overturn. Puerto bursted in an instant, and now Philippines can no longer escape. That's gonna be a double kill. Perez doing his best to try and survive, but look at how surrounded he is. Triple kill, Maniac!
Oh my
That's
god!
right. Indonesia wipes out the Philippines and takes the series and the upper bracket finals. Your first AEG Grand Finalist, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be none other than Indonesia.
To win the game in 2-0 fashion is one thing. To win the game with the Lord completely unutilized is another thing. But to win the game 2-0, Lord unutilized, Maniac to Chell, that's a whole different thing, and a testament from the side of Indonesia to show that they are truly the Titans as they pose a heavy threat to every single team here in the Asian Esports Game 2024 as they stand top of the summit, waiting for the challenger to scale these mountains.
I think anyone who's been following the women's MLBB ecosystem for long enough knows that the Indonesian women's team is one of the strongest in the globe, basically. And they are continuing to push that legacy forward. A 2-0 sweep in the upper bracket finals is a very shocking thing. And we can just see just how composed they were in that previous fight. An excellent display of skill as well by Vivian to start things off with the flicker way of the dragon. Shell, though, still going to be MVP 2 games in a row.
It's tough to evade the MVP title, Shell. It's tough to evade that with that maniac to her name. Although we have got a definite, title of MVP to the side of Shell, I still gotta have to say though, the team is absolutely phenomenal. And Vivian played such a crucial role in displacing the opponent's number 1 and being able to do an obscene amount of lockdown over to the opponent's front line, such as Diagon and Vivero, to make things so much easier for Indonesia to continue running right in like a double-decker bus.
Unfortunately, I'm still not the biggest fan of the choice of going for the Kadita. Yes, there's times when you're gonna be able to burst important members, but if you ever fall behind, it's a hero that doesn't bring a lot to the table. And while I do like the option of going for the Fredrin EXP lane just to provide an extra source of frontline damage, I think Team Philippines really needed to kind of adapt their strategy and not just keep trying to throw bricks at a wall, because Fumi Echo and Vivian were tanking so much damage and so many cooldowns in every single team fight, which just left things open for Shell, doing literally almost half of the team's total damage by herself.
And just moving on forward, as we do have the post-game statistics, there is definitely a lot that we could unpack. Now, I would have thought that Fumi Echo is going to be the one that have the most amount of damage taken, but surprisingly, it was actually Khalid. Now, I do really like what Philippines have gotten for themselves, but I gotta have to say though, the Khalid might not be the best ideas if they are looking for a strong frontliner that is able to tank and also being able to engage at the same time while using the Revitalize. They gotta have to think about this again, right? They gotta have to change that game plan again. Do you really need that kind of mobility coming from the side of Khalid? Because in the early stages of the game, it did work out well, but it didn't really translate into anything. What I see is the main problem is the fact that they are unable to get their positionings right. And there is only one other EXP laner who doesn't necessarily need a flicker in order to find dividends in the ultimate. And that's gotta be a Terizla, with the innate passive to be so tanky and being able to have a faster gratification of lockdown. Terizla would have been a much better choice than the Khalid in both of these 2 games.
I mean, we look at that with hindsight, but when you're in the draft itself, Khalid is still always going to be the safer meta opening option, right? Because of the way that he can be flexed. Terizla is always going to be EXP lane. Right?
Always
it's a
EXP,
bit hard to play in Rome. It's possible, but a bit difficult, and I don't think the teams are willing to risk that. I think the bigger issue is that they're not really using the Khalid effectively enough. Not to mention, pairing it up with the Kadita means that you are very dependent on specific timings. You're not able to invade the jungle as consistently as you would like against something like a Ling, which is giving Reval time to farm, and then you're not really able to effectively jump the backline because you're playing around with Fredrin instead of something like a Gatot Kacha. I think if you want to go for a lineup like this, and I think this is something all future teams playing against Indonesia need to take into account, that Cho may need to go. Vivian is actually cracked on it.
I agree. Absolutely cracked. Like 2:4:3. We're finding so many of these where the dragon pickoffs that just puts the opponents in such on such uncharted territory. And you definitely do not want to see that, because the moment that one person is taken down, the frontliners, you can see that the entire train of Indonesian just came wrecking in. And that is not something that you are able to stop, especially since you have already expended every single one of your skill right off the get-go. You've got nothing when it comes down to their counter-engage.
I think if you're going to try and be aggressive, you have to be more willing to be creative in your engagement, right? I think Team Philippines wanted to make things happen. They wanted to go for kills, wanted to get snowball. You have a Hayabusa after all, right? But you gotta try a different approach if just the front to back isn't working, right? That Hylos was surviving way too many fights. But I digress. That's all for the upper bracket finals, but we still got more matches coming back up. So we're gonna go on a short break to get our next set of teams prepared, and when we come back, we'll be jumping down to the lower bracket to see what's going on there. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have got quite a game in the previous game, and we do have Philippines versus Indonesia that we have just finished up. And of course, my name is Abstract. With me here is the and the both of us is going to be your caster for today's games. We're going to be looking at, I believe that it is China versus Cambodia.
Cambodia, yeah.
China versus Cambodia. Okay, so I need to be mentally prepared for what is about to come, because we all know what has happened yesterday. We don't have to speak about it any further. If they decided to pick out more rabbits out of the magic hat, then so be it. We just hope that is not a very specific hero. But regardless of all of that, so far we've got a great tournament thus far. Today is the last day for those people that have just came in. You guys are in for quite a show. As we have already concluded the first match, we will be looking at 3 more matches to go, inclusive of this upcoming one. And then what you have seen, or you can see on the screen, is Team China, which has been showing dominance in the lower brackets.
Team China has been surprising the entire world in recent times, not just in women's tournaments, but in the main men's tourneys as well, which is how quickly they've caught up with the rest of the globe in their capability of MLBB. This is not a team you can underestimate. They've made it this far. They're already in the top 4, and their next opponents are going to be a team that is also worth respecting. Also a region that has stood the test of time here in the MLBB ecosystem. It is none other than Cambodia.
Honestly, I am afraid for what is about to come. Cambodia, although they didn't have that much of a very successful run thus far, as they did manage to get a 2-0 against Myanmar, but unfortunately not that well against Philippines. But hey, they did manage to get 1 point away from Philippines, and I think personally that is already a impressive feat going into the rest of the tournament. So these ladies, they are definitely going to be showing us one heck of a game today, and I'm not sure what the coach have got for us, but I am prepared and I am ready.
I hope that we're ready, Abstract, because who knows what is going to be coming straight at our screens in this next matchup. As we all know, unlike the upper bracket finals we witnessed earlier between Philippines and Indonesia, this is a lower bracket match. That means that the loser gets eliminated from the competition in 4th place, and the winner gets to move on to the lower bracket finals, where they will be facing off against Team Philippines for a chance to meet Team Indonesia in the grand finals. So there is a lot at stake here. You've made it this far. You're in the top 4. You're this close to a podium finish.
Just a little bit more. Just push it on for the final game to get the podium finish. Okay, guys? Or rather, girls. I am just looking to see what China has. Because when it comes down to Chokas has been a phenomenal jungler. And we have been seeing Chokas just going absolutely ham time and time again. And honestly, when it comes down to the lineup from China, they haven't been playing for all that long. Let's be honest here. When it comes down to the region, China hasn't been playing long, but they have single-handedly taken away Myanmar in a 2-0 fashion and Malaysia as well in a 2-0 fashion. Let's be honest here, we are all surprised.
Yeah, like this top 8 in the AEG is filled with regions that have had extensive histories in the MLBB ecosystem. So seeing China, one of the newest regions to make it, get all the way to the top 4, taking down longtime mainstays like Myanmar, like Malaysia, is completely unexpected, but also a welcome surprise. Because we've always wondered about the potential of this country, of this region, and they are showing it full time. But of course, we have to remind you guys as well that right after today, when we've concluded the Asian Esports Games, the M6 Swiss stage for the M6 World Championship officially begins, and teams from all over the globe will face off to be greater than ever.
Honestly, we have just been waiting for Swiss stage. It has been, hyping things up a lot. As such, this is a absolutely new era to all of the MLBB fans, right? The M6 World Championship it is pretty much kicked off, going into the Swiss stage and then over to the playoffs. we're ending on the December of 15th, and it is basically time for us to witness the rise of new teams and players as they are ready to make their mark on history. With fresh talents and fierce competition, we are all looking for the next champion that will emerge and claim the ultimate glory.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one, especially with it being the first time that we have a Swiss stage format. So make sure to tune in then. But for now, keep your eyes glued to the screen because we are jumping into the draft for game number 1 in the losers bracket round 3 between China on the blue side versus Cambodia on the red. And we are already seeing a couple of bans come out here from both sides.
So what's it gonna be like and how is it gonna look like the drafting? Well, we're looking at Angela, Harif, Chip, as well as Gatokacha taken out. The Jusin as well as Suyo is not quite banned out yet, so there could still actually be a small little probability that that could still appear.
Yeah, with Ling banned out by China now, that means Cambodia is going to need to choose one to let through. There is also the option of opening up the draft, let both Suyo and Zusin through so that you can at least get one or the other. But I do feel like out of the two, you probably want to get rid of Zusin most of all. But Cambodia can be going for my former suggestion, leaving it open. So China now gets to decide whether they want to open their draft with Suyo or Zusin.
I suppose that Jusin will always be one of a really good priority being picked out from the side of China for the B1 pick. If whether that is really going to be the case is always going to be the question from this point onwards. But I think that this is going to be an open-ended question which we're going to have to watch out. Yes, there we go. The very first Jusin I've casted in the Asian Esports games since yesterday. And I'm glad that we are finally going to be looking at something like that.
Yeah, I did say that if Cambodia was gonna ban either one, probably should ban Zusin because I do feel like this hero just provides a lot more pressure overall. Suyo is still very strong, of course, but after the recent nerf, we see teams not really prioritizing him as much anymore. And it seems like Cambodia is the same. They go for the Hayabusa instead, but also lock in the Bruno, which I think is a pretty safe opening. But it also surprisingly means that both Hylos and Gatot Gatot is banned. So Hylos is open for contention, Cho as well.
So what's it gonna be like, ladies and gentlemen? We've Cho, as much as I want to see Cho, but Cho really just feels a little bit different when it comes down to all the other teams. Mostly it has always been picked out by the side of Indonesia and not really quite the other side, right? But you got, I think China does play a Cho, so I think that is not out of the question just yet. Oh, okay. Never mind. We won't be seeing Cho then.
Yeah, most likely not. The Hylos and Khalid are both flexible, but it means that one is Roam and one is EXP for certain. This already will create a very solid front line for China, and actually quite a difficult team to juke as well for Cambodia. But one thing that they're going to be lacking going into the next phase is burst damage, because all of these heroes do damage over time kind of slowly, with the exception of maybe Khalid early on. You gotta have consistent burst overall, and so ideally you want some more early game leading marksmen or junglers. I am looking at something like the Alpha right now for China.
Alpha. Okay, I think that would be a good pick for them as well. That it pretty much allows them to have a very strong lead in the early stages of the game, considering the fact that Khalid is able to clear the wave together with the Jusin. So far, these first 3 picks pretty much pretty strong. Well, for the side of Cambodia, just looking at the Bruno, right? If we are gonna be looking at a Bruno in the gold lane, we would hopefully want to get some priority and kind of win in the lanes here and there. Edith is still ambiguous. Could either go to the EXP or the Roam at this point as we speak. But since we are going through the drafting, or rather since we're going through the bans, I think that looking at Mage might be interesting, right? How does Aurora sound like, considering the fact that China really seems like they want to initiate?
Cambodia obviously is going to be banning out junglers on their side since China hasn't locked theirs in yet, while China will probably be focusing on the mid laners in respawns. Getting rid of things like Vexana or Aurora would probably make sense. I think you do get rid of Aurora here if you're really trying to focus down more on the mid lane. And since Suyo is still open, Cambodia banning it out is a good idea, but they opted for the Julian ban instead of the Alpha. So that means that option is still open for China if they want to go for it. And yep, just as we predicted, Aurora will be taken off the table. Cambodia will still have things like Faramis or Valentina, but they're a little bit less viable here.
I actually think that depending on what is going to be the jungler for the side of China. If they actually happen to pick up a alpha, then the Loi on the side of Cambodia might actually look pretty darn good. Especially since it's so telegraphic as to how China wants to start a fight because of the Glorious Pathway. That is pretty much setting up for the Loi to go for some insane passive damage even before the fight started.
Well, Cambodia bringing something interesting to the table instead though. We have the Nana mid lane on the side of Cambodia, which is going to be very, very interesting. It is true, Nana actually has a very, very long range, so she's not going to be too worried about getting poked by the Lantern Flare most of the time. It's very interesting, the idea that they brought here.
Okay, you know what's the funny thing? Yesterday when Cambodia played in Game 2, they picked up an Odette to their composition. There was a comment that said, even Nana could do better. So I think that's where the inspiration came from for the side of Cambodia. It's like, let's try it out.
I mean, why not, right? Inspiration can come from the most curious of places. So if that person is here, they're definitely saying, I told you so to everyone straight away. But the Moskov and Nolan are going to be the options for China. I did kind of forget about the Nolan here. Another early game assassin that should work pretty well, especially since with the Nana and Bruno now, there are actually some pretty squishy heroes on the side of Cambodia that he could go for the executes on. And if you combo it well with Zeusin and Hylos, it can create a lot of space for this Moskov to get scaled up.
So with that all said and done, the entirety of China's composition has been laid out. Cambodia finishes it off with a Tigreal pick onto their side. So at this point in time, it's pretty fair to say that there is a lot of crowd control. Great initiations from the side of Edith, and they can definitely follow up with a nice little explosion. And we know just how much damage that a Nana could bring out in the late stages of the game when it comes down to Molina's Blitz as well as the Boomerang. I think a lot of people will always underestimate how much damage a Nana could deal just because she's one of the pioneer heroes that has been released with minimal amount of revamp. So we gotta have to look out for the scaling there for the Nana, for sure.
There's a lot to look out for, but that means even more entertainment and even more MLBB action coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome game number 1 of the losers round 3 with the People's Republic of China on the blue side versus Cambodia on the red. And despite the strangeness of the Nana pickup, this is actually pretty standard compositions though. Navi losing passive this early.
I don't quite understand why is Nabi actually kind of just going into the Lantern Flare despite her almost dying and all. So that's definitely a little bit curious. But hey, it's just a passive. The passive will be back in a short little bit. I don't think that that's going to be too big of a problem anyways.
I think Nami just walked forward because she knew she still had the passive, so she wasn't going to die, and she needed to get the EXP from the first minion wave to hit level 2. Unfortunately, Uwe on the Tigreal, trying to go into the jungle to make sure that Khalid would not invade, cost Navi a lot of lane priority against the Hylos Zeusin combination, which means China is going to be able to rotate a lot more easily in these first few minutes.
Yeah, so I think that it will just be a matter of time before Cambodia kind of gets itself back to their feet. But Chokes dealt a crazy amount of damage on the Tegami, but Tegami decides to go back over to a bot channel, but it's gonna be fine for now. It is just a little bit of a poking from both of these two teams. It's gonna be okay.
And this is why we talked about the Zeusin in the draft, right? Why I suggested Cambodia should ban it out. It just creates so much pressure. Nana was picked up because of the range of her abilities, and even then, with Hylos around, there's no way for Nabi to walk up and late, and Vermouth is already being very active on the map, which is exactly what she should be doing. Cambodia actually has a good amount of early game burst damage, so Vermouth needs to expend her pressure to make sure they cannot execute on it.
Pretty good rotations coming from both sides, but it doesn't seem like Raging Sandstorm from Jessica lands on the Tegami. Tegami wants to take the turtle, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. As such, Nolan takes the turtle right underneath the noses of Cambodia, with Vermouth taking the first blood over to the side of Nana, while Jessica clips yet another one in the bag onto the side of Tegami, while the rest of China still continues to move on over to the side of Cambodia. The Earthshatter did manage to land on two, but at the cost of his own life, while Jessica wants to finish it off onto UEE, but I don't think that she will be able to. Luckily, she survives to tell the tale.
3 kills though, that was beautifully played by the team from China. I think especially Chokis, her positioning was perfect. She was being targeted by 2 members of Cambodia, I believe it was Moshi and Ue, and was still able to dash perfectly in between them to not get CC'd and time the retry on the turtle at the precise timing. Not to mention Jessica being able to flicker in right as the turtle started to land the stun on Tegami with the Raging Sandstorm. Even though Cambodia should have better burst damage overall early, I think China is demonstrating an impressive mastery on how to play around a Zeusin combination, and it's making it impossible for Cambodia to escape if the fight doesn't go their way.
As the Lantern Flare is just going to be shining the light onto UEE and ensure that UEE will not get a free implosion right onto China. Cambodia now finds themselves in a tough spot, unable to ensure that Bruno is going to be having a great time. Cambodia, though, right now, they are trying to get a little bit of priority over the river, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to get too much of that.
Yeah, Cambodia has a lineup that's actually fairly good at fighting and ganking, but you can see how much pressure Nabi is under. If you don't have mid lane prio in an early game composition, you actually cannot really go for catches, and that's why it's so easy for Fanhua and Vermouth to walk around and provide information to the rest of their team. Even though we're only 4 minutes in, we're already seeing a 2k advantage for China, and I think that's only going to continue to grow unless Cambodia is able to find a big team fight initiation.
Honestly, I don't think that is looking all too great for the side of Cambodia, because they are giving a lot of these free damages over to the side of Zeusin, especially when it comes down to the Moshi as well as UEE, constantly just eating up all that Lantern Flare. I mean, I can definitely dig that they are pretty tanky. But in the meantime, up to the top lane, Jessica finds the Raging Sandstorm onto Moshi, while the rest of the members from the side of China are just gonna be crippling in onto the side of Nabi. For Moshi, the onwards catches onto Yinhuai, but not quite enough to bring her down, unfortunately, and Jessica re-enters and gets a kill down on the Moshi. Oh!
Ooh! Even a flicker forward!
Wow.
Oh, a double kill for Jessica. China, I really love their controlled aggression. They're able to get the top tier 1 for free, but because it took them so long, Yui from Cambodia was actually able to get most of the gold shield and the tower down bottom as well. So Cambodia still able to match up somewhat, but I really gotta point out the effectiveness on Yinhuai on this Moskov, because that Spear of Destruction being used as a scouting tool thrown to the bot lane, finding Tegami and Yui there meant they could initiate.
Now, of course, with the glorious pathway from the side of China wants to open things up onto Cambodia, almost taking UEE down, but not quite yet. While Yinhuai does have the Spear of Destruction landing on someone, but immediately teleporting right into the middle lane, UEE is going to find himself dead to the Ring of Punishment from the side of China.
China just controlling the momentum of the entire game right now. The Spear of Destruction being used the same way a diversion is, and even Tegami almost falling in a 1v1 to Jessica. The lead is starting to grow out of control, and Cambodia needs to find something on the map soon. Else, this is going to be a very one-sided game.
Honestly, the damage coming in from Jessica despite building tank is kinda disgusting. I would say that that is almost illegal, considering the fact that a EXP tank build is actually doing quite a number onto Tegami, but I don't think that Cambodia wants to leave the sleeping dogs lie. They have rotated all the way down to the bottom lane, but let's be honest, Jessica on that sand is just moving way too fast for the members of Cambodia to eventually catch her out.
I think Cambodia has already been forced into very reactive positioning, and you can even see the Spear of Destruction used to scout out their own jungle, because China knows that Cambodia is trying to set up for the ambush. Oh, Yinhua in some trouble?
Oh, doesn't seem like he will be able to stay alive though. But Chokes is back in the mix with a quick little fracture. Ought to do the job just to bring Tegami down. A 1-for-1 trade between the pos 1 and the pos 2. But the most important thing is Cambodia doesn't have a jungler that will be able to bring this turtle down right now. The implosion is going to be landing down on the Chokes. Chokes wants to get away, but unfortunately wasn't able to, as Yui takes the kill. And that cycle ends up being favorable for the side of Cambodia. Jessica joins in the fray, hoping that we'll be able to land the Raging Sandstorm. Yes, he will be able to. Onto both Nabi as well as UEE, while UEE charges Fanhua all the way to the back, allowing Nabi to get that kill. Jessica continues on forward, flickers, double flicker from both Jessica as well as Nabi, but Jessica still manages to find a kill again onto Nabi.
Good play there from Cambodia. They knew that Chokes was up top, and they're gonna be able to pick up another one. Ogi shadow kill in the mid lane on Yinhua. This is what we needed. This is what I said. Cambodia needed to make something happen soon, and that's what exactly they were able to find. That's gonna even up the net worth lead a good amount. Unfortunately, Chokes mistimed the dash there, got caught by the Sacred Hammer implosion combo, and so wasn't able to escape. And I think the rest of China were not the most effective at peeling them off, instead opting to try and continue on the fight when they no longer had their DPS members alive.
Unfortunately, we're starting to see the power spike coming in from Yui, as I believe that both the Heart's Claws as well as the Berserker's Fury is more or less made on the side of Yui. So the damage should be coming in through right about now. Nabi should be having a decent amount of items as well. Tegami, let's not forget about Tegami. She's managed to get a total of 2 kills, but unfortunately 2 deaths. So that should be around there, right? Yui should be having the highest amount of gold, followed by Tegami, then Nabi.
They're still gonna be able to start blitzing down the turtle, though. They know that Tegami is down bottom, so China should be able to get this for free. Yep, Chokes gets it, and Moshi gonna be sacrificed as the rest of Cambodia is just not close enough to follow up on this objective.
With a quick little flicker plus implosion, it does seem like Nabi manages to find that kill right after that good catch from the side of UEE. Cambodia manages to barely just kind of equalize what they have lost. It's kind of a roamer for a jungler, while the Lord will slowly make his way over to the lanes and just do a significant amount of damage to Cambodia's structures, which I think that the middle lane turret is going to be the main important thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. Middle lane turret, no, middle lane priority. We already talked about how much it can unlock the rest of the map for you. But honestly, Chokes did not need to die in that previous Lord fight. She actually got a bit too greedy. Thought that, okay, I just took the Lord, I can go split push top lane. But Cambodia cut her off. If Chokes had survived there, the game would have looked a lot more comfortable for China regardless.
Oh, the sandwich play coming from the side of Cambodia. They really want to catch on the side of Vermouth, but this mage is just not gonna die! Fanhua comes into the backlines and dealing quite a number on the side of Yui as well as Tegami. Yui even flickers herself out of the way, but unfortunately wasn't able to get herself away from the ring of punishment just well enough. It is a 2-for-1 trade, but unfortunately, we've got the marksman for the side of Cambodia that went down.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the fact that Fanhua was still able to get that kill. I feel like Yui should have focused a bit more on running to like get some spacing in to do DPS instead of just continuing to pelt footballs at her, because like her HP was already so low. You gotta be a little bit more aware of your positioning there. But Cambodia is at the very least able to fight China a little bit more on top of things, right? I think UEE on this Tigreal is a very important factor, because that implosion is being saved to catch out China when they try to go for re-engages. I like that Cambodia isn't trying to force fights with it. Instead, it's a very important cooldown to punish their opponents when they overextend, thinking that they might be able to reverse the advantage in team fights.
One thing that I do like as well is the fact that China had decided to force some fights up in the top side just so that they will be able to take the attention of Cambodia away from the middle lane tier 1. And now they're naturally pushing lane with the mega creeps in the middle lane brought down the T1 turret. That pretty much leaves Cambodia in a very difficult spot in trying to claim their own jungle.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for them to really walk up on the map, but it's also not too bad because I think both teams know at this point it's gonna be very dangerous if they end up having independent split pushers caught out on their own. Jessica gonna be able to find Yui up top though.
Speaking of independency, it does seem as though we do have Jessica really wanted to start something, but Yin Huai follows up with a spirit of destruction, landing pretty effectively and joining into the battles just that fast. China found 3 kills right as the Lord spawned, and Cambodia, unfortunately, they're gonna have a lot of troubles and problems trying to steal this Lord away because the army is still at level 14.
Yeah, I really love the layering there from China. The moment that Jessica scouted out 2 players in that brush, the movement was instantaneous, right? Fanhua cutting off the midpoint, and then Choka's going into the back to see if there would be any other members coming in to provide backup. That's how they were able to so easily split apart the fight and dispatch multiple members of Cambodia without them really being able to do anything about it. With the Lord now in their hands, like Cambodia, their high ground defense is not bad, but I don't think China is really going to be grouping up to allow them to catch them anymore. Like, they should be able to do quite a lot of tower damage with this next Lord.
Without a doubt, I will believe that all of the inner turrets should be taken down by the hands of China, no doubt, no doubt. But in the meantime, Nabi did manage to pick up that Divine Glaive. So we talked about the wave clear, and Nabi has got that wave clear. With all of these boomerangs, you can pretty much expect that these waves will be threatened pretty darn fast. I'm not too sure about the Holy Crystal though, but we definitely got to look out for that. In the meantime, down to the bottom lane, Yin Huai, together with the Lord, takes down the inhibitor.
And they should be able to get the mid tier 2 pretty soon as well. Oh, Takami!
Oh, Yin Huai catches and eats onto the Spear of Destruction as well as the Fracture, ending her life. And China will find this opportunity and hoping that they are gonna be starting something, especially since Jessica have both the Flicker as well as the Raging Sandstorm. The moment that they find anyone trying to overextend, that is going to be the go time.
This is incredible pressure and positioning coming in from Team China right now. They are perfectly split apart, just far enough that they'll be able to back each other up when necessary, as well as cutting off every potential roam path that Cambodia has. Even though Tegami should be able to do some split pushing, she's not able to do it anymore, even in her own half of the map. The kill score 15-8, a 6k goal lead in favor of China. I think we are looking at the last few moments of this. The next Lord gonna be very easy for China to get, I feel.
But Cambodia, at this point in time, they want Yui as well as Nabi to get the full items in their builds. And the moment that they do that, that is where the main pain will start to appear. Now, China, I don't think that they have managed to experience the full brunt of the damage from the side of Nana just yet. So honestly, I think that there is still a certain level of complacency that might still happen to the side of China unless they are that disciplined against Cambodia. To be fair, they have always played in a very disciplined way, whereby they have got significant amount of lead, but they will still prefer to end the game through objectives instead of trying to go for a 5-man wipeout.
Yeah, I really like the discipline that's... Oh, look at Jessica's already in the backline. They're trying to completely pincer off Cambodia from their base.
Completely cut off. As such, the first person that is about to be taken down is going to be Moshi, followed by Nabi, as that is going to be the passive that will be taken down. UEE is going to be the next one onto the chopping block as China, swift and decisive. They came in like a wrecking ball with 3 members for the side of Cambodia already been taken down. Tegami joins in with the quad shadow, but unfortunately wasn't in a lot of damage that he's able to deal. Almost bringing Chokers down, or rather he did, but unfortunately at the cost of his own life with a 5-man wipeout from the side of China. Cambodia lost 1 point, and China, they are 1 more win to victory.
That was actually a work of art right there. Perfectly and flawlessly executed. The moment they see Cambodia try to walk up to push the wave. And Cambodia even specifically grouped up a bunch of them together to make sure that Yui would be able to at least push the wave out, since her team is around her, right? No, Jessica comes in, blocks the back line off, and even makes sure they cannot properly use the glorious pathway. The angles taken, the approach of China speaks to a team with so much strategic thinking and experience under their belt, despite being such a new region in the MLBB ecosystem.
It's kind of scary if you ask me. That they are growing exponentially, and just looking at the way they rotate, looking at the way that they set themselves up, I can't help but wonder how much training do they have to go through in order to replay a situation and a scenario like this, for them to, kind of bring up a play like that without thinking, or rather in a very swift manner, right? It seems as though they have experienced this many times. Okay, guys, Jessica, cut them off. The rest of us go to the front. We'll make them find no way of retreat. And indeed, that was the case. And there was so much threat just from that movement itself.
It's the kind of play that can only be done when you have a lot of confidence and trust in each other, right? Because a single wrong move and you are basically splitting yourself up against the enemy. They could easily pick you off one by one if your timing isn't perfect, to make sure that they are all disabled at the same time. So I agree with you, After. I really want to know what kind of training regimen we are seeing here, because this speaks volumes about the potential that this region has. They've only been playing MLBB for a year plus at most. How strong will they become with a little bit more time under their belt?
Fun fact, I think that MLBB in China is still closed beta. So they are definitely running this really far. And while in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, Fan Hua as the MVP of that game number 1. We definitely have seen Fan Hua being crazy when it comes down to being that high loss, creating so much space and just ensuring that there is a lot of possibilities for China to just find ways against Cambodia.
It's really scary what it was possible here, because Fan Hua on the high lows was actually picking up kills herself, right? Usually Hylos is just meant to stand in front, soak damage, hot the glorious pathway, then run back with Revitalize once you've eaten enough. But nope, Fan Hua was continuing onwards, getting kills with the Ring of Punishment. Even the DPSs like the Hayabusa and the Bruno couldn't make a dent in her HP pool. And even in the few times where she did end up dying, her job was already done. It is a very, very bad sign when your opposing roamer is a threat not just as a damage sponge, but as a damage output as well.
You don't see that all the time. And let's be honest here, right? When it comes down to these two teams and the way that they have played, there wasn't even a significant lead. And even if there was any form of lead, we're talking about roamer here that have got the roam boots. So whatever source of income, they are not the ones that are getting it. In fact, they are the ones at the most bottom of the leaderboard when it comes down to the economy. So I think that most of that is really credited over to Fan Hua's exceptional positioning, constantly being able to find herself in a really good spot where she directly threatens the backlines and force them to answer to this massive pony that is right in their face.
Yeah, I think we have to really shut up her mouth as well on the Zusin. I said it right during the draft. You should probably ban Zusin, but they didn't do that. And when you are up against a Zusin, you really gotta focus on having mid lane priority. That's why they tried to go for the Nana to get range advantage, but because UEE wasn't there at level 1 to help out, Navi lost the lane way too quickly.
Honestly, I think that Nabi didn't really have a very good time in the early stages. There really was a exceptional need of UEE there in the middle lane, especially since when we see a Jusin, you gotta have to respect the fact that a Jusin is 100% gonna be poking the enemies, right? The Jusin will poke, while in the meantime, Fan Hua will be the one that's clearing the wave as much as possible. perhaps what's in the head of Cambodia is that they know that is exactly what's going to happen, right? And they do not want to lose too much priority and too much control of the map if both Nabi as well as UEE is just stuck behind the Lantern Flare. And I think I can understand that. If you don't have any way to clear the way fast enough before you get sent into the heavens by the Juicin, then maybe this is what they do. Deploy the UEE somewhere else first.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is they did try to deploy her somewhere else first, and that ended up costing them a lot because mid lane priority, right? Zusin is a hero that actually doesn't clear waves all that quickly, so you have to punish her straight away so that she's not able to start roaming around the map and picking people up. Unfortunately, Cambodia was not able to do that, so already from the beginning, the early game went in the way that China wanted. After that, they continued building lead after lead. I think Vermouth was even able to get a Wishing Lantern as like a second or third item. Pretty greedy, but why not, right? Just go for more damage. Yeah, she actually finished that fairly early on in the game. So, right now, China on path. One more game to be top 3 at AEG. We'll see if Cambodia can bounce back. But while we wait for the teams to get ready once again, we'll go ahead and jump into a quick break. And we will see you guys in just a little bit.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara Wakil Malaysia di Type for N6 in Malaysia!
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the the Asian Esports Games 2024. Well, the game indeed is what we are gonna be watching today. We've got game number 1 that has already been done and dusted. We're moving on to game number 2 between China versus Cambodia. I gotta have to say that the first game is definitely great. And speaking of game, this is the Game Awards. And MLBB has been nominated for the best esports game at the Game Awards 2024, which MLBB happens to be the only mobile game to be nominated, by the way. And for those people that don't know what the Game Awards is, the Game Awards is considered as an Oscar of all game award ceremonies, and it's a very big achievement to be nominated. So head on over to www.thegameawards.com and vote for MLBB from now until 11th of December. Once again, head on over to www.thegameawards.com and vote for MLBB at the Game Awards. And, well, let's move on. Right back on track. Asian Esports Games. And it's abstract.
Yep.
With me here's Sadafa. We're in for a great grade.
I think so, right? It is the losers bracket round 3. For those of you who are just joining us right now, we are currently witnessing the battle between Team China and Team Cambodia, with the team from China currently 1 game up and 1 victory away from making it to the top 3 of the competition. Looks like they're going to be staying on the blue side of the draft, Cambodia on the red. And this time Cambodia has decided, okay, maybe we did need to ban that Zeusin after all.
Now, of course, with the Juicin out, that is no longer gonna be a problem at all, because Juicin is one heck of an annoying hero. Let's be honest here. None of us wants to see a Juicin. None of us, because she's just plain annoying. You know, I don't think that we have to say too much about that. But of course, when it comes down to the drafting and of course looking at the previous game, I will say that when it comes down to Cambodia, they definitely do have once again another hero that came out of the party hat, and that being Nana. Now, Nana didn't really quite manage to see too much of I guess value or dividends. So I think that they are definitely gonna be changing things up a little bit for Navi, especially since it has always been the magic heroes that has been looking at some nice little change here and there. So I think that this is probably one of the only few games that we are gonna cast and we can actually just literally say any mages and that mage might just eventually appear.
Yeah, Cambodia does like being quite flexible with their mid lane pickup, which I do enjoy, right? We always like seeing more unique heroes in the Land of Dawn, not quite fixed to the meta all the time, and it can catch teams off guard as well. Unfortunately, in game 1, the Nana mid lane, I think not only didn't manage to do much, it kind of ended up being a weak link overall as well, because I feel like Navi just literally got to do nothing now, right? Just got pressured in lane right from the single team fight after that, just didn't have the items to contribute any sort of damage. And then because Nana is more of a siege mage, right, you want to be throwing spells from the back line, and China was consistently surrounding them from the back line, there was just no way to play.
Ooh, Cambodia starting things off with a R1, R2 pick of a Hylos and a Vexana. So we are no longer gonna be looking at some party trick from the side of Cambodia. Okay, that's a bit sad. I definitely do want to see more crazy stuff from the side of Cambodia, but I guess this is their final lifeline. They want to make the best out of this against China, which has drafted a Hilda, Bruno, and an Aurora.
Yep, so gonna be going back to standard here. But because they did end up banning the Zusin, the Hilda instead gets let through, so China was able to grab that straight away, which means that it's going to be very difficult to play against her in the EXP lane. Even heroes like Hylos are going to have a difficult time, so we'll see whether Cambodia wants to put Hylos in EXP or flex it into the roam position. At the very least, it means that Fan Hua is not going to be able to replicate her MVP performance in game number 1 with that hero. Bruno and Aurora, though, will allow China to go for a bit of counter-engage shenanigans against the Hylos and the Suiyo. So, we'll see what happens. It seems like Abstract may be having some quick issues real quick, so no worries. We'll go ahead and wait for him to come back. In the meantime, okay, we just got some issues. Yeah, he's dealing with some technical issues, so no worries. You guys still got me. So going into the second phase of the bans, we see the Khalid being removed. Makes a lot of sense from Cambodia because Khalid Hilda, if you give a team both of these heroes, especially when they're as controlled in their aggression as China is, you're just never going to be able to play the game again. You cannot let that through. The Hayabusa is removed just to make sure they don't have Haya and Bruno to play for early game snowball kind of strategies. As for China, getting rid of the Wan is actually very, very interesting because you typically only really see this hero being grabbed when you are attempting to combo it with like hard CC. And Cambodia doesn't really have that right now outside of maybe the Law and Order. But it could be a sign that China is trying to go for more of a dive composition, right? Because Hilda is oftentimes going to be right in front. And Hilda, while she does have some maneuverability, is only going to be really effective at running down the first person she sees unless we see the ambush strategies. And Wan is one of the few marksmen that can actually escape from those ambush strategies as well. So China wants to make sure that whatever marksman Cambodia locks in, Hilda's going to be able to grab them from behind.
This definitely will be kind of difficult for them to kind of work around now. So let's just take a look at what are the gold laners that is currently available. Clint, Nathan, Claude, I suppose, Carry. Honestly, I don't see a reason why they would want to pick up a carry in here, but based on their current comp, okay, completely forgot about Beatrix right there. But Beatrix is also going to be some great picks considering the fact that they actually do want to play. I mean, Beatrix is a hero that can really pivot around a lot. If you want to play for team fights, there we go. Nibiru Passion as well as the Bandit's Rage, that's fine and dandy. But in the meantime, if you want some basic attack, that's just plain Nibiru going on about. You can just do literally anything. If you want to siege, you've got a Beatrix.
My issue with the Beatrix here, though, is that it kind of locks Cambodia into a very front-to-back siege kind of composition. And I think China has already shown they're actually particularly good at dealing with these kinds of comps, especially if they have heroes like the Hilda around. When Cambodia starts the engagement, they're gonna try to have Hilda hide in the back line and just jump on the Beatrix straight away. They just need a good front line that can buy time for them, and I think Tigreal definitely fits into that slot. The Julian as well will be able to match Suyo in levels. They both hit their peak at level 3, so you won't have to worry about being particularly behind in the first couple of minutes of the game. So far, I do really like what China is bringing. Definitely, we are going to be seeing this Hilda mess around in the backline, and so Cambodia needs a secondary form of defense to make sure that Beatrix and Vexana aren't going to be vulnerable when they're taking the fight from the front.
So, how's it gonna be like with the Julian and the Tigro on the side? Great initiations, and of course when it comes down to the early game, it's very scary. Cambodia with the Gwyn in the roam. We haven't seen Gwyn in a long time, boys. We haven't seen Gwyn in a long time, and roam at that.
Yeah, this is very, very... we know that Guinevere is a hero that has some serious lockdown potential. However, I'm wondering what kind of role they're gonna have her play. I think in the ideal sense, You want Hylos to take up the front line and Guinevere to maybe wait in the back to potentially ambush anyone that might try to jump onto Beatrix or Vexana. You could try to go for the opposite, but I think Hylos is a little bit less effective at stopping her. So we'll see if they decide to adopt that strategy, because Cambodia, again, bringing something interesting to the Land of Dawn.
Now, of course, I think that when it comes down to synergy, UEE at least will have a pretty nice synergy together with the Eternal Guard, which does send people up into the air. So it really depends on who's going to be the one that initiates first. But in the meantime, Fanhua starting things off very strong with a quick little charge, putting Nabi down to lower than half HP again.
This early game should go just a little bit better now, since Cambodia don't have to worry about a Zusin. The ability of that hero to poke is just a bit insane. It looks like Chokas will be able to hit his level 3 just a little bit earlier, and that means that Litho goes over to the China side.
So, with this part of the game, you can pretty much expect that China have got very strong lane control throughout the map, right? Nabi and Fanhua finds himself at a sliver, but surprisingly and luckily for both of them, they're all gonna be a-okay. Now, I'm actually kind of surprised with how UEE has decided to... oh, never mind, a great little Violet Requiem. Oh, Chokas! How do you find that kill? UEE started out with a nice little spatial migration magical stop, but it didn't quite seem like it had a big mark.
That is incredible composure under pressure. Immediately going for the enhanced chain. In a situation like that speaks to Chokas' ability as a player, but now Moshi in trouble.
It does seem like she doesn't have a lot of HP to run away with, and I don't think that she will be able to use the Revitalize to get the HP back as well. 3v1, that's Cambodia, 2 down for the count.
Yeah, things are already starting to look a little bit rough here, actually, for Cambodia. China, we know that they're gonna be pretty strong early on with a Hilda and a Bruno in the side lanes, but they're getting a lot of map priority.
And now down to the bottom lane, Yin Huai dealing a little bit of a decent amount of damage on the UEE, while in the meantime, a good little freeze plus a Frigid Glacier. UEE, goodbye! Well, the Flinker plus Implosion, unfortunately not quite enough to kind of charge Yui backwards, as Yui had to expend the Flicker.
But still, we can see the pressure, right? Cambodia being forced on the back foot once again. We are only 3 minutes into the game, and China already has a 1k net worth lead. This is not the start that you want, ideally, especially with a Suyo on your side. You want to be able to get kills if possible.
And that's UEE taken down for the count 3 times in a row already. Unfortunately, does seem as though a Guinevere in the room is definitely gonna have a lot of problems with such an aggressive place off from the side of China. Look at this! China! You guys can't just do that right to Cambodia! Oh!
They are actually insane! The aggression from China, too much for Cambodia to handle. You think they're focusing down the mid lane, all of a sudden they appear in bot lane. Vermouth even using the flicker in advance just to get the freeze onto Yui to secure an easy kill. The game is already going out of control.
And now, we do see the combination between the Eternal Guard plus the Violet Requiem. Not quite the kind of combination we were expecting, but Nabi dies to the hands of Fanhua as she identified the escape route for the Vexana, and the Vexana ate that entire slam from the side of Fanhua.
Oh, but at least Fanhua is punished a little bit. Yui, any gold that she can get right now is going to be huge for Cambodia, because she is going to be that late game win condition so fucking big and contest the buff on Cambodia's side of the map. But we are still looking at a 1k gold lead right now, being slowly evened up with the gold shield provided down here. I like that Cambodia is shifting their priority to making sure that Yui gets as much farm as possible, because right now that's the only player on their team that's actually getting some sort of advantage.
They did manage to bring down the tier 1 at the bottom lane, sub 4 minutes. So I think that is sub 5 minutes, sorry. That means that is definitely going to be a little bit of a good amount of macro from the side of Cambodia. They're trying to look for reasonable trades across the map. Cambodia did lose a couple of players, but most of it were on to the side of UEE. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. Well, in the meantime, up to the top lane, we do have a Bandit Rage that's going to be falling around to Jessica. As such, Jessica is going to be falling prey to the hands of Moshi, while Yinhuai runs all the way to the turret. Well, yeah, Fanhua with a 3-man implosion, a great little charge. Vermouth completely comes in. It comes down to the Frigid Glacier, but Yui did no advice from the side of China as she continues to run it down. And Yui, even a quick little dash, gets a double onto the side of Fanhua. Might potentially be able to get a triple, but unfortunately, Yinhuai brings her down before she even pockets the kill.
I gotta be impressed with the discipline from China. They're still fighting. They're still trying to force trades even when they're in a disadvantageous position. Cambodia, not the best trade, but still something at least. I want to see more of this aggression from them. The willingness to take risks, the cutting off of the back line. They gotta play China at their own game because that's the only way that they can potentially out-tempo them.
With now China taking the turtle for themselves, and Cambodia managing to kind of equalize the lead by a tad a little bit more. They're only lacking at 500 gold now. It's not that big of a deal. But unfortunately, for the side of China, we do have Yui that has just brought that Blade of Despair. So you can definitely expect a big amount of shift in damage in favor for Yui.
Yui, we knew that this was gonna be the win condition for Cambodia. Cambodia themselves know it as well. That's why they're trying to involve her in as many kills and assists as possible to just speed line that farm up. Somehow Fanhua actually canceling the knockout right there. Tagami actually not actually in a bad spot. Actually 0-0-0, 7 minutes in. So I would imagine that the Trios farm is actually not too bad either. That's another player that they could maybe work around.
That is true. It is pretty much on a simple curve for the side of Tegami, while the rest of the members from the side of Cambodia, I think that their curve is a little bit lower than the 50% percentile. So generally, I would say that it is really just a matter of time. We just need to open up the space a little bit more for Yui, and as long as Nabi and UEE is able to do a decent job at controlling the front lines, I would believe that Yui should be able to get some really nice front-to-back action and just force China in a very tough spot.
Yeah, but we know how China likes to play a little bit later on in the game as well. Once they have a bit more control towards the mid to late stages, they really like to go for flank and angle control. That is when Yui is going to be the most vulnerable, so Cambodia needs to be prepared for that.
Because the Chokus finds himself in the tough spot and immediately might be going that way. Chokus! Chokus! How are you alive throughout all of that? What? She did manage to find himself, or trying to find herself with the enhanced sword. Got herself right out of the action, got the spell vent back in, continues on to the fight, and there we go. Chokus still more than 50% HP.
What? How? I had literally stopped looking at Chokus because I thought for sure that she was already dead. I need to hold on. I'm looking at the replay real quick to see exactly the enhanced sword. It actually managed to get out and regen in time. A display of micro mechanics coming in here from Chokus and the rest of China, as that entirely reverses the momentum of a fight that looked to be Cambodia favored.
Exceptional play from the side of Chokus. I mean, that has got to be the highlight of that game for sure. Almost going down, but then completely flipped that script. Boy, oh boy. Now, in the meantime, down to the bottom lane, Tegami unfortunately doesn't seem to have a lot of farm at all. As you can see, he tries to go in with a decent amount of damage when it comes down to immortal form, but even when it comes down to immortal form, doesn't really quite have got the defense to really stay alive for long periods of time. But in the meantime, that is going to be the final record. In fact, every single one of the ultimates for the side of China is just going to be throwing themselves down over to the side of Cambodia, as Tegami as well as Moshi finds himself down for the count. China now has got a heavy push down in the bottom lane and the middle lane, while Cambodia's Yui, is all the way still up in the top lane.
I like that Yui at least has the initiative to try and go for a split push somewhere on the map, because China is already making a... Oh! A bit of a mistake from Jessica there. She should have definitely been able to stop Yui, but kind of stopped paying attention for a split second, and that's all she needed. That would have been a huge kickoff.
That is so unfortunate, man. I'm pretty sure that Jessica was swiping her screen to kind of look around, or perhaps to look at what's going on in the main fight, if whether she has enough time to kind of go for this kill onto Yui. But I think that she overshot, completely underestimated the movement speed of this Hilda. But in the meantime, Fanhua, 3-man charge, 2-man implosion. Cambodia, they're all together, allowing for a double kill for the side of the move. And now it's only left with Yui as well as Moshi. They have no damage coming in. How exactly are they supposed to defend this oncoming push from the middle lane?
Oh, we're gonna jump straight into a pause after that here. A bit of a stop in momentum, but China is feeling themselves here, Abstract. That was a beautiful implosion and initiation. I literally just, I have nothing to analyze. There's literally nothing that I can say. That was actually perfect. China is doing such a good job right now of making it so that Cambodia literally cannot do anything. Like, I don't want to call it too early, right? You know, there's such a thing as a caster curse, but I feel like the game is already over. Like, literally, there is nothing Cambodia can do.
It's damn. Even I myself is speechless, because China, they're absolutely goated, and right after they came back from the pause, we've got Yui as well as Moshi. They have lost half HP. China went all the way in and gotten themselves the inhibitor turret in the middle lane.
Cambodia need to make a miracle happen now. This is a 8k gold advantage in favor of China. Even with heroes like the Hylos, they are just not able to open the map at all. The angles, the control. China is perfectly observing their opponent's movements and positioning themselves exactly where they need to be on the map to not just prevent rotation, but just scare Cambodia away entirely from even trying to make anything happen.
We're 11 minutes and 20 seconds into this game, and China, they've gotten themselves 9,000 gold lead. Very, very convincing game thus far. Even though China didn't really quite manage to, hold it out that well in right after the laning phase, but they are here, boys. They are here, because Cambodia now, they're going to be suffering a quick little plunder from the side of Lord. While in the meantime, the Valorek is just going to be connecting down the Fanhua, but unfortunately not quite enough to bring her down just yet. Chokes all the way in with the enhanced sword, but that is going to be a quick little crowd that is just going to be working on the Chokes. Didn't really quite get her out of the tombstone though, but it's more than enough for her to buy enough time to ensure that the rest of the members from the side of China will be able to hold things out a little bit better. While in the meantime, the Pride of Ice is currently still available for the side of the move. Moshi ran right in the face, and it does seem like, oh no, Fanhua, no, not like this! Not like this! Not that pony again! Not the death pony, man! Not again!
All things considered, Cambodia put up a very solid and respectable defense. China was positioning themselves very well just as before, but because Cambodia can actually play their front to back properly this time, they're in a more advantageous position to actually be able to defend their crystal. Tegami especially, I think, was a huge savior for them with that final dash in and burst on Yinhuai. If Bruno had survived, the game would already be over, but because they were able to pick her off, Cambodia still has a breathing room.
The magical thumb, unfortunately, wasn't able to land on anyone at this point in time, as now the rest of the members from the side of China would really want to defend this middle lane, and unfortunately, the Glorious Pathway did not manage to help Moshi get away. Chokes tries to go for the enhanced size, lands on the Nabi. Look at the crazy amount of damage, the Flicker Blast Implosion lands right on top of the Nabi, and that allows China to pick off too, while Jessica continues to rampage herself onto Yui, almost bringing her down, but leaving Yui, the one that left behind, and the one that got away. Side lands on the 2 right by the perimeter of that skill ability, and now China, they conquered Cambodia all the way at the lower bracket. Yet another 2-0 fashion. China, They went a 2-0 menacing push down, and now they're going to the lower bracket finals against Philippines. They are in for podium.
Abstract, that was straight up oppressive. China literally chased Cambodia down from the middle of the river all the way into their base and still making plays left and right. They are literally a living highlight reel. I cannot believe what I have witnessed. But this is incredible coming from a brand new MLBB region. China is now officially in the top 3 of the Asian Esports Games Bangkok, and they will get a revenge match with the Philippines to see who will meet Indonesia in the grand finals.
Oh my goodness. Now, okay, so podium finishes, we will always have got a tier list, right? We will always have a tier list, and we be like, okay, top of the scoreboard, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Cambodia, sometimes even. Honestly, it's all great, fine and dandy, but we gotta have to give it over to China. China, they are doing an absolute phenomenal job. Quick shout out over to Chokes as well for being the MVP, understandably, with all those flashy plays and those outplays, just from that single moment in that battle of that quick thinking of getting herself out, or no, not out, in deeper of the fight, just so that she can regen and spell vamp even more HP with the enhanced sword.
Not only was Chokas escaping so many different situations, she was perfectly utilizing Julian's kit, the absolute perfect enhanced spell in every single situation, the sword to escape, the chains to get the knockup on top of the crystal itself, having the PM in the game despite being on the jungle position. Julian is a hero that has a lot of utility, but we've never seen this kind of gameplay before, ladies and gentlemen. But I am really glad that we get to witness this. This is utter mastery coming in from Team China.
Team China, we gotta have to look up for them now. I don't think that anyone will want to underestimate Team China at this point in time, now that they have made it over to the podium finish. And I think that everyone in the world will have their eyes onto Team China. Perhaps, honestly, perhaps, M7, we might be able to see the decisions of China even higher and even more. Because, let's be honest here, when it comes down to the M6 wildcard, we have already seen an impressive domination from DYFG. Unfortunately, they didn't quite make it, but still, this is just a short time frame for China to kind of acclimatize to MLBB.
And they're already reaching these levels of gameplay. I'm kind of terrified, Abstract. What kind of monsters are this region going to become with just a little bit more time under their belt? We could see in these highlights that although Cambodia was able to find some momentum a little bit further into the game by starting to play a bit more aggressively, that positioning started being punished over and over again. The controlled aggression and discipline from China, the fact that they are able to stay around in fights and trade even when they start off in bad positionings. Chokes being able to find a way out of this catch while baiting multiple spells. Cambodia, they are not a weak team, but China making this look easy.
In fact, Cambodia is not easy at all. Cambodia, they are a team that showed relentlessness and resilience in their games. They took one game from Philippines. Let's remember that, alright? They took one game from Philippines. They adjusted and they knew how they would want to play in this Asian Esports Games. But unfortunately, it seems like China has got the one that have a higher level of preparation. And in this case, China moving on and going to the lower bracket finals, facing off against Philippines. I honestly fear for Philippines. You know the meme of that Grim Reaper knocking onto the doors? The first door was Cambodia. Next doors might just actually be Philippines.
Well, Philippines already beat China once in the upper bracket quarterfinals, so I don't think they're going to be going down without a fight. But we of course have to give some kudos over to Cambodia as well. They unfortunately ended their run just shy of a podium finish at 4th place, but that is still a very, very impressive record, being top 4 among 20 nations across Asia. So I'm looking forward to them going back and coming back stronger the next time around. But with that, we are down to our final 2 matches of AEG 2024. The lower bracket finals and then the grand finals. Our top 3 teams. I am so excited.
Indonesia, Philippines, China, top 3, and all of these teams, they are guaranteed to go home with a little bit of something. And some of you might be wondering what exactly are the stakes. We have a total of $5,800 US that's on the line right here. 3rd place goes back home with $800. 2nd place goes back home with $2,000, and 1st place with $1,000.
So there's definitely a lot on the line, a lot of stakes, not just in the cash prize, but also in pride. Now that you've made it this far, you gotta end up with that gold trophy at the very top of the mountain. But with that, we're gonna get ready for our next match, the lower bracket finals. That's gonna be super exciting. And that means that we're gonna jump to a short break to make sure that all of our teams and all of our players get set up and ready for it. So don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, our top 3 becomes a top 2. We'll see you there.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia diraih for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk cambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Hype for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Kepada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling.
Our pool of 20 nations has been cut down to only 3. Soon we shall know our top 2 as well, as we are about to witness our lower bracket finals at the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024 Team Women's MLBB. We're going to be witnessing the Philippines go up against China, and only one will be able to move on to the final stage.
Now, we have went through quite a tournament throughout the past 3 days. And here we are coming close to the end. As now, we are gonna be looking out and to crown the 3rd place medal to either one of them, either Philippines or would it be China. China has went through one heck of a playoff stage here at the lower brackets, and it would be amazing to watch them climb all the way from the round 1 of the lower bracket all the way to the grand finals. Now that is the narrative that we're looking for.
Absolutely. It's also a bit of a grudge match actually, because it was the Philippines who knocked China down to the lower bracket in the quarter-finals at the beginning of the playoff stage. So now that they have this rematch, they're gonna be eager to prove themselves that they have learned from the experience and that they want to bring a glory on the stage.
What do both of these two have got in store for us? Will China actually have an answer to what Philippines posed to them in the upper bracket quarterfinals? That is the question that we have all wanted an answer for. After a teen amount of matches against Myanmar, Malaysia, Cambodia, I'm pretty sure that they have gotten something, and they probably learned something and would want to apply that in this very crucial game.
But it would be a massive statement to the MLBB ecosystem as a whole if China is able to take down the Philippines, one of the most established region in the entirety of Mobile Legends Bang. They have so much experience under their belt, and there is a reason that they have made it this far to be in the top 3. There is no way that they are going down without a fight, and I am particularly interested to see what the draft is going to look like, because this is going to be a really serious battle.
Indeed. And of course, after looking at a teen amount of matches from the side of China themselves, I think that we all have got our eyes onto Chokers. Definitely, right? When it comes down to Jessica as well, that has been piloting quite a lot of the Khalid, as well as, I believe, Hilda. They've constantly been showing us exactly what they have been doing so far. But the rest, of course, when it comes down to Yinhuai, Fanhua, as well as the move, they all play together as a unit just so fabulously.
Their gameplay has been stellar, and we can see once again the playoffs bracket thus far. Like we mentioned, China and Philippines, they were the first match in the playoffs, and China did get knocked down, but they have made the entire lower bracket run, taking down multiple strong opponents along the way. Will Philippines be their next target, or will it be the PH scene that shows why they have dominated MLBB for so many years?
We gotta have to see whether the Grim Reaper is truly onto the side of China or not, though. Do note that I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys also know that China didn't have a lot of time to really acclimatize to the MLBB's competitive scene that long. In fact, I think give or take 1 to 2 years. But here we are here at the Asian Esports Games 2024 for the women's division. We are already looking at China being one heck of a force to be dealt with. And not to forget, when it comes down to DYFG in the M6 wildcards. Anything from this point onwards, we'll definitely start to see China being a strong region that will definitely triumph over some of the massive regions that we have in MLBB thus far, such as Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Speaking of Malaysia, you guys saw the standing just now. China did bring Malaysia home in the lower bracket quarterfinals.
So they've already made a statement to the entire global ecosystem of MLBB. This is a region that has a lot of skill and potential at play. They've been familiar with the MOBA genre for a long time, even before MLBB was introduced. But if we're talking about a region that has been there since the very beginning, it would be none other than the Philippines themselves. So we've got a veteran Titan squad versus an emerging region. And as we jump into the draft for game number 1, I really want to see who will come out on top.
Yeah, with the Angela, Matilda. Oh, Kadita. Oh, China. All I can say is that Philippines Amores has been showing so much Kadita plays that China wanted to test that fact. If whether how comfortable Amores is on other majors. And now that the Kadita is taken away, boy oh boy, this is definitely gonna be a game for Philippines. And by the way, we also don't have Chip in the banning pool.
Yep, Chip has been an interesting hero where some teams will contest for him and some teams will just ignore him entirely. It's a hero that really rewards good team coordination. I feel like both of these squads are capable of pulling that off, but it looks like China isn't gonna start off with that. Since Hilda was already taken away, they're gonna open things up with the Khalid first off. We know that they're a very aggressive team throughout the game, so having heroes that can make that front line happen will be very valuable for them.
So with the first pick coming in, it is going to be a Khalid that have been thrown into the pool for China. Philippines, they have responded with a Bruno to the mid. I believe that there is still, okay, there we go. Gato Kacha is also going to be picked out right here. Hylos is still definitely up for contention for the side of China. But so far, when it comes down to Fanhua, I would believe that Fanhua don't really play too... Wait, never mind. Fanhua does play the Hylos. And in fact,
well, yeah,
quite a mean Hylos as well. A very mean Hylos. So let me just take that back, right? Definitely play a Hylos. And that can still definitely be the case.
Yeah, I feel like Hylos would be perfectly fine here. It would unfortunately reveal your Roman EXP fairly early on, but considering it's Khalid and Hylos, I feel like it's still fairly okay to go for. I feel like you also have to kind of maybe respect the Eve somewhat, right? Because Eve Gatot can be a very powerful combination, but China can go in completely opposite direction, going for the Aurora and the Moskov instead.
So, what do we have here? Moskov and the Aurora so far wants to play a little bit of a counter-engage when it comes down to the Aurora with great amount of control of the leads as well as global presence with the Spear of Destruction. Philippines now have got a ball onto their court. They have only the Garukacha which can flex over to both the Roam as well as the EXP. They do not want to break that ambiguity on the EXP and the Roam just yet. So at least for now, they're still going to be going for a Vexana, and that is going to rival against that Aurora in the middle lane.
I think going into the second ban phase, we should be seeing a good amount of attention towards the jungle picks because it's quite rare that we see both teams not locking in their jungle within the first phase. So there's a lot of heroes that still need to be respected somewhat, right? We have the Alpha, we have the Nolan. Tigreal actually going to be the one banned out first by Team Philippines so that China aren't able to play with that two-pronged engagement that they have so far made a name for themselves with. Looking at the state of things right now, with Tigreal and Hylos taken off the table. Actually, is the jungle picks just gonna be left open entirely? My question is
Completely.
right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a lot. I mean, the Alpha, we've got Nolan, and let's not forget about that. What was that guy's name again? Damn it, I still forgotten his name. Damn it.
Which
The
guy?
guy with the sword and the chains and the scythe.
Julian?
Yeah, totally. I totally knew it. But to be fair, it just slipped out of my mind. But Julian, pretty strong
did
hero
ban it.
thus far, and okay, never mind.
We already saw how Chokus was playing Julian earlier. I am pretty sure Team Philippines
Exactly.
was watching their match against Cambodia. And Chokus, honestly, even among a lot of male players, I feel like that was some of the best Julian gameplay I have ever seen. You have to respect that. So, Philippines not gonna let it through, even though it's not usually one of the more contested meta junglers.
So what's it gonna be? Ling, final ban from the side of China, and that pretty much puts the ball to the court for the side of Philippines. They have the option to kind of go for the jungler as we speak. They are looking at a little bit of an AoE kind of thing whereby they want to initiate as well as counter engage. Pretty good so far with the Eternal Guard as well as the Avatar of the Guardian. But of course, when it comes down to the junglers, it has always been very independent. Do they want to play more on the mobility? That's the question. Because at this point in time, Vexana clears ways fast, and when it comes down to Katukacha, might be Rome. If that's the case, then the middle lane should be relatively fast, and it should be in tandem with that Aurora plus Khalid in the middle lane. So if they want to have more of an early game, I was about to suggest a little bit more of the Nolan, but Hayabusa is pretty okay.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Philippines would go for the Hayabusa here. There was a chance it was risky because that Khalid could go into Rome and then suddenly you just get harassed. But Gatota and Vex are actually a pretty solid mid lane duo, so it's unlikely that China will be able to very safely invade anyway. And Team Philippines are quite comfortable with playing more of the assassin junglers. So I think this is fine, especially if they're able to get snowballs going. China now definitely needs a secondaries form of frontline. They're very good at splitting apart fights, but they need to have another hero that is able to take up the rear. Khalid by himself, we've already seen, is not going to be enough. So I wonder what kind of heroes they're going to be targeting here.
Oh, Minotaur! We actually don't see Minotaur all that much, and at least for the side of China, they still have got the Nolan. Minotaur plus the Aurora in the middle lane does have a little bit of that prior, so it is still pretty much neck and neck against Philippines. It's really just all about who's gonna be the more aggressive one. But considering the fact that there is a Nolan that can join in the roaming trio a lot faster and a lot earlier, I would definitely say that China has got the early game, especially for the turtle and the river control, pretty darn early.
I think China's level 4 is definitely not bad at all, but Philippines are also quite good in terms of flanking and damage output. They're going for the CC so that they can get lane priority against the Khalid, and that means that Al Puerto will be able to farm jungle just a little bit more comfortably. But I am kind of worried about this Minotaur pick. The whole reason why we don't see a lot of him anymore is, even as a frontliner, he really isn't that tanky. So I feel like Philippines have more than enough damage to deal with him somewhat, but hey, we could be surprised.
Honestly, one thing that I'm looking out for is mostly about the main tankiness of what a Khalid is capable of bringing out, and of course, if the Khalid does buy, hold on a second, so fast, wow,
Very, very quick rotation right here from the mid duo and the EXP laner. Already multiple battle spells being baited out even before the 1 minute mark. We can see that China really prides themselves on mid lane prio.
So we've got very early aggression coming in from both of these teams. We're expecting to see that China should have lane controls throughout the lanes. As such, I would still definitely believe that Khalid can leave the lanes still definitely faster than the CC. CC can definitely pose quite a bit of threat, right? Since CC is a master at 1v1s, dealing quite a lot of damage, especially to the tanky heroes. But eventually, that is where the CC won't be able to do too much, right? Once the CC gets out of the lane, gets into the team fight, you pretty much see that non-existent control from the CC.
Yeah, we already see Chokers coming over and doing some good poke damage over to Diagon. The turtle is coming up in 20 seconds, so they want to unlock their EXP laners as fast as possible so they can participate in the team fight. But here comes Al Puerto, gonna be targeting Jessica. Unfortunately, not in range for the Ogi Shadow kill.
So at least when it comes down to Philippines, they still got themselves quite a bit of control in the top lane. Still, they want to make sure that Jessica is not going to be a problem. As you can see, damn, oh damn, Diagon, as long as the yo-yo trick is constantly off cooldown, Jessica would not be having a great time.
Yeah, but instead, China instantly shift their strategy into blitzing the turtle as fast as possible, even bringing Jessica over so that they can take it down before Al Puerto is able to finish off her buffs. They are off-tempoing the Philippines here.
So one thing that I'm surprised is the fact that Diagon at the EXP lane, the main thing that Diagon wants to do is to just kind of keep Jessica in the lane, and if anything, trying to shove the wave as fast as possible just so that she can leave the lanes fast enough, just so that she can be slightly faster than Jessica. But we all know that Khalid moves fast, so in the end of the day, the both of them will probably reach their destination almost at the same time. But Diagon is not really leaving the lanes at all, while Jessica is making very full use of the control that she has got thus far.
Yeah, in fact, we can see up top that Jessica is going for the lane cutting here so that he can actually leave lane, but that also means that Diagon's gonna be able to do a lot of damage to her. The flicker unfortunately misses the wall. There are minions though, so Jessica is still able to find a safe way out.
Oh man, but okay, so at least there's nothing too difficult to work with at this point in time of the pause, but we're going to be dealing with that technical difficulty ASAP while the team on the ground find out what's going on here. But throughout, and of course so far, I would say that the game has been relatively safe. Is it on the safe? Well, they're all aggressive, but they're not getting a single kill, which is kind of funny. I gotta have to say, both teams, they want priority, they want to go for kills, they want to make full use of mechanics, and they just want to brawl, but no one is bloody dying.
The thing is, with China and Philippines, I feel like these two teams actually have a surprisingly similar playstyle in that they want to practice more controlled aggression. They're not all out brawling the same way you would see from teams like Indonesia. So while you will see that their movements are very like aggro and they're looking to get ganks and kills, both teams are disciplined enough to know when they've hit their limits. And because of that, there aren't a lot of mistakes for either side to actually punish.
Extremely eccentric going on for both of these teams possibly here. Fanhua might be the first one to be taken down from the side of China. Wow.
Yeah, 1v3, but Fanhua actually still able to get away, and the final bounce from the Bruno ult actually does not connect. Good spreading from Yinhuai.
My oh my, 4 minutes into the game and we still don't have a single death just yet. Quick little flicker plays from the side of Fanhua, but you're right about that tankiness. At least when it comes down to the early stages, you can't really expect too much from a Minotaur. Minotaur can always just hide inside of the brushes and wait for perfect and opportunistic times to go in with the Minoan's Fury. But unfortunately, with the fact that there's no more flicker here, Philippines will take the opportunity to take the turtle away off the hands of China.
Yeah, so far, gameplay looking very disciplined here. Philippines giving up the first turtle, China giving up the second since they don't have the position. Ooh, Amores almost bursted 100-0. Almost melted by Lethal Ignition as well, but survives on literally 1%. Had to use her flicker though, so that's a battle spell baited.
Yep, meantime, down the bottom lane, 3 members inside the Philippines. Seems like they really want a piece of Jessica, but let's be honest here. It's not gonna be that easy. As Jessica still have got Raging Sandstorm, just used it just to ensure that she's gonna be safe and sound, still underneath the turret's nose, and that is Philippines that unfortunately has expended quite a lot of resources down in the bottom.
Oh, Choke is taking a bad 1v1. That is a Hayabusa. You need a little bit more backup before you're able to go for that. As Al Puerto with the Ogi Shadow kill finally picks up first blood after 5 in-game minutes.
Long time since we finally saw a fight, or rather finally saw a kill, with how both of these teams want to be aggressive against one another. But once again, the team plays with such coordination that it's very difficult for anyone here to get a single kill. And the moment that if they were to push and kind of force a kill, that is overextension. And both teams knows very well where each of these teams and players' kill zones really are. The moment you get a little bit too close, you don't even have to expend a flicker, you don't even have to do anything, and boom, you find yourself losing too much health with all of that crazy plethora amount of lockdown that can potentially come in.
We are in a meta where there is just damage flying around everywhere, so you gotta be respectful of that. A single mistake and you just instantly lose your life. That's why positioning becomes that much more important and snowballs become so much more prevalent. While China did unfortunately give up first blood to the Philippines, they are still only about 1k behind. And in 6 minutes, that's actually not too big of a difference. They're gonna now try to contest the turtle. Vivero gonna be targeted, but gets the taunt in. Minnow and Fury pops out. AOG lands on 2. Chokus and Fanhua already taken off the table.
Wow, my oh my. It does seem like the Minotaur wasn't able to stay alive enough, even though she did manage to complete that Minotaur's Fury, but not really long enough to follow up with yet another stomp on the S1. So we can definitely start to see a little bit of difficulty in China's early game sustainability, and it's only in the late stages of the game where we start to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah. So far, Philippines are the ones in control though, as Diagon now jumping onto Yenhuai. Here comes the Hayabusa, and the Ogi Shadow kill will pick up a kill onto Yenhuai. Al Puerto now starting to build up on those Sky Piercer stacks.
It's crazy how we saw China being so dominating in the previous games, but now when they go up against Philippines, they want to do the exact same, but they just can't seem to replicate that result.
Minnow and Fury even use flicker forward to 4-man knockup, but the burst from Chokus is not enough. Fanhua will be traded for Vivero, and that's all China can get.
It definitely seems as though that when it comes down to follow-ups, the follow-ups is always going to be the difficulty from the side of China. When it comes down to Fanhua, she can definitely counter and engage very effectively. We saw from the previous team fight with a great amount of, in fact, 4 members that flew up to the sky, even following up with another S1, have got ways to control, but in a grand scheme of things in AoE, they don't really quite have that much of a damage to deal to kill everyone. Because let's be honest, Minotaur's Fury, that's a huge AoE, but everyone else's skills and AoE skills doesn't really cover that wide of an area.
Yeah, a lot of China is playing around utility. Oh no, Chokus gets terrified in the brush again, has to dash out. Rigid Glacier finds 2. That's actually a lot of damage to Perez and Amora, but they're able to walk back into lane. Al Puerto now taking the litho, gonna be backing off as well. Spear of Destruction actually lands onto Perez. Yenhuai gonna take it. Perez has to flicker out. AOG lands in. Purify used by Yenhuai. Diagon punishes Red Jessica for jumping too far forward, and now the Minnow and Fury to knock up Nivero and get the kill.
That's 2 kills into the hands of China. Vivero being the only one down, while Philippines, they can definitely still try to contest for this upcoming Lord. El Puerto, level 13, while Choke is still at level 12. There's definitely still a certain level of possibility for Choke to reach level 13, since she's only like kind of half bar of the way into getting herself.
Fanhua in trouble. Diagon already whittling her down, and the killing spree claimed by All Puerto. The freeze a bit too late to save her, and now the vengeance comes out, and Yinhui kills herself on it! Diagon being the front runner for the Philippines. China cannot break them down.
This is absolutely scary. The Philippines move together like an absolute unit, and China can't seem to find any of these possibilities and any of these openings to go for any form of assassinations. We see that Chokers was positioning herself just to look for a way to get a kill down to Perez, but it so far hasn't been well enough because the positioning from the Bruno has always been so clear, has always been so safe, and ensures that she only gets close to rushes that has been opened.
Yeah, Philippines are now basically doing the same thing China has been doing to other teams. Up in the top lane, Jessica and Choke is trying to gank Al Puerto, but Al Puerto just has so many stacks and actually gets the mega kill on Jessica instead. Choke is not really able to do anything, and now Philippines get a free tower down bottom because they know that they have the numerical advantage.
Unfortunately, we're experiencing yet another pause for this game. I'll say that both Philippines as well as China, they are in... Okay, at least for China, they are in a little bit of a pickle here, right? We're looking at about 4,000 gold deficit, while in the meantime, they are also losing quite a little bit of turrets in here. Okay, to be fair, the turrets are kind of equal. It's 2 for 2 thus far, but because of the fact that the Lord is actually going to be fighting for Philippines up in the top lane, it's pretty fair to say that the T2 in the bottom lane definitely destroyed. T2 in the top lane should be down by the Lord, and the middle lane, that's the question. The middle lane turret was last seen close to about half HP with an imminent push in the middle lane. That more or less should signify that the control in the jungle for China is about to be lost completely.
Yeah, and this is a very unfamiliar position for them, right? So far, whenever we've been witnessing China's victories, they have so much control over the map, their aggression and discipline on full display, but Philippines just seem to be superior in both those aspects right now. I think the draft, unfortunately, not the best for China. I still do think that Minotaur is a little bit lacking overall, and we can see that because of that, they're just not able to hold that front line long enough, right? We have the CC, who is doing an excellent job by herself with the vengeance of tanking damage from 2 or 3 people, but Fanhua cannot do the same, and that means that we are seeing a far cry in the gameplay that is enabled for China here.
Yeah, it's all about the sustainability, right? At least for Fanhua, she can always have a very good amount of heals to the rest of the team, but the rest of the team is not the one that's specifically facing any form of damage. It has always been Fanhua. While in the meantime, Jessica has always been trying to throw her bodies over to the side of Philippines just so that she can peel a little bit more and kind of share the burden together with Fanhua. And knowing how we have seen Jessica in the previous game, she have built her Khalid to be an absolute monster of a tanky hero. So it is only in the later stages of the game that we will start to see a little bit more dividends coming in from this lineup, especially since we're looking at Yinhui playing as Moskov. I would only believe that China will start to hit back real hard, maybe 15 to 16 minutes into the game.
But that's also depending on whether or not they can actually extend the game that long in the first place, right? I do feel like China's composition is a bit, like it puts a lot of pressure onto Chokis and Yinhui on the Moskov because they are the only real forms of consistent damage, right? In this case, you have an Aurora. You usually will lean a bit more towards utility than DPS unless you're like super ahead. So otherwise, you're hoping that Nolan is able to burst people down early and then Moskov burst people down late. Nolan has already failed that task, unfortunately. Philippines just had better positioning and Chokas got consistently punished over and over again, which means Yinhui is literally the only win condition that China has left. They gotta make as much space as they can for her to farm. Otherwise, this is just going to be a complete snowball, especially since Al Puerto should have a lot of Sky Piercer stacks right now.
I suppose that with 4 kills and 4 deaths, 4 kills and 4 assists, that's definitely quite a bit. While in the meantime, Chokis found a death onto herself, and that definitely did not bite well for the members from the side of China. The Lord is pushing in, middle lane and the bottom lane is eventually looking at an imminent push as well. They do not have a Nolan for this upcoming fight. How exactly are they supposed to stop this crazy push?
Well, Jokers will be back up in 8 seconds, but Philippines are gonna be able to start whittling down the towers before that. They do still have the holy defense, so at the very least there is that wave clear that China can play around, but the Philippines will be able to keep piling the pressure on. Every single wave pushed at the same time, and all their forces split up. Jessica somehow alive after all of that. Frigilation lands. Minnow and Fury, is it gonna be used up? No AOG to get away. Chokers taking a lot of damage, but he with the double team on Yinhuai will be able to trade for Perez, and that's actually a really crucial pickoff for the side of China. Here comes Al Puerto. Ogi shadow kill on top of Yinhuai, jumps over to the minions, not able to get the kill, but they are able to clear both top and bottom inhibitors.
Now, with a 7-kill lead for the side of Philippines, as well as close to 7,000 gold lead, Philippines slowly back themselves off after getting a sound victory of getting themselves inhibitor turrets at the top lane and the bottom lane. With that all said, that means the macro game for Philippines will start to rack up even more, as wherever the Lord were to spawn, there will always be a naturally pushing lane on the opposite side, which will make things so much more difficult to play. Because now, China, they have a timer on their head. It's not something... I don't think that they would want to casually just allow Philippines to take the Lord away. The only way that they could challenge or to stop Philippines from taking out the Lord is to jump onto Philippines first. Be the one that engages. But however, this is not exactly a team competition that is super great when it comes down to initiating. And with the amount of goal deficit that they have, it is just sending themselves to a doom.
Yeah, I think Philippines knows that they're very close to being able to claim the victory now. They just gotta make sure they don't make any mistakes going forward. And so far, they've been doing that exactly. It doesn't really help China that their front line simply isn't tanky enough to allow them to prolong team fights. And the Philippines are making good use of that. Macro play is probably the best direction right now. But there's also the risk, right? That's why you need information. Unfortunately, the taunt on Fanhua, that's gonna be unstoppable for Al Puerto.
Crazy amount of burst damage that Philippines have got in their arsenal. And with one of the main tanks from the side of China gone. Hey! Jokers!
The steal on the Lord! The retry timing was perfect! And still able to get out with Jessica tanking most of the Ogi shadow kill. Yinhuai even finding the tier 2 tower up top. In a single second, China has actually found a lot of space for themselves on the map, and they have a Lord to play with as well. Vivero being bursted down, Revitalize already used. Fracture will miss. Mid-tier 1 being contested by China. The Terrify onto Jessica from the flank. Unfortunately, ends up with her being taken out. That's gonna stifle their push.
That was quite a steal. And now, China have got a lot pushing up in the top lane. They will be able to kind of minimize the amount of damage from this 14 minutes onwards. Remember how we said that China, they gotta have to wait for a little while until they get themselves a good amount of defense and damage? Yup, now's the time.
A good Winter Crown from Chokers there. She needs to dash out as much as possible. Fanhua, even with the knockup and then flicker backwards to support the retreat. We are really seeing the coordination from the Chinese team right now. Philippines gonna be a little frazzled after that, but they do still have the goal lead and the structural advantage entirely. Should still be an easy game to close out as long as they keep their wits about them.
So let's take a look at the items here. Oh, Aurora is already 3 items built in, and likely gonna be looking at either the Divine Glaive or the Holy Crystal next. There is quite a bit of items that's still required from Vermouth, unfortunately. So I guess the 15 minutes is just not quite enough. But regardless, from what 7,000 gold lead, it has changed and dropped down to a good 4.5 thousand gold.
It's still a good amount, but China now trying to engage again. Jessica gonna be caught out, uses the Raging Sandstorm into the Winter Crown. Meanwhile, Fanhua not able to get the ultimate out in time. So that's gonna be one member down already. The Minotaur picked off the Agon, continuing chase down China. They'll immediately make a retreat.
3-13, Philippines still on the onslaught, and they still have got the lead. They still have got that coordination that knows who are going to be the first few people that goes down. As you can see from just that short little fight, Fan Hua went down and Jessica found herself at an all-time low.
Alfredo jumping in on Yen Huai, Wind of Nature used on the Moskov. This mid inhibitor gonna fall very soon. Raging Sandstorm Flicker lands on Vivero, forces out Wind of Nature on Perez, but it's a tiny bit of HP. They will back it up. China will be able to hold on to their final tower. But the question is, for how long?
We're 16 minutes and 25 seconds into the game. The Lord will be coming back in 5 seconds. Then Philippines, they can't allow Chokers to just run right in and steal the Lord again anymore. They need to deal with China, and they need to possibly just hopefully bring one person down to discourage China from moving on forward.
But they don't have Jessica anymore, and Fan Hua already took half her HP and damage, so they simply cannot contest it at all. They have to give it away. It's too much of a risk to try and throw any bodies in for this. But that means that Philippines have a kill angle. Only one tower standing between China and defeat.
The Lord would eventually move down from either the top or the bottom lane. The middle lane will eventually be brought down amidst of all of that chaos. The Philippines will be erupting within of China's homes. So honestly, this is a tough get around. We are looking at 4,000 gold lead from Philippines. China, we need to see a lot more of these bigger plays from Vermouth as well as Fan Hua in order for Yin Huai to really pop off. So far, we haven't really quite managed to see too much utility from the splash damage that the Moskov is capable of bringing out.
Yeah, but now that final inhib is also gone. The Lord is crashing in. Philippines are gonna look to try and end this wherever they can. The minions are on top of the crystal. Diago and All Puerto on the flank. Fan Hua eating so much damage and not really able to send anything up. Looking forward, Ninja Fury misses completely. Raging Sandstorm into the Winter Crown on Jessica, but they're not really able to stop anyone from the Philippines. Only Shadow Kill comes out and China is just being melted away as the crystal will be broken down. And it's gonna be Philippines who takes game number 1.
The core and the crystal cracked open by the famous soccer boy. Definitely, when it comes down to the Malefic gun, it is a crazy amount of power spike and a lot of quality of life that has been credited over to the side of the Bruno. Nothing too much to worry about. As such, he will be able to hammer away for days. Philippines takes the first game away from China in a convincing fashion all the way from the start to the end, only allowing China to get a minimal amount of kills. In fact, only 3 kills despite their composition being very strong in the lanes.
Yeah, their lane priority should be pretty solid, but I wouldn't really say they had lane priority in every lane, right? Because Bruno versus Moskov is going to be in favor of PH, and CC versus Khalid is in favor of CC, you know, so the only place they could really play around was the mid lane, and I don't think Minotaur gives quite enough priority. So I think because of that, Philippines were in control of most of the map, and All Puerto was able to roam around and farm and get kills quite comfortably.
Yeah, I think that one of the main things that kind of helps out per se, or the one thing that kind of get it working for China, is the fact that their roaming trio includes of the Nolan, and the Nolan will always be able to get one pacing above of the Hayabusa. But unfortunately, that wasn't exactly the case all that well. But ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely the MVP that we have for here. Perez that's playing as the Bruno. Crazy amount of damage that just absolutely obliterated everyone from the side of China like a hot knife through butter.
I think Perez basically had a mostly free game. With the draft that China has, it's very difficult for them to be able to jump into the backline. Perez was also positioning herself very, very wisely to make sure that there was no chance that someone like Chokes would be able to jump on top of her, and that allowed the Bruno to just consistently output damage throughout the entirety of the game. I think that going into the next game, China definitely needs to revisit their draft a little bit. I'm not actually that big of a fan of the first pick, Khalid, and then pairing it up with the Minotaur means that you just don't have any way of diving the backline, forcing them into more of a front-to-back composition, which they seem less comfortable on.
Yeah, so eventually I think that there needs to be a little bit of a change when it comes down to China's way of playing. Technically speaking, I would say that composition was much of a problem per se, but it's more of the pacing of the game, right? I think that when it comes down to chokers, the pacing is definitely there, but they couldn't find the kills that is necessary for them to get that snowball ongoing, because I believe that is what usually goes on well for China, is to dominate in the early stages, get themselves the early stage farm, and kind of further accelerate the growth of those late game heroes to eventually be able to get that power spike by 14 minutes, which is going to be way faster than all the other marksmen that is onto the opposite side.
Yeah, but I think the lack of lane priority really stopped them from being able to play the game the way that they would have initially wanted to, right? I think Philippines did a very, very good job of responding to China's potential aggression. And because their draft gives them multiple winning lanes, it means that they are able to somewhat predict which part of the map their opponents are going to be playing around. That allows them to respond very, very quickly. And because they luckily were able to get that first blood onto Chokers of all people, it meant that Al Puerto didn't have to worry about a jungler that would, on paper, be more effective than him in the early game.
I think one of the other things is considering the fact that they did have a Minotaur, and a Minotaur is always good, but it's not necessarily a pick that has revolved around Minotaur. You are definitely able to buy a lot of time with the S1 as well as the Minotaur's Fury, but what kind of time are you exactly buying throughout all of that, right? From the clip that we saw, you managed to knock up all 4 people, you knock up again with the S1, but throughout all of that, the only form of damage that we saw was purely from the Minotaur. There's not much of a follow-up because of the fact that most of the members from the side of China is not exactly that fast in terms of rotation, with the only fast one being Jessica. But I think that fight without Jessica was the main problem as well, because the Desert Tornado deals a lot of AoE damage, and that's more than enough to bruise most, if not all, of the people that's been caught by the Minotaur's Fury.
Yeah, I think Philippines does look to be in a pretty comfortable position right now, though. They've already refreshed themselves after their loss earlier in the day against Indonesia, and are very eager to claim that second grand final spot. As for China, there needs to be a little bit of going back to the drawing board. I do still feel like an opening with Hylos or Gatot would have been a bit better for them instead of going straight for Khalid, because while he does play a similar role to Hilda, I think he's a little bit less consistent overall, right? A bit more punishable. And we saw that in game number 2.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that didn't go too well, but we have seen how Jessica piloted the Khalid. So it's fair to say that it is mostly just kind of like a one-off situation for China. We'll hopefully see them being able to kind of reset their mentality and come back stronger for game 2.
Well, they need a little bit of time to reset that mentality, so we're gonna go ahead and give it to them. We'll get the players all set up and go on a very short break, and once we come back, it's gonna be game 2 to find out if Philippines are able to claim that clean sweep, or if China will surprise us all once again. See you guys in a moment.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa, dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, Ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Will this be the end of the road for some promising new faces, or just the beginning of a brand new story? We're gonna find out as we're about to jump into Game 2 of our lower bracket finals between Philippines and China. My name is Stafa, once again joined by Abstract for what could be a very exciting conclusion to our second grand finalist.
Honestly, when it comes down to the lower bracket finals between Philippines and China, we are definitely shaking within our boots, right? It's kind of tough to watch because we both love these two teams, especially these two regions. Number one, Philippines has always been strong and we expect them to be strong. While in the meantime, China haven't really had a lot of that exposure in MLBB. As such, looking at them being able to contest with one of these giants always tells us a massive story.
China has already been impressing us as a region so far throughout this entire tournament, but this is one of the big guns. No joke, it is going to be one of the biggest challenges they will ever have to face. At Philippines, it's just another day for them. So far, the game's not looking all too difficult, but in the draft for game number 2, something will need to switch up, or we're gonna be seeing Philippines get their grudge match against Indonesia.
Yep, right now, let's just jump into the draft and take a look at what we have got thus far with the Angela, Matilda, and of course, once again, the Khadija banned over to the side of China. For Philippines, banned out the Bruno, Suyo, as well as the Zhu Zin.
I think everything makes a lot of sense right now. I especially like that Philippines switched up their final ban to Bruno, because that is actually a very effective first pick that China could have opted for, just to make sure that they will have lane priority in the goal lane no matter what. But since that's gone, I thought for sure that China was gonna go like Hylos or something, but they go Moskov instead.
Oh, first pick Moskov. don't really see that start all that often, but now the ball has gone to court and over to the side of Philippines. Chip is currently available, but the question is if whether they do play more of that, if they do play Chip itself. But looking at the fact that so many of these heroes currently available, such as the Hilda as well as the Hylos, I can't help but believe that Philippines might want to prioritize some of these early heroes as well as heroes that have very strong latent presence, just so that they can kind of get the ball rolling.
So Philippines will do exactly that. They're gonna grab away the Hylos to make sure that Ban Hua won't have access to him, and even pair it up with the Aurora, one of the mages that would be good at handling the Glory halfway. So a good opening, but yeah, like you mentioned, China does still have Hilda available. You could even go for the Eve on top of things. I'm really surprised that we haven't been seeing much Eve, considering how much value I feel she brings to the table. But let's see if China agrees.
Yeah, this is exactly the same kind of situation from yesterday, where there just isn't so much Eves. I will always believe that Eve is going to be good, great amount of utility, great amount of damage on top of all of that. So the fact that we don't really see that today as well is definitely a head-scratching moment. Now, China, with their B2, B3, Vexana, as well as the Hilda pick. So Hilda, yes, definitely we can always expect that Hilda goes over to the EXP. Right off the bat, just looking at these three heroes, they mostly just show that they want to win the lanes, but not necessarily about how they want to play into or how they want to play as a 5.
Oh, and there's the Natan, one of the more powerful late game marksmen available. Once he's got that Holy Crystal, you just melt instantly. I'm worried if China will be able to reach that point in time. Hilda is a great way of responding, you know, being able to find Natan in the backlines, but in game number 1, Philippines made sure that China could never break through their front line in the first place. I would have actually liked it if China was able to pick up something like the Gatod at this point. They also understand that if they went Hilda Gatod, then it would be very easy for Philippines to ban out all the remaining mages. So they kind of had no choice but to go in this direction.
Yeah, so with that all said and done, let's take a look at what other heroes is going to be great for Philippines, since the winning condition is already out. They want to play for team fight. They already have a pretty decent counter engage coming from the side of Aurora. Looking for someone that can actually engage well will always be a very good idea. Heroes such as a Khalid is currently still available in the pool if they would want to put a Khalid either in the gold, either in the EXP or the roam. It is all still very much viable. And of course, if they were to go for that as well, we were talking about roving trio. Pretty fast wave clears, pretty fast movements, but we also gotta have to remember that there is a Hilda on the opposite side. So if the Hilda goes to the EXP, it would be great for the Khalid to be on the roam instead.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but Hilda Khalid doesn't actually offer the most effective team fighting potential. It means that you have to go for like full out aggro in the first few minutes, and if that doesn't work out, the heroes fall off pretty quickly. Philippines not even too worried about that. They banned the Tigreal just to make sure you don't have the big team fight setup, but also the Joy. So focusing a bit more on the jungle pickups. Now China does still have that Julian to fall back to, but we know that this is a team that really needs a secondary front line, and let's see whether or not they're going to be able to get it. They also didn't ban the Gatod, so if Philippines want to go for a Hylos Gatod combo, that's also possible.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that possibility. But I still believe that having someone with lesser backswing might be a good pick for Philippines. But for now, higher booster taken away. So Ling is going to be the case for Philippines. And that means that their roaming trio is not necessarily all that fast. And not to forget, this is a very expensive composition. Very greedy, if you ask me. With the Natan as well as the Ling in the same team. You gotta have to have enough firepower in the early game just to stay afloat.
Yeah, personally speaking, China could actually go for the Hilda lead since there is a Ling Natan on the opposite side and just try to run Philippines down as fast as possible. But I'm okay with the thought. I think that is probably the safer option. And yes, they will fall back to the comfort Julian as well. So a pretty good lineup from China. I think it's much more comfortable than what they were playing in game number 1.
So we got the Kacha as well as the Julian. Julian's back in the hands of Chokers. This is definitely the game that we all want to watch. The moment you see the Julian on the Chokers, you can just immediately remember that highlight play from Chokers right underneath of the Lord's pit. Now the ball is on the court onto Philippines. And they have decided to pick up on over to the Tarizla. Definitely talked about this before, right? If you between two of the EXP leaders, either Khalid or the Tarizla, Khalid is a hero that definitely requires more help with the flicker. While in the meantime, if you were to pick up a Tarizla, at least you'll still be able to flex enough to pick up the Revitalize in the event that you want to run that double Revitalize comp in order to keep everyone alive.
Personally, as a Tarizla player, I always do prefer going Flicker because the Flicker penalty zones are just really, really satisfying. But you can't deny that this is a meta where Revitalize does have a lot of value. Looks like the Agon will go for Flicker in the end. And that means that both of these teams actually have pretty solid front lines. It's just that Philippines will have a later game scaling curve.
Very, very late. So, the ball is on the court for the side of China to take dominance in the early stages of the game and just really ensure that Perez as well as and El Puerto don't get any form of farm just right off the bat. So how is that going to work out? We shall see, right? The EXP lane between the Tarizla as well as the Hilda is pretty fair to say that the Hilda will always clear the lane fast enough because she puts so much threat over to the side of Tarizla, and not to forget, S1 moves fast.
Chokers almost gets caught but is able to dash away, and now Vivero is the one stuck behind the wall. The Revitalize is going to be able to keep her quite safe. Still absorbs a lot of hope from China, as now they're upping the momentum to do exactly what we said, right? To make sure that El Puerto cannot farm.
So China has already immediately started to raid into Philippines jungle and took a very simple range creep away from Philippines. That is just going to ensure that Philippines, if especially if the league have decided to rotate down to the bottom side, that is one of the creeps that she will not be able to make full use to get to the level 4. But I don't think that that's going to be a problem at all, because Philippines, at least for El Puerto, the rotation starts from the purple buff and up to the top side.
We can definitely see the difference in EXP already, though, with Chokwa is already one level up on El Puerto, so the invasion and stealing of jungle camps has already been quite effective. And in the bottom lane, as expected, Jessica can be winning out the trades against the Agon.
So right off the bat, with the turtle currently available, the priority seems to go to the side of China. Fanhua wasn't able to get the taunt in, but I'm pretty sure that Philippines would want to jump the gun soon. Diagon has hit her fall.
And there it is, the flicker penalty zone. Vermouth actually secures the turtle away, but Choke is going to be caught out between all the members of Philippines. The Tempest Blade comes out as well. Fanhua tanking a lot of damage with that Revitalize, but Vivero doing the exact same thing. And finally zone China out. A turtle for a kill.
So one for a turtle is pretty safe, I gotta have to say. The death comes from the side of Chokers, so I would say that it is still definitely a pretty equal trade coming in from both of these two teams. For Philippines to have a little scaling into the game and still somehow being able to get the kill down onto one person on the side of China, especially since it's Chokers, I would definitely say that that is quite a bit of a hope, especially since we're talking about Amores, right? Playing as the Aurora, you definitely should not underestimate the damage from Amores, as well as the hammers from Diagon.
Full combo from Amores. Fanhua dropping low AOG to re-engage actually to set up the knockup for Chokers. Glorious pathway, but Amores still has the passive, able to walk away, and now El Puerto is on top of Chokers. Tempest Blades comes out, Enchanted Sword's gonna be able to allow her to escape though, and they will trade for Vivero.
Takes crazy amount of trust from the side of Fanhua to know that the team will be able to trade eye for an eye, because typically if it's me, let's be honest here. I'm using the AOG to save myself, man. I'm not setting up anything at this point in time, man. I have the opportunity to run away, I'll run. But China, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. It is an eye for an eye, is Roma for Roma. Definitely very nice to see.
But it also means that if you're trading evenly at this point, the Philippines are actually in a pretty good spot, right? Because this lineup just has less burst overall and wants to play towards the late game. So unless China are able to build up a sizable lead, they are actually behind.
Yeah, so China would want to have favorable trades just so that they can slowly start to snowball over the later course of the game. And the moment that they keep on having fair trades, then it's just going to be equal to Philippines' game.
Yeah, looks like Philippines was a bit too late to contest this turtle. China identifying the opportunity and just immediately melting it down as fast as possible. And we are already seeing a bit of a lane swap as well. Jessica going up into the top lane to try and give Yinhua as much space to farm as possible. Jessica gonna be 1v3, actually doing a lot of damage over to Philippines. And now the OG comes in, a two-man taunt on top of Fanhua and Vivero. Vermouth flickers in, does the damage, drops the nuke. Amor is gonna be punched down, crushed by the Gatot Kacha as Jessica buying a lot of time and space. Tempest Blaze will finally finish off Fanhua though. And Jessica gonna be trapped away from the rest of her team. Now Vermouth in a lot of trouble. Not gonna be fast enough to run away from Vivero as the Law and Order gets in the stun. Perez with the final blow picks up the third kill on China, but dies to the tower. That is unfortunate.
Ran into the turret and down to the bottom lane as well. More trades going on for the side of China. Oh boy, definitely a series of technically unfortunate events, I gotta have to say. Throughout all of that fight, we have got China that lost a total of 3 members, being Vermouth, Jessica, as well as Fanhua. While for the side of Philippines, they lost Amores as well as Perez throughout all of that situation. And in fact, down the bottom lane, they also lost Diago. So it's been a flat out 3-for-3 kind of trade-off.
Yeah, it's a great trade for China, but they're gonna need a lot more here. They only have about a 1k gold lead 6 minutes in. This should definitely be much bigger considering the kind of drafts we are seeing. So Philippines are still on track, and China are gonna continue trying to make sure that they're not able to keep up.
Considering that it is also 6 minutes into the game, if you want a sizable lead, you should always try to aim for 500 gold every minute in the first laning phase, and only after like 8 minutes or so you will want to aim for 1000 gold per minute. That is the most realistic amount of lead that you'll want in order to put a game against Philippines.
Oh, the AOG knockup is beautiful. Alpuerto still gets the turtle, but Philippines is completely surrounded, and Diagon's already down, but Fanhua gonna be traded back as Alpuerto picks up the double kill. Chokis as well, not gonna be lucky enough to survive. Yinhua took the Spear of Destruction over, but Philippines has already backed it off, so they're not able to find anything more.
Oh no, Philippines, they have managed to get themselves favorable trades in that one. And that means that they have gotten themselves back on track in terms of the economical situation. China looking great, especially since Chokis is actually having a little bit of difficulty trying to be able to burst anyone down in this game. I mean, we can definitely understand, right? When it comes down to being a Julian, the first things that is in your face is gonna be Vivero or perhaps even Diagon. You can't possibly burst these 2 members down. You have to play around your team so much so that Philippines finds heroes like Amores as well as El Puerto in a bad position in order for Chokis to really capitalize on it.
I feel like Philippines is a team that's hard to bait out of position though. They are very, very disciplined, and you can really see the experience show itself in their gameplay. You are gonna need to make something really big happen to try to frazzle them, and that is the challenge for China right now, as basically the new kid on the block, right? Are they able to make the Philippines lose their composure?
I think the items building up for the side of Philippines is definitely strong and steady at this point in time. With only a 500 gold deficit, Philippines should be back in the game and also be able to, kind of feed El Puerto with even more amount of kills. At this point in time, we're talking about 3 kills, no death, 1 assist. Is already a very favorable and a sizable amount for a Ling against a competition like this.
They're continuing the pressure regardless. Jessica actually stealing the orange buff away from All Puerto. So that's actually a small win for China.
Yeah, small win. But that also means that Philippines have to really make use and get this lot for themselves. Otherwise, holding back onto the retribution ended up in bigger fish that they could not catch.
Oh, flicker belly zone on Tree, right into the freeze, and Jokas is gone. Jessica and Fanhua trying to buy some time in the back line. Jessica actually doing a lot of damage. Tempest Blades comes up from All Puerto. Fanhua still alive with the revitalize, but Jessica not so lucky. Perez gonna be whittling her down, and that is a 2-for-0 trade in favor of the Philippines. 5-man strong. This is gonna be a free lord.
The game of big fish, small fish. Philippines sacrificed their orange buff just so that they can get a kill on the Chokas, Jessica, and the Lord. Philippines, they're already there. They've got a crazy damage from the side of El Puerto. Perez is more or less happy with the amount of gold that she has gotten for herself. We don't really quite have got a graph when it comes to the gold, but I'm pretty sure the Perez have gotten more farm than Yin Huai, considering the KDA.
Amora is being targeted, still has her passive, but doesn't even need to use it. Frigid Glacier throws them out, and now the AOG, the combo on top of Philippines. That is a shutdown on All Puerto, and Yin Huai finds another hit on Perez. Viagon and Vivero have to run away, but they're not going to be able to make it as Chokas picks up a double kill of her own. 3 kills in favor of China with the Lord pushing on top. They actually turned it around.
Spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. China immediately got that game the moment that the AOG landed right on the spot where El Puerto kind of pathed herself over to that one specific wall, and that completely knocked her down the wall, and the sequences of crowd control just came in and got that kill onto the Ling just that easily. This case, it is more likely about positioning. Philippines just wasn't really quite prepared for a fight like that, especially since they already have a lot pushing up in the top lane. I don't think Philippines was expecting a counter-attack from China this aggressively when there's already a threat up in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely was not something they were fully prepared for, and they still took the fight anyway because they figured they would have to damage the matchup, and if they were able to get multiple kills, it would have actually allowed them to get a lot of structures even with that first Lord. But I think their overexcitement caused some overcommitment as well. They weren't patient enough, and that let China hit them with really big AoE damage.
So with that all said, Philippines, they did get the Lord. They lost the fight though. But in terms of the war, I think that it is still pretty much on a stalemate, even though China is the one that is really pushing onto the advantage. While Chokas takes down the T2 up in the top lane, Philippines seems to be giving quite a bit of respect over to China and just allowing them to run rampant within of their own jungle.
Yeah, they don't really have much of a choice. They need a bit of time to regroup and to make sure that they're doing housekeeping on all of their waves. I really like what I'm seeing from China right now. There is a lack of fear, even going up against one of the MLBB community's mainstay regions. Despite being behind, still continuing to play the game exactly the way they want to and forcing PH to their tempo.
But this is not quite enough, is it? Philippines, they still need to buy some time, while China, they're only 2,000 gold above. They can definitely pull off a miracle again as long as they're able to play from a little bit of an off angle and kind of like an off timing kind of play. As long as they are able to engage on the right person at the right time, and especially to knock onto El Puerto, then it will be great. Because so far, Chokas has always been the first person to be taken down throughout the heat of the battle. And as long as Chokas kind of bide her time, waited it out until the final moment to come in, that would probably be the way to go.
Yeah, that would be the ideal situation. But just look at how effective Jessica is being by herself, scouting out the entirety of the Filipino lineup. The rest of China in position. Philippines don't actually know where they are, but it's pretty safe to say that they are in this push. Vivero gonna take a lot of damage. Flicker penalty zone catches out Chocus, but the Winter Crown comes in to avoid the Pretty Glacier, and now Jessica is wrecking havoc on the Filipino backline. Vivero is already gone. El Puerto kept it ablaze defensively, should be able to dash away. The Agon buying space for Amores. They're slowing them down and making sure they don't take any more casualties than that.
Not a single casualty from the side of China. Well, Philippines unfortunately lost Vivero. Now, the rest of China will put the face first right over to the Elemental Lord. Chocus takes the Lord down in sub 14 minutes. This is still the Luminous Lord. We're not looking at the Evolved Lord just yet. So just a single charge of the Lord will be expected, but there's only inhibitor turrets left, so it's not that big of a deal when it comes down to the charge, but it's all about the base stats that we are looking for.
Yeah, China has full control over the map right now. They have more structures than Philippines, who right now are only limited to their inhibitors, and the Lord is pushing down mid. The one good thing for the Philippines, though, is that the wave isn't actually synced very well from China, so Perez is able to drop it down to half HP before it starts crashing into the base. China now gonna be looking to see if they can shove in with this one. Lord crashing in middle, with the rest of them working on the top and bottom inhibs, but with Perez, they're actually able to clear up the push very, very quickly.
Wow, that's fast. I didn't expect that. There is still a second wave of creeps coming in though, and they are still mega creeps. But I think based on what Philippines have showed us thus far, I think that they should be able to clear all of these with no problems whatsoever. You see, China, they are not going on the aggressive at all, despite having close to about, what, 4,000 goal lead? So I think that is actually going to be a little bit of a mistake from China to not try to aggress over against Philippines.
No, I think it is the right decision, because when Philippines are playing base defense, they're actually very good at holding on to their base. Unless you have a free lane where an inhibitor is down, the only way China can go for aggressive play is if they spend cooldowns to jump in. But if they jump in with those cooldowns too early, then Perez just stands at the back, pelting them down with damage. And if you give too much gold to Natan at this stage of the game, you are actually throwing.
Fair. I would definitely say that trying to end the game would be the main part of China before the game goes over too late, especially since you're looking out for a Natan as well as a Ling. It's kind of scary to think about that thought in the late stages of the game. It kind of comes down to the point whereby China is at the damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation where decisions is kind of hard to make. If you don't have the Lord fighting for you, do you push in? And if you don't, that means that you are just gonna be sitting around waiting for something to happen while Perez and El Puerto gets the fucking loot.
I mean, unfortunately, that is the nature of China's draft, right? They're not actually that good as a siege composition. If you try to go all in and rush down the base, Philippines straight up have the advantage. So the only way you do push in is either by having the Lord on your side or baiting Philippines out onto the map and going for flank team fights so that you can actually try pushing in when you have the numbers advantage.
Perhaps a little bit of macro game would be great as middle lane is just going to be pushing right in. The Philippines completely missed out on that fact. As such, that's a free inhibitor turret in the middle lane, very likely, while China takes control of the river right around the Lord.
Yeah, a little bit of mistaken housekeeping, but Philippines just wanted to try blitzing the Lord down before China realized they were there. China already on top of the ball game though, and making sure that they're not able to get a free Lord when they're not paying attention. Now we see Jessica walking into the brush, having a lot of cooldowns used, but the Winter Crown denies all of it, and the AOG comes in, knocks up Vivero, and Eternal Guard on Perez. That's a killing spree for Chocus. Philippines is falling apart as China picks off 3 without even any congestion.
And now, the Lord is free for the taking for the side of China. While Philippines, they have a good 30 seconds cooldown onto the death timer for the side of Philippines. With a small little ballista and a small little army behind of this ballista, China will want to end this game right here and right now. 4-man in.
Now the crystal is exposed. Amoris is the only one in base. Al Puerto a bit too late to respond. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, our lower bracket finals is going into a full series where one game decides whether China or Philippines moves on to the grand finals.
Boy, oh boy, this is the kind of BO3 series that we want to watch, where both teams go 1-1 and we are down to the final game. It's the best of one from this point on. Whichever team that find themselves the win is gonna go on over to the grand finals and face off against Indonesia. China, oh boy, it seems like their patience paid dividends, and indeed, it was the right choice to just stay back and wait for a team fight. I'm not too sure about Philippines though. I think that it was eventually a gamble from Philippines to want to catch China off guard, because we talked about off angles and off timing plays, because that is what caught Philippines off guard once, and I think that they wanted to recreate that against China, because there's no way that you are expecting a full 5-man composition for Philippines to just run straight to the Lord while China is just setting up for the Lord. Maybe that's what they were thinking, but China wasn't setting up for the Lord, and that backfired on them crazily.
Yeah, I really gotta give props over to Jessica as well. That Hilda play running into the brush at the back into 4 members of Philippines and then baiting out all their spells with the Winter Crown so that they basically did nothing. That was what cemented the victory. Regardless though, MVP still gonna go over to Yinhua, the gold laner. Being able to find that farm, being able to keep up in momentum as well as scaling against a much more late game centric comp.
Another lifeline for the side of China, and they are just one more game away. Let's talk a little bit more about the post-game statistics for this match itself, with a massive amount of kills that has just been credited over to the side of China, with a total of 12 for themselves and Philippines with 10. Philippines held on for a long period of time, and this very greedy draft unfortunately didn't come into fruition by the later stages. They just don't have enough items to really allow Perez as well as El Puerto to kind of go ham by the final minute.
Yeah, I think by now a lot of the teams that are watching this can quite easily identify that China has a very comfort play style where they have a double front line, one of which is effective enough to dive into the back line instead, and then proper scaling as well as assassin. They're so good at finding angles with these sort of team compositions. You could tell that they were uncomfortable in game number 1. In game 2, when they got the draft that they liked playing, it's a completely different ball game.
This is absolutely crazy. Right off the bat, 3 minutes into the game, we've got a lot of close shaves coming from both sides. Just from this team fight alone, we're looking at, okay, that fight, we completely forgot about that one. But fair enough, there is still a lot of close shaves. 1:2, a lot of trades going on, top lane, bottom lane, and even when it comes down to Diagon. This is especially one of those team fights that we saw how Jessica stayed alive for so darn long. They threw all of their resources on over to Jessica, and all Jessica needed to do was pop a single revitalize, and she stood tall for that long.
Philippines did their best to try and counterplay what was coming at them from the side of China, but like you've already highlighted, Abstract, their draft is a little bit late game centric, right? So they don't quite have the burst necessary to be able to take over the early game. Their goal is just to be able to try and slow things down and maybe give Al Puerto and Perez some kills here and there. Because of how aggressive China was though, they were not able to play at the speed they preferred. So I think going into game number 3, there needs to be some adjustments there. I think mainly, you cannot let Hilda go through.
It's kind of a tough call to kind of leave the Hilda into the hands of Jessica. In fact, we've seen Jessica kind of rocket with the Hilda as well as the Khalid a teen amount of times, and with great success throughout of the lower bracket as well. We are so ready to crown China as the lower bracket queens, but they still have got this one final game that they gotta have to conquer. And that happens to be Philippines. And we know for sure the kind of accolades that Team Philippines have got to their name as a region and even as a team. For them to see China be able to take yet another point away from Philippines, and in the event actually winning against Philippines, oh boy, it is a brand new era.
That would be an incredible story to see, right? Because we are now seeing China potentially one game away from making the full lower bracket run right from the beginning, and we could be seeing Philippines lose another chance of making it in the grand finals when they were the ones who knocked China down in the first place. But we can't count them out yet. They're an experienced team. They're definitely going to be able to adjust to this. So we will just wait and see, which means we'll jump to a short break for now. Make sure the players are reset and ready when we jump into the final game of this series. So make sure you guys are around to join us then. We'll be right back.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. kecabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri, dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
A single game is now our little take for us to find out who our second grand finalist is going to be here at the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024 Team Women's MLBB competition. Is it going to be Philippines or China who face off against Indonesia in the finale? My name is Staffa, once again joined by Abstract for this momentous event.
Now, here in the Asian Esports Games 2024, I gotta have to say that looking at all of these ladies come in together to just fight it out to the summit has pretty much been quite a showing, right? This has all been very entertaining, and of course, it has been quite a showing as to how strong they all are in the MLBB scene as well. And now that we have come down to looking at the top 3 teams or top 3 countries, we're now coming into close to an end because we have just one more game to go, and then afterwards they are going up against Indonesia at the grand finals, which I believe would be a best of 5. Now, so far, China has been banning out that Kadita off of Philippines time and time again. But it doesn't quite seem that it's that big of a deal because, let's be honest here, when it comes down to Amores, she's not one-trick Kadita as much as we all would like to think. She's not one-trick Kadita. You can play the Vexana, so you can play the Aurora. It just so happens that they much prefers the Kadita.
Yeah, personally speaking, I also feel like it's not really a hero that you have to be respecting every single time. But hey, that's what China has decided. So as long as it works for them, I don't see why not, right? And it certainly did work for them in game number 2. And now we can see that this is a lineup that does want to have a draft that suits their playstyle specifically. We questioned a little bit of that Moskov first pick, but it ended up working out very well for them. So will they do it again since they are still on blue side?
We shall see how that's gonna work. So far, they have always been putting themselves on the blue side, and Philippines has always been on the red. So they're now looking at the fact that chip is still available. So far, none of these players are very interested in picking up the chip. So I think that we can kind of throw that out of the window and believe that, yeah, chip is just not a thing at all. And not think about chip at all. So, you're right. It is indeed going to be a Moskov that will be first picked out by the side of China. In fact, I do believe that largely when it comes down to the draft, we might be looking at very similar kind of draft actually going on here.
But I do like that Philippines has switched things up by stealing the Hilda away, so we're not going to be seeing Jessica tear up the backline with this hero once again. But personally, I don't really like the Vexana being picked up this early on. I feel like the Philippines really wanted to prioritize it. They could still leave it for a last pick. Grabbing something along the lines of a Hylos or Gatot right now would be a lot more effective in my opinion. Or even going for the jungler beforehand to try and deny it away from China. But this does mean that China actually does have the option of going Hylos Gatot themselves. It's just whether or not they want to do that, or if they prefer prioritizing something else.
I think so far, when it comes down to China, they have been playing double Revitalize, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they were to go for that. But in the meantime, China still wants to keep the status quo by having the Gatakacha as well as the Julian, albeit in a different drafting sequence. They have decided to pick up the Julian in the first half of the phase instead of the second half this time.
Yep. I think that makes sense, right? Philippines banned out Julian in the second half during game 1, let it through in game 2, and then Chokas was able to play pretty well with it. So this time they know that if they don't grab the Julian right now, very likely Philippines is gonna ban it later on, so better to secure it first. I am kind of surprised that China would decide to ban out CC themselves, because I feel like it wouldn't actually be a bad hero for them to pick up, but I suppose since Philippines has first pick in the second phase, they just don't want to give that away.
No threats from the CC is probably best to see. You know, at this point in time, with the Tigreal taken away, there is definitely quite a bit of respect over to Fanhua. We can definitely still see a ban onto the side of Hylos anytime soon, and very possible to be seen at this point in time. But I'm not too sure about this, like what exactly is going to be the next few picks from the side of China, what is possibly going to be great. I still would want to see the Hylos being picked out and then leave the gold lane up for suggestions, since we will want to see what is going to be the blind pick coming in from Philippines on the R4.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wait and see what exactly is gonna be coming out here. But I do like what we're seeing so far, right? China definitely wants to lean more into the gameplay style that they're comfortable with. They've grabbed 3 of the same heroes that they won with in game number 2, but the Hilda was definitely a crucial part of that, so they're gonna need someone that can fill in that gap. And while Khalid is an option, I don't feel like it's quite as consistent overall. Whereas Philippines, I think, are doing pretty good right now. Right? Having Nolan on their side means that they can play a bit more early, especially since they have Hilda this time as well. So China needs to respect that.
Now, from this point onwards, just wonder to see what's the goal. I mean, what's the goal later for the side of Philippines is gonna look like. I mean, so far what they have got is the first pick onto the Moskov. It worked out great in the previous game, so moving on forward, if they are able to make sure that the Moskov continuously have got great time in the lane, that's number 1, and in the meantime be able to get themselves a good amount of lane priorities. Next, it's also going to be pretty decent. So far with Julian as well as Katakacha, it's still relatively fair to say that the early game should still be a-okay for them, provided that the mage... Do we still have got the Aurora in place? I think the Aurora is still available and still unbanned yet. The last that we saw was 4 bans of each side.
Yeah, we haven't seen for sure though. I think we weren't able to catch the final couple of bans, right? I think Philippines did just continue banning out the Tigreal. I think that's the one that I saw last, because yeah, China loves playing with this double frontline sort of composition, especially if both of them have some form of catch or engage. So the implosion is really difficult to deal with depending on the situation, and Philippines just does not want to handle that, especially since China has already grabbed 3 other comfort picks up until now, right? So a lot of thought needs to be put into the next stages of the drafting side to see exactly what is necessary, considering the stakes that are on the line. It is, after all now, basically a best of 1.
Yeah, and not to forget, when it comes down to these this game, the team that unfortunately lose will be crowned as the 3rd place and will be going back home with $800 US. Well, if you whichever team that wins, they are definitely going up and will be fighting for that $3,000 US. Definitely something that is a huge leap and a huge jump in terms of prize pool. You don't want to settle for 3rd.
I'm not too sure how the draft is proceeding, but from what I could see there for that short moment, it might have been close to completion already, so maybe we'll be able to jump into the game very, very soon. Didn't really get to see exactly which heroes they finally picked up at the end, but we'll be able to find that out in the Land of Dawn and tell you guys what kind of dynamics we should be expecting for game number 3.
So, honestly, now, Sadafa, looking at the trends and looking at the playstyle of both China as well as Philippines, completely blind shot in the dark, which one would you support and which one would you think goes on to the grand final?
That's tricky. I would probably be able to give a better answer if I actually got to see their full drafts. But unfortunately, hold on, maybe we'll be able to see that.
Oh, we
we are able to see that. And already we see Vivero at 10%. As Jessica did indeed go for the Khalid in the end, it looks like.
And not to forget, we also got Perez that picked up onto the Nathan and finished up with the Edith. So let's not forget about how both teams would eventually play within of their lanes. I think it's pretty equal, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the drafts are pretty balanced overall. But China does look like they have the same kind of comfort style that they had in the previous game, so I might be inclined to lean towards them somewhat.
We shall see how that works out for now. We got 3,700 gold over to the side of China. Right off the bat, when it comes down to the early game rotations, definitely China is taking a little bit more gold away from the side of Philippines. But of course, it's all just early parts. But the game is not going to be that fundamental, or rather not that big of a pivot. But regardless, it is more about how both of these teams eventually leave their lanes. Now, for sure, when it comes down to China, it seems like, okay, it's relatively equal when it comes down to the middle lane. They're clearing up the wave just as fast. Yinhuai, while in the meantime, down to the bottom lane, wants to be fairly aggressive over to the side of Perez, as long as Perez missed out a skill.
Yeah, I think the most obvious lane difference is going to actually be in the EXP lane, because although Hilda and Khalid are both very aggressive early game laners, Hilda is still a little bit more difficult to deal with overall. So Philippines should have a bit more priority up there. I think that's why you already see China rotating people to make sure that Jessica can participate in the turtle fight. And as I mentioned, that Jessica is able to zone out El Puerto. Diagon and Vivero coming in from the flank. China actually a little bit surrounded in this position. The taunt going to miss. Spear of Destruction lands on Amoris. Turtle dropping low. Choke is going to be able to spirit it away. Yinhuai actually jumps in. Vivero, though, is the one who gets first blood by picking off Jessica. Avatar the Guardian knocks up Diagon. But I don't think China wants to continue this fight any longer.
Yinhuai did join into the battles, but unfortunately that wasn't anything that they've managed to do. In fact, it has only contributed to the amount of gold that Perez managed to net into the bag. So that little macro movement from side of Yinhuai very unfortunately backfired over to the side of China.
Yeah, I think that was really not a wise choice. I do appreciate the idea of bringing in your gold laner, but you only really need to do that if you can say for certain that you're about to win the fight, and you can tell that China wasn't that sure. Because of that, Perez gets the entire gold shield and now also wins the 1v1 against Yinhuai. Chokas will finally finish Perez off, but the damage is already done in the gold lane. Now to Terrify onto Fanhua, and Philippines are all down here and get a second kill on top of it.
Oh, that's not gonna be great. Both teams, the roaming trio, understandably will be able to go online at the same time, and generally they are strong in the early stages of the game, but we can very clearly tell that Philippines, they have got they managed to grab hold of the reins of this game for now. And the gold lane has got a phenomenal start as well, taking away all of the energy turrets, gets the kill. She did die, yes, but as Sadafa said, damage is done. It's not about the trades anymore, it's about the gold laners.
Yeah, Perez being able to get the full gold shield and then an extra kill is huge. And now Vivero will find the Julian. Pops the Primal Wrath. Fear of Destruction lands in the backline. Yinhuai gonna jump behind Amoris, but he's able to flicker away. Now Diagon being chased down by 3 members of China. Make that 5 as Jessica and Yinhuai will join them. Diagon still actually surviving for quite a long time, but the question is for how long? She is basically isolated now in the backline. All this time though being used by El Puerto effectively to steal the bottom half of Chokas' jungle.
4 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, and the bottom lane T1 has already been destroyed. Forced a little bit of a lane swap between Philippines as well as China up to the top lane for the gold laners to nestle themselves well in. That pretty much means that unfortunately the Khalid is still stuck in the lane and have a little bit of problem moving out of the lane fast enough. While for the while for the side of the Edith, she's already out and roaming.
Yeah, that is the thing about like having the Hilda around as well, right? Khalid and Hilda do similar things, but Hilda unlocks herself from the lane so much more effectively just because of how much pressure she exerts with her presence. Because that Philippines are able to adopt much more aggressive positions on the map. Despite that though, the net worth difference isn't actually all that big. Only about 500 gold in favor of the PH side. So China are still keeping up in farm.
Slowly but surely, I will say that China, they should be able to get themselves a pretty good lead and as well as a pretty good power spike by the mid-season of the game. Possibly 8 to 9 minutes of the game, that is probably when China will want to stay strong. While Philippines, Perez might not be able to join into the fight all that much because of very potential split pushing that they will want to do just into response to the Moskov.
Oh, very good combo coming in here from Jessica. A full-out attack onto Amoras in the mid lane, and a free kill with some backup from Vermouth. So China already clawing their way back, and the net worth is now even 6 minutes in.
I will believe that with 300 gold over the side of China, they will want to increase the lead a little bit more. Now, of course, the gold laners are pretty much going to be stuck in the top lane for an extended period of time. They want to get as much farm as possible, especially Perez knows that, okay, this game is on her. The early and to the mid series of the games, the team will carry Perez just so that they will be able to get there even further from that point onward. The turtle is going to be popped to the bottom lane though, so this is what we're going to have to watch.
Surprisingly, even though the turtle is down on the bottom half of the map, we are seeing a lot of rotations up towards the top. Philippines making sure that Perez isn't continuously harassed, while China are starting to rotate down over to help out Chokis with that turtle as well. Though by doing this, they are giving Perez a bit of a free lane up top. So that's something they have to pay attention to. They've already lost the tower up there.
Now the priority goes over the side of China, but it believes as though that the Philippines want to fight back.
Al Puerto gonna be able to steal the turtle away. Very nice timing on the retribution, as China was not able to force them away from the 50-50.
Now China goes back over to the middle lanes, gets themselves a quick little defense down over to the T1 to ensure that they don't lose any more. Philippines have been very hard-headed when it comes down to clearing out all of these T1s and such. The top lane and the bottom lane T1 has already been destroyed. The next one is gonna be the middle lane.
And speaking of, Al Puerto even catching out Chokis in her own jungle and winning out that 1v1. Philippines now regaining the lead and forcing China back into defensive positions. This could actually be quite bad. Fracture even dropping Vermouth and Fanhua to 10%. They are taking so many towers with this.
Philippines is just absolutely dominating when it comes down to all of these objective takes. The next T2 in the middle lane is taken down, and I believe that the bottom lane is almost taken down with one more shot of the ballista, but we can pretty much take it as though that turret is gone. And oh, that's not good! Middle lane, the whole defense! 8 minutes and 30 seconds in!
A very quick rush down here. China not quite reaching the point in the game where they're comfortable enough to start doing the things that we know them for, and Philippines knows it. They're gonna prolong this period as much as possible by exerting more and more pressure, gaining more and more gold lead, and making it so that China are afraid to extend out onto the map.
Without a doubt, as long as Philippines is able to land just a single hit and chip off the turret in the middle lane. Oh, actually they don't have to. Since the bottom lane and the top lane T2 is actually still up, it will be able to telegraph the Lord down to the middle lane. This is one of the few times that it's actually good that your side turrets are still up. So this way, the next Lord is guaranteed to run down to the middle lane, and the Holy Defense would not even be able to chip off any form of HP off of the Lord, as well as the Mega Creeps. This is looking to be great for Philippines already.
Even Choke is trying to come from the flank, scouted out by Diagon. It's a 1v4, but even if Diagon dies here, which I think probably, yup, she will, killing spree for Jessica, does not mind it, because Al Puerto is able to get the Lord for free, and China can no longer find a position to gank them, because they've already backed it off from the river.
So now with the Lord that has been taken down already, Philippines, they have got a very strong lane that would eventually be pushing down in the middle lane. 10 minutes into the game, it's kind of come to the point whereby I wouldn't even be surprised if the inhibitor turret in the middle lane gets taken down. Philippines just need to continue with their onslaught and their crazy pushes. As long as they show absolutely no respect over to China, and with all of that obscene amount of crowd control that they have from the side of Vivero, it could very well be possible.
Yeah, Philippines still has to be somewhat careful about grouping up a bit too hard, because there's still a lot of AoE for China to play around. Oh, Raging Sandstorm dodged. Good flicker from Amores. Choke is trying to get for a kill, actually, but gets knocked up by the Eternal Guard and punished! Oh, Puerto comes in! Whacks Choke is real hard. Lord now pushing down middle lane. Yin Huai already able to take it down 30%. China doing a good job of whittling it down, but not quite enough, and Philippines is here to make sure that it crashes into the tower. But it's only the first Lord of the game, so not too much damage done for now.
No charge and just a single swing. Philippines I don't think that they will be able to make full use of this Mega Creeps in the middle lane as well, as they have suffered quite a bit of damage coming in from the combination of Yin Huai as well as Vermouth. But the top lane, there is definitely a little bit of a collection of creeps, but there's still nothing that China can't deal with. As such, Philippines, unfortunately, even with the Holy Defense down that early, they didn't really quite manage to capitalize on that. So good thing for China.
One worry for China, though, is that we can kind of see them getting just a little bit desperate. Chokas jumping in that far just to kill a Morris. Like, even if she was actually able to get that kill, I don't think sacrificing yourself at that point in time would be particularly worth it. So there needs to be a bit more composure going into this. As for the Philippines, they are perfectly content to continue this stalemate. We already know how powerful Natan can be once you get the max slots. They don't even worry that Yinhuai will be able to farm the match here.
And now Yinhuai picking up the core holy Trinity. All three items with the golden staff being the last one being picked up is now in their arsenal. China might be able to take this fight a little bit better now, especially since now the anti-cuirass has also been made from side of Fanhua. So a little bit of tankability joined into the fray, a little bit more damage into the fray for the side of Yinhuai. The moment that China kind of holds down the fort well enough and just kind of capitalize on mistakes from the side of the Philippines, the comeback could still be very real.
Yeah, it's not impossible. That's why the Philippines still needs to be somewhat wary, though they can definitely afford to be a bit more on the aggro side. They're gonna start by initiating on Fanhua, who really just has no backup. China is not prepared to try and engage on that with all 5 members of the Philippines.
Not great at all. Now Philippines have gotten the Lord for themselves. And now, oh boy, China unfortunately have to gonna play around with their back against the wall. They're completely stuck and they are teetering on a breaking point.
Yeah, right now, that point getting closer and closer. With another Lord pushing down the mid lane, China are gonna have a very difficult defense. At the very least, they still have their inhibitors standing, but this is probably gonna take down most of them, as the Philippines are actually properly syncing up the waves to make sure that they're able to do as much damage as possible. Oh, hold on, they did find the Agon. Revitalize comes out. Yinhuai so close to taking it out, but here comes El Puerto! Chokes explodes! Double kill for El Puerto as Yinhuai follows quickly behind. With that, China, there's no way they can hold on anymore. Fanhua just throws herself at them, and the crystal is exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, your Asian Esports Games Grand Finals will be between Indonesia and the Philippines.
The gamble to hope that they will be able to bring down the Hilda unfortunately just did not go down so well. The moment they realized that the Hilda slipped right through the gaps of their fingers, they knew that the game was over.
There was definitely a bit of desperation at play once we got into those later stages. China knowing that they're not in a good spot, and if they lose this match, they won't have a chance to make it to the top 2, but they can't afford to be making mistakes like that. They can't be getting too greedy. And the Philippines just kept themselves disciplined and made sure to capitalize on it every single time China showed weakness.
Top 3 finish for the side of China. We all definitely gonna have to appreciate the strength coming in from these ladies. Although I'm definitely a little bit sad that we cannot write a new script coming in for the grand finals, because looking at China being able to beat the Philippines, that oh my, that would be so good to watch. And then going up against Indonesia afterwards, oh man. Unfortunately, the queens of the lower brackets is not gonna be crowned respectively to China, as Philippines have now stopped China's run at the lower bracket.
The same way they dropped them to the lower bracket in the quarters, they've ended their journey in the lower bracket finals. El Puerto getting MVP, Dan Nolan being able to rack up kills left and right. It's a disappointing end for China, but an impressive performance by Team Philippines here, showing us why their region has remained an MLBB mainstay for such a long time. Really good controlled aggression and beating China at their own game.
So now, the post-game stats gives us a very good idea. The amount of damage and the amount of tankiness that Diagon has got for herself is absolutely crazy. With 33,000 damage? Wait, really? 33,000 damage dealt by the Hilda? And that's the highest?
Hilda's just a different beast altogether, man. I really do feel like this is a hero that has to be respected no matter who you are facing. But congratulations to the Philippines. They will be able to face off against Indonesia in the grand finals right after this. And GG well played to China. They've already made a statement to the entire world.
Yeah, we're gonna have to really keep our eyes glued in for the highlights that will be popping up later on. But boy, oh boy, I think that we have yet another year for China, and they will be exponentially improving. I just want to know when will be the end of that learning curve. At which point does China starts to reach their peak, right? Because I'm pretty sure that this is not the peak of China. This is just their learning stage coming into professional MLBB.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are probably thinking, hey, we're talking a lot about China, but they really have surprised us a lot, you know? They deserve a bit of time in the spotlight for what they've been able to achieve in such a short time. I'm honestly terrified. Once they have like that extra year, once they have a few more years down the line, maybe they become the new Titans, but we can't say for sure. For now, we can have a look at the highlights here, where in the beginning, it was actually a fairly close game, but Philippines had a more complete lineup built with more burst damage and more crowd control, as well as lane priority across the map.
Indeed. I mean, if we take a look at both of the teams, when it comes down to the roaming trio plus the EXP laner, it's pretty fair to say that it is a lot of emphasis over to the side of Philippines, except that Perez just needed some time to really pop off into the later stages. And I think that that has been piloted to a T based on what Philippines have been doing thus far. They've been very aggressive and they have put a lot of priority in the gold lanes. Small little mistakes coming from China, a small little gamble coming up from them, trying to play a little bit more macro game and hoping that they would be able to get some numbers up on top of China, numbers up on top of Philippines. Didn't go well, gave a little bit too much space for Philippines as they cracked open the bottom lane so early and then cracked open the top lane early as well. It just moves on, and that tripling amount of time that's just working onto China is just not that favorable.
Yeah, they're a strong team, definitely, but I think we can tell from all the games that we've watched so far that they do also somewhat rely on certain pocket heroes to be able to really open up the map for them. And a good team will be able to spot that from miles away and deny it, the same way that the Philippines did here. So now we're gonna jump into a short break, and this is gonna be a very important one. Philippines, they just lost 2-0 to Indonesia earlier today. Now they're gonna be playing a much longer series against them in the grand finals. So anytime they can take to prepare is time that they need to use crucially. And this is also a great time for us to have a quick break, take a short rest, and come back fully refreshed for the finale of the Asian Esports Games. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys soon.
Pada tim SRG, Bulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semua aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Bulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Tapi salah siapa ni? Salah siapa ni?
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Salah siapa ni?
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara. Wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asian Esports Games 2024. We have went through 3 days of MLBB games here, and we are down to the final day, the final match between Indonesia versus Philippines. It has definitely been a long road for Philippines, especially while Indonesia has been nestling themselves in the summit waiting since yesterday. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Sadafa. And both of us are going to be your caster for today as we watch the walk-ins of Indonesia.
Indonesia, the team that has been able to claim their grand final spot through the upper bracket, has definitely had a much more straightforward pathway to the top, and now they are close to being able to claim that title. Consistently considered as one of the top women's MLBB teams in the entire globe, they are eager to retain that trophy and continue their legacy.
Now, of course, Indonesia, they have been up here for a long time, and they have been absolutely dominating every single people in here and have been showing a stellar performance thus far. Well, of course, in the meantime, on the opposite side, we've got Team Philippines that have shown absolute grit through the upper brackets. They have been knocked down to the lower brackets by Indonesia themselves, and they are here with a vengeance.
A team hailing from a region that has held the title in MLBB, who has been considered among the best for many, many years, now eager to claim it among the women's competition. Just like you mentioned, Abstract, they did end up losing the upper bracket finals to Indonesia earlier in the day, but have managed to claw their way back up into the top 2 after taking down China in the lower bracket finals. However, that also means that they've played more games in total, and hopefully their stamina will be able to hold on, because this is going to be a very long series.
Oh boy, yes it will be. A total of BO7. We will watch all the 7 games in the event that Indonesia and Philippines were to go down to the wire for every single game. If it's all a seesaw, back and forth, back and forth. We definitely want to see just how close this match would be. But I don't think that it would be all that simple, because Indonesia, they are quite a bit of a titan. And like I said before, they have been at a summit. They have been at a peak for the longest time. We've known just how much of a peak performance they have been thus far. Philippines, they have a lot and a very big shoes to fill.
Yeah, very big shoes indeed. But I think both teams are very, very eager to fill those in. After all, it is not often you get a competition of this scale for the women's side of the ecosystem. So they want to be the ones that can claim that top spot. Looking at the playoffs bracket, the path that these two teams have taken to get here, it has not been an easy road for either side or for any team. But these two already came in as fan favorites from day one, and I think it is only expected that these would be our competitors in the gold medal match.
Oh man, it's tough to watch. It will definitely be tough to watch. The fact that we saw China bowing out in the lower finals is already so difficult to watch. I think that looking at the team that will win in this gold medal match is also gonna be, there will be this sense of euphoria for sure. But imagine going through all of these, but to land up onto silver medal, I will say that there is definitely this certain level of happiness. However, you are here to get the big win. You are here for the gold medal, and I'm pretty sure the Philippines, they will bring out every single thing that they have showed thus far in this final game.
Yeah. This is going to be the pinnacle of women's MLBB up here on the main stage right now. It has been many grueling days of competition. We've been having pretty long days overall. So hopefully they have the energy, they have the spirit, they have the drive to push through all the way to the end. Because in a best of 7 series, stamina, endurance going to be the main issue, and how well these teams are able to adapt to one another through a series of grueling battles.
Now, I'm gonna throw this very blind question to you again. BO7, what's your scoreline?
Ooh, that's gonna be a tricky one. I feel like, as much as I'd like to say, hey, let's go all the way, 7 games, I do feel like Indonesia has been showing impressive dominance so far. So I'm gonna go ahead and say it's gonna be 4-2.
4-2. Okay. I think I see that there's quite a bit of respect there for Philippines. I think that Philippines, they definitely did manage to go all the way through, and I think that stamina might be the issue here for Philippines. I might be counting onto that. I'm not too sure whether I will be right or not, but I believe that Indonesia is definitely strong, and they will be able to make full use of the fact that they have been watching Philippines games. As such, a 4-1 victory might be the case here.
Yeah, ooh, you're actually okay, so you're going for it. Even more Indonesia favorite score than I am. We'll see how this could end up going. Heck, even a clean sweep, we never really know what the future may hold. Or Philippines could even surprise us entirely, right? Maybe they've been hiding some secret pocket strats this whole time, but we'll only find out after going through the draft. And I think at this point, we've also started realizing that there are certain hero picks that both of these teams are particularly comfortable with.
So the question would be if whether Kadita is going to be picked by the side of Philippines, because so far I think only China has been respect banning onto the Kadita, and whenever the Kadita was not banned at all, Philippines have been picking that up. So the question is, will they pick it?
Yeah, because Kadita may actually be a surprisingly contested pick between both these teams, right? It's not just Amoris who likes to play it. Cine was one of the first players to bring it out and really do very well with it. Not to mention, we also have Vivian, one of the few players in the tournament that pops a cracked show. Almost no other team will typically contest this hero, but against Indonesia, you have to always be thinking about it.
Now, of course, we are here to watch the entire game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. So far, we've got the Hilda, Mathilda, Angela, and Chip that's been banned out. So far, Jusin as well as Suyo has yet to be banned out, and I think that one of these is actually going to be leaked. I don't think that Indonesia is going to give the Jusin away to Philippines, will they?
Ooh, there is a possibility. If they let the Zeus in through, then they could technically also steal away things like the Kadita. But right now, there's still a lot open in the pool, right? There's still the Suyo. We still have the Hylos Gatot. We've seen some Moskov and Bruno being heavily contested. Also, heroes like the Eve and Lo Yi, I feel like may get a chance to show up in this matchup in particular, considering the skill levels of the teams involved.
I think that they're gonna have to open both the Suyo and the Jusin here. Oh, wait! They're not gonna give the Jusin away. So now the Suyo is actually up for grabs, at least for the side of Philippines. Now, will Alfredo actually pick up that Suyo? Because I actually don't really quite remember if whether she played the Suyo at all.
The thing is about Suyo nowadays is that he really is just not much of a first pick material anymore, right? That's why even earlier when we were watching the Cambodia lineup, I was suggesting, oh, you should ban Zusin instead. But Philippines will go ahead and grab it regardless. He's definitely not as strong as he used to be, but still a very solid hero. It's just that there's more counterplay against him now.
Yeah, so technically speaking, the Alpha is still going to be a very decent pickup coming from the side of Indonesia. Right off the bat, they have decided to pick up a Hylos for themselves. So at least when it comes down to the tanky department, Indonesian have got that covered. Mages, on the other hand, a lot of all these mages are still up. Vexana, Aurora, Lo Yi, they are all heroes that we can pretty much expect. But jungle-wise is where we start to kind of rack our brains. Alpha, Hayabusa, Julian, Nolan, all four of these are also very highly contested in the Asian Esports Games.
Yeah, absolutely. These are all very popular heroes among some of these women's teams. And I think so far, teams are going to try and make it so that they can keep the draft a little bit more on the open side, right? We got Harif and Hylos together. I think Philippines can definitely counteract this by going ahead and grabbing something like the Gatot Kacha. Again, Avatar Guardian, very good solution to Zaman Force. And if they pair it up with like the Eve, for example, then you already have a really hard-hitting team fight crowd control lineup.
Yeah, so Philippines immediately snagged onto the Hayabusa, and Gatakacha indeed will be the pickup for the side of Philippines, directly threatening the longevity of that Zaman Force. But we have seen a couple of times before of that Harif playing into a Gatakacha. They have 2 seconds to make it work. As such, I think Indonesia, what they can look forward to is just look for composition that can allow them to go for very bursty compositions, a very bursty way to kind of get the enemies. As such, I would say that the Nolan might actually be a pretty good pick here.
Actually, something that I want to first consider is Philippines picked Suyo and Hayabusa. So, where are they intending to field this? We have seen variations
Suyo
of this
XP?
in the past. I feel like it is most likely Suyo XP if anything. I remember we've seen some Hayabusa gold in the past on the world stage. Not something I would particularly recommend. So probably the former, but this is already a very interesting start.
Oh, good catch. It completely slipped out of my mind. That is a double, typically jungle league heroes in one lineup. So we gotta have to watch the draft go on before we can have a very good idea what Philippines is cooking at this moment as we speak. So we're just gonna be looking at the rest of the bans. Kadita immediately banned out from the side of Indonesia as they picked up that Vexana for themselves.
One thing I will point out is that if Philippines was intending to do this and put Suyo in the EXP lane, it might have been nicer to keep the jungle pick until the very end to keep it as a surprise. Most likely they ended up locking in Hayabusa at this point because they just want Hayabusa specifically and don't want Indonesia contesting it away, but it is a bit of a waste that you are like showing this surprise so early on, right? But in the second phase, we do see the heroes we talked about earlier, Kadita and Cho, both being banned out.
So there is definitely that level of respect coming in from both teams, with Indonesia targeting down onto Amores, while Philippines targeting down onto Vivian. So it is still actually up for grabs, just kind of ambiguous as to how the Hylos as well as the Gatotkacha is eventually going to be picking out. But Philippines have decided to go for bans on heroes that are primarily displacement heroes, as well as heroes that are really good at early game aggression. As you can see, literally all 5 heroes that Philippines banned out for are all early game heroes that can really put a number onto any late game compositions.
I think that's very smart of them, right? Like, the identifying feature of most Indonesian gameplay is their early game aggression and how good they are at snowballing leads right from the first few minutes. So they don't want to give them that sort of comfort play. It's sad that we won't get to see Cho or Jahid. I think those are both very fun heroes to watch. But Indonesia gonna go in the opposite direction here, it looks like, with the Ling. So actually leaning a bit more towards the late game stage.
Indeed, it kind of seems as though Indonesia just be like, yeah, you're banning out so many of the early game heroes, then okay, let's play the long game. If you don't allow us to play the early game to beat you, then we will use what you like to beat against you, and that is the late game.
Yep. So there is some risk to that, of course, right? Ling today has had his ups and downs, being picked up by teams here and there. Yeah, mixed success, I think, is a better way of describing it. If you're not able to get that early lead, things can be quite tough for you. And Philippines really bringing something interesting to the table here. Aurora and Ixia, I'm not sure I agree with this. I feel like Ixia is alright against Harif in lane, but is very vulnerable to Ling.
What? What is Makarabon actually cooking in here? Ooh. With the Ixia in the mix of Philippines, they have very good ways of counter-engage with the Frigid Glacier as well as the AOG, but that means that the team fight will be extremely rooted down. But in the meantime, you gotta have to expect the Ling that would eventually come over to the back lines to really deal with Ixia. That means that you actually need a very strong anchor from the side of Philippines that kind of plays as the shadow of Ixia. And unfortunately, that shadow might actually just be that Aurora. So they might actually just keep the Frigid Frost, or Frigid Glacier, specifically for the Ling in the event of a big fight.
I mean, that's gonna be hard to do though. That's one of your main forms of setup when you draft something like this. So if you save it specifically for the Ling, all Porto has to do is just not be part of the fight, which is perfectly fine for a Ling, right? And you're always gonna be holding on to it, waiting to see where they pop up.
So a lot of aerial denial is coming from both teams, right? We've got Gatakacha, we've got the Aurora, we've got Phovius as well as the Zaman Force. They both want to play for area. They want to win these river fights. But of course, if we talk about river fights, we are always gonna go back into lane priority. Which one of these teams is gonna leave the lane a lot sooner? Unfortunately, I don't get that opportunity to actually see a Suyo in the EXP lane all that much, so I'm not particularly sure about the priority of a Suyo against a Phovius.
I feel like Phovius should have a better time. Like, he's just very, very good at dueling. So you do still have to respect the percentage HP damage that Suyo has. As long as you do so, though, you are perfectly okay. Mid lane, freeze onto Cine. Vivian in some trouble.
I don't think that Sin is gonna go down that early, but luckily for the Southern Indonesia, they are all gonna be safe and sound for now. Now, the fun thing about the bottom lane is it does seem as though Fumi Echo is controlling the lane, freezing the lanes a little bit while Diagon took the opportunity to kind of shaft the wave a little bit. So this is where we gotta have to find out a little bit about how this matchup is gonna look like, as Fumi Echo is probably gonna start things out onto Diagon, but the HP of Fumi Echo is not looking good. But V-Ball joins in the fray, doesn't have Diagon to immediately go for the auto attack out of the pinch poise. As such, Diagon takes the first kill down over to the side of Fumi Echo. The Tempest of Blaze available for the side of V-Ball, almost bringing down Diagon, survives with just a split, but the S1 gets Diagon away!
That was a masterclass by Diagon. There's no better way of describing it. Using that ultimate to get that extra HP regen. If not for that, Diagon would have actually fallen to Vival and it would have been EXP for EXP trade. But because of that, Fumi Echo actually missed out on an EXP minion. That's immediately gonna put her behind just in terms of levels. And I did notice Diagon with the vengeance, Fumi Echo with the flicker, a little bit of a reversal with the battle spells you usually see. These are Diagon actually a little bit better in the direct fights.
Fumi Echo with the flicker, okay. I'm not too sure how that's gonna look like, but ladies and gentlemen, I think it is pretty fair to say that Suyo is dominating the lane against the Phovius. Look at that. This is just not much of a challenge, even if the Infernal Pursuit is available for this Phovius. But as we speak, Philippines, they've pulled the turtle right out for a little bit. Indonesia, they're not really quite interested in taking up this fight as of now. The immortal form coming from Diagon just ensures that amount of damage taken reduction is so high that Diagon is just not receiving any of these poke damages.
Yeah, very good spacing from both sides. I feel like Philippines are in a better position to try and go ahead and contest this turtle, especially considering Diagon's lead on Fumi Echo right now, but they don't really know where Vival is on the rotation in the jungle yet, so it's a bit risky to try and blitz it without that information.
As now Vivian opens up the glorious pathway, hoping they will be able to find something at the end of it, but wasn't able to do quite much as Philippines continue onwards when it comes down to Frigid Glacier. He did manage to land on the Vivian while Vival gets herself away with the Tempest of Place as they continue and engage. Vivero is going to go down as now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Fumi Echo quickly flickers away from Diagon at the brink of death. And Diagon again! Not the S1 again! Not the S1 away from the Ling again, man.
Seems like Diagon might actually be pretty comfortable on the CO EXP lane. I'm seeing very impressive micro mechanics from her so far, and both kills on the Filipino side belonging to this Suyo. Not a good sign for Fumi Echo. As EXP laners, we know how bad it feels to be behind in lane at this stage.
Oh man. So what can we exactly expect out of this? Philippines, they have got a pretty strong EXP lane at this point in time. Ling has constantly been trying to head down to the bottom lane to get a couple of free kills, but just couldn't find any dividends from all of that. And this is just not looking too great from inside of Indonesia. I mean, to be fair, they're not exactly an early game composition, I get that. But it's more about the fact that going into the late stages of the game, how is that going to look like? Because I just want to see how this Ixia will fare in a 5v5 battle against Indonesia, because I'm pretty sure that Vival will be the pain in the ass for Perez once the ultimate is just called out.
One thing I will say is that Shell is not going to have a good time this game. The moment you see that Zaman Force comes down, the AOG or the full barrage is just going to be laid down covering it. But they're going to try and defend this top tower.
We haven't seen the full barrage from the side of Perez just yet, though. But we have a 3-man pop up into the top lane of Philippines. With a quick little flicker from the side of Perez. This is just going to be a Ixia that's going to be safe and sound for now. Forced to revitalize over to the side of Vivian.
And it looks like in the bot lane, Vival not really able to duel Diagon very comfortably either. Tempest Ablaze comes out. The Vengeance going to be used.
Vengeance, as well as kind of getting away from the center with the Evil Queller. Absolutely fast pacing from the side of Studio, but in the meantime, quick little flicker from the side of Fumi Echo just to get herself away from the main parts of the team fight. And now, of course, with the full barrage, it didn't really quite do any number on the side of Indonesia. So that is one big ultimate that has been expended from the side of Philippines. This means that Indonesia should be able to take this turtle with no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, it was actually very well played by Indonesia there. They positioned themselves and used cooldowns that made it appear as if they were going to start and force a fight, which caused Perez to pop out the full barrage. But the moment they saw that, they just backed it off and left Philippines without enough resources to continue battling for the objective. And so they were able to take it without too much contention. We can definitely see the maturity coming in from these teams.
Indonesia really wants a piece of Perez, but it doesn't seem like things are going to work so well as the AOG plus the Frigid Glacier lands onto Vivian and crediting the kill over to the side of Perez, while the Zaman Force is just going to be popped. Chell wasn't able to find any opportunity to do anything against Perez as she opens up the full barrage, deals a decent amount of damage over to the side of Chell, while it is going to be the Quad Shadow plus the OD Shadow kill from the side of El Puerto to just immediately chain it up over to the next person. Unfortunately, Perez is going to be the first person to be taken down from the side of Philippines, followed by Vivero. And now Indonesia, they are happy with the fact that it is a 1-for-2 trade.
Yeah, Indonesia is very happy about that one. In fact, with just a little bit more HP, Vival could have probably gotten 1 or 2 more kills there as well. That was really perfectly timed. Although El Puerto got a great angle flank with the Ogi Shadow kill, Shell managed to jump away from it, allowing Cindy to tank most of it. And then Cindy herself was able to flicker out with the perfect timing to disjoint the ultimate ability from the Hayabusa as well, with Vival timing her arrival to do as much AoE damage as possible with that Tempest of Blades. The Philippines should have been in full control of that gank, but Indonesia actually turned it around on them and ended up trading positively. So with all that spoken, there really isn't much of a gold difference 8 minutes in.
we gotta have to take note that the bottom lane T1 has already been taken down from the side of Diagon. So all the way up to the top lane is gonna be where Diagon is at this moment as we speak. With the with the Lord that is currently available in the bottom lane, Ixia can join into the battle pretty effectively, but I don't think that she will be able to do too much. Maybe pokes a little bit here and there with the full barrage, but it is all just a matter of time if the Philippines is ready to take up this fight. As now, jungle versus jungle. We'll take a look at that. Level 11 on the side of El Puerto, while for the side of Vival is at level 12. So Indonesia, they do have a tad bit of a lead if they want to take on the Lord, but it's not as easy as that.
Yeah, I think Vival definitely got a big EXP injection with the 3 assists that she was able to get up in the top lane. And Indonesia right now is in a pretty good spot in terms of fighting capability. But I think the Philippines also recognize that they're very independent and can go for split pushes instead. So we can see Indonesia being dragged across the map to try and housekeep against the minion waves.
And now, the glorious pathway is just gonna be making its way right in the face of Vivian, while the Eternal Guard sends Vivian up to the sky, and the full barrage unleashes onto Vivian, and it is definitely gonna be a dead Vivian right now. The rest of the members for the side of Philippines, they are going to be coming in to scramble and pick up the pieces, as Shell is gonna be the next one down, while Diagon picks up double kill down on the Fumi Echo.
Impressive gameplay there from the Philippines. And this is what we're talking about, right? Using the macro presence that they have to split up Indonesia. And then when Indonesia try to go for the fight, when they think that not all of the PH team are around, Diagon is able to rotate right over. Vival not even able to approach the Lord Pit here, as this EXP lane Suyo is actually messing with them really hard.
So now, Indonesia didn't really quite get too much kills from that previous fight itself. Doesn't seem like they managed to get any form of control within of the Zaman force. In fact, Chell has mostly been trying to run away throughout the entire engagement. So Indonesia gotta have to find ways to really hold down the fort. I think that the main thing is that they used the Eternal Guard a little bit too early, and they wasn't able to stop literally anyone from walking out of the Zaman fort, or perhaps even stopping Chell from dominating within of the Zaman force.
Yeah, it's just been very effective gameplay so far from the Philippines. Indonesia being forced into very defensive action right now, but they're gonna continue fighting.
And now the AOG from Vivero gets herself out of that frigid glacier. This is gonna be fine and dandy for now, but unfortunately Perez found herself taken down by a train wreck of an Indonesia. The bottom lane Lord unfortunately wasn't able to find any dividends, but the main thing is Philippines should be able to take this T1 no problem. As such, granting themselves entryways into the jungle is to be expected.
Yeah, a kill onto Perez there is pretty nice for Indonesia. This is what we mentioned as well. Ixia is particularly vulnerable to Ling, but I don't think Philippines minds that too much. Al Puerta was pushing up top lane the entire time, already got a free tower off of it, and they still have a 4k gold lead at this stage. Indonesia need to buy more time for Shell and Vival to come online, otherwise Philippines are in full control of this.
Let's be honest here, when it comes down to that that Suyo is paying dividends. It's really strong in the early stages of the game, and right now we're just kind of looking to see just what else can he possibly do in the upcoming team fight. We know that Soul Sever can either give a lot of damage based on the lost HP, or just generally keep Diagon alive in the fight, especially since he's gonna be in the she's gonna be in the immortal form. That is double front lines from the Gatakacha plus the Suyo. At first, I kind of doubt the sustainability from the Suyo, but let's be honest here, the Brave Smite is actually working pretty well.
I mean, Suyo can be actually surprisingly bulky, but as a hero, that usually depends on whether he's actually a hit or not, right? Suyo is the type that really does well with an item advantage, but if he doesn't have that lead, he ends up being pretty squishy. So because Diagon is already 4-0 on this hero, it's actually quite difficult for Indonesia to deal with her. And even now, it's a 1v3.
Wow! Didn't even got brought down to half HP. Being in the immortal form plus the vengeance completely feels as though they mitigated a crazy amount of damage. Now couple that with a revitalized, I think Diagon might actually just be an unkillable beast in the eyes of Indonesia.
Honestly, watching this, I kind of want to play Suryo EXP lane now. Apologies to anyone who queues up with me in pubs later on, but this is surprisingly effective from the side of Philippines. We thought that Povia should be able to win out that 1v1 somewhat, but good lane control and pressure from Diagon right at level 1 already put her very far behind. And then the kill after that was just the cherry on top. With no EXP lane priority to play around, Indonesia simply does not have enough early game burst and pressure, and that has allowed Philippines to continue extending their lead throughout the entire game.
So 7-4 and 14 minutes into the game, Indonesia. What kind of power spike can we be expecting from them, right? With a Harif as well as the Ling, we can definitely expect more firepower from them. Maybe about 16 minutes from now, since they are currently at 35,000 gold. We should want to see them at around 42,000 gold to really make solid statements over to the side of Perez, right? Because front lines, very tanky. Indonesia don't really have that kind of damage. Even for Chell, I think that she would find it a little bit difficult trying to bring down Diagon.
Yeah, Shell needs at least Holy Crystal, and I think Vival needs like her third or fourth item. And Indonesia has not reached that point in time yet. The Lord's just pushing in, and the inhibitors are falling one by one.
So how's this gonna look like? As now it is going to be a quick little jump in from the side of AOG. Vivian just opens things up, just run right into the face of Perez. But I don't think that Vivian is gonna do too much, because the amount of damage from the side of Perez is just whittling down Vivian. Is just crazy. Wow, the full barrage opens up the curtains just to ensure that Vivian would not be able to get away. The front two liners from the side of Philippines may have been taken down, but no one is gonna be stopping El Puerto as well as Perez from bringing down the middle lane and the bottom lane in the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, the inhibitor towers are already all gone for Indonesia, and now the crystal is wide open. It is still a 3-for-3 matchup. I'm not sure the Philippines can just force this.
I don't think that Chell... Oh, never mind! Chell manages to run away, but with an incoming creep wave in the middle lane, Indonesia will close that out almost immediately, as now Philippines, they're going back to the drawing board and waiting for the next opportune moment to take the Lord and eventually end the game.
This has been an unexpected situation. This Suyo, despite it not being kept as a secret for too long in the draft, seems to be something that Indonesia wasn't particularly prepared for. I guess they would be under the impression that it wouldn't be the most effective overall, considering it's not a hero you'd ever see in that lane picked up. But so far, Philippines are using it to its fullest extent. It is creating so much space alongside Vivero to set up for El Puerto on this Hayabusa. Indonesia, they just need more time, but with no structures left on their side of the map, it's gonna be very, very dangerous for them to push out at all.
Oh, Vivian actually just running right into the face of Morris as well as Vivero, but doesn't seem like Vivian is going to go down anytime soon just yet. But Vivero doesn't have a lot of HP to be working with just yet. The quick little purify from the side of Chell wants to get away, but it is an Ogi Shadow kill that brought Chell as well as got the Cine down to a pretty low amount of HP, but at least the Winter Crown did manage to make sure that they are going to be staying alive. Throughout all of this engagement, the only person that went down is going to be Vival. Well, for the side of Diagon, she still wants to go on through, but wait, El Puerto went a little bit too deep, and City gets a kill down over to the members of Philippines.
Sydney definitely the MVP for Indonesia in this game. 6-0 on the Vexana, just staying alive and prolonging the fight, popping Purify and burst damage over and over again. That's the only way Indonesia is able to stop Philippines from just steamrolling over them. In the previous fight, we actually saw it being fairly even, but Philippines just had so much survivability and damage from the backline that it seemed like Indonesia wouldn't be able to catch up anymore. So it shows that they do still have damage to play around with, so their opponents cannot disrespect them.
There is so much possible ways for Philippines and Indonesia themselves to run over to the back line. Whoever managed to do their job the best will always come up on top. And in this case, Indonesia, it is actually pretty nice for the fact that Chell got away from the Ogi Shadow kill by transferring over to Cine, and then Cine popped off with the Winner Crown to ensure that she will be staying alive from all of that. As such, El Puerto went through all of that nonsense just to get zero dividends.
But now they're gonna have to defend against all 3 waves at once. This is so many minions for the Philippines.
As now the full barrage is just going to be popped on the side of Perez, but unfortunately that's not going to be a long-lasting one. As now the rest of the members from Indonesia is just going to be jumping themselves around to Perez, brings her down almost immediately for Vivian as well as Fumi Echo. They want to prolong this fight as much as possible just to ensure that their backline will be able to do a decent amount as Vival as well as Shell, the last 2 members remaining. Or never mind, we still have Sydney, but the rest of the members from the side of Philippines are all just going to be absolutely fundamentally melted down by Chell, and she got away with all of that, with no problems whatsoever.
The minions are doing a lot of damage to the crystal, but with Cindy and Shell alive, they're actually still able to hold. Indonesia have evened out the goal difference. Cindy, the absolute goddess that she is on the land of Dawn right now. The damage coming out from this Vexana needs to be respected. Shell being able to survive that as well means that they can go for more. They can push straight down mid.
What? That amount of damage is absolutely illegal, bundled with crazy mobility. This is why Harif is such a force to be reckoned with. This Indonesia, they have a barren wasteland at home. They went for a phenomenal defense, and now they're looking to go for a comeback. I'm not too sure whether they can or not, but they absolutely need to go for a 5-man wipeout and end the game straight from the middle lane.
Yeah, Philippines cannot afford to wait for this too much longer themselves, right? If Indonesia are given more time to scale up, we already see how much of a problem this is actually becoming for them. That base defense is deceptively effective from ID. Philippines, they still have control. They still have a lot of leeway to work with since they've only lost 1 tower the entire game. But death timers at this stage are going to be so long that if you end up losing crucial members at the wrong times, the game is just over.
So, with the Lord currently available for both of the teams to take, it is all about the engagement and, of course, all about who's going to be the one that pulls the trigger first. Now, Vivero hides within of the pixel brush, looks to go for a coordinated attack together between Vivero and Amores, but wasn't quite caught up by Vivian. Very vigilant to ensure that she gets away from that attack.
The Philippines are able to see that Cine is stuck in base, having to deal with all the pushing minion waves. No inhibitors means that you're gonna have someone back in base at all times to make sure that there isn't a backdoor happening. And we can see Diagon just consistently pushing down bot lane to make sure that she stays there as well. The moment Philippines finds the opportunity, they are going to start really melting down this Lord, because it is going to be free as long as Indonesia can be kept in their base.
As now, the Lord down to 18,000 HP. Indonesia holds onto the Lord for a little bit. Does seem like they want to reset this by a tad little bit. Yes, they are going to go for the reset, as I believe that they still don't have the Vexana with them in the battles. And Indonesia themselves knows exactly how important having the Vexana is in the upcoming team fights because of the previous engagement.
Yeah, but Cine just cannot be unlocked from the base at all. In fact, I'm kind of surprised the Philippines aren't trying to force something a little bit more, knowing that Indonesia is going to be at a numbers advantage. This is actually a very tense Lord dance. We are 22 minutes into the game. Net worth differences really don't matter anything at this point. It is all about execution. Philippines, they still have some space to make mistakes because, yes, they still have towers. Indonesia, though, have to be incredibly cautious.
Oh, this is tough, right? Actually throwing Cine, the mage, to clear the waves in the base. This is actually a little bit tough for us, for us to follow, because even after clearing all these waves, you gotta have to walk slowly back over to the team fight. And all Philippines need to do is just disengage from the Lord, and then wait for the lanes at the bottom lane to eventually push out again. And bing bada boom, you can go back for the Lord again.
It's a slow one here, Abstract. There's a reason it's called a Lord Dance, and this one is a particularly slow dance between these two very, very well-matched teams. There's a lot of experience here facing off against one another as well, and understanding of each other's habits. Lord dropping to half HP. Is this finally gonna be it?
Oh no, Vival, she's not around as such. She's stunned by she's stunned by Diagon, but it's okay. It's still okay. Vival goes to the back, actually found El Puerto. Not quite enough to bring her down though.
Everyone knows their lives mean so much right now, but Shell is engaging!
Oh, Paris! Taken down by the hands of Shell! And now Indonesia, they're just running it down over to Vivero. Didn't quite get enough to bring Vivero down and even pop the immortality just yet, but a solid push.
A really good initiative from Shell there. She was definitely the one who made the call, saw Perez out of position, and instantly went for the punish. This is because the rest of Indonesia had been able to chase away more key members like Al Puerto as well, so Shell felt like there was no danger to her life, and that's gonna be pretty good. But Perez is only down for another 30 seconds, and it's still difficult for Indonesia to try and steal the Lord within that timing.
So, 5 members from the side of Indonesia ready to go for the push. They need to get this locked down ASAP as the bottom lane is already slowly pushing in. There's still a wave of creeps now, so they should be technically fine for now. But they are really afraid of the initiation coming in from both Vivero as well as Amores. They can't get hit by both of these abilities at the same time. The moment that they do, the front line will be melted down, and unfortunately Vivian is in no condition to continue to fight. Not a lot of HP to work with, not a lot of mana to work with too.
The Agon is also being very annoying, just consistently making sure that Cine can never leave the base by pushing both mid and bottom at the same time. Minions are so difficult to clear at this point, but Indonesia cannot risk leaving Shell or Vival in the base to clear them up, because these are your only main sources of DPS now that we have gotten into the 25-minute mark.
Oh boy, a long game for the very first game of the grand finals match. What a way to start. The Lord's Dance is starting to really hold on for a long time. The Lord's HP has been extended to 67,000 HP. At this point in time, there is absolutely no way that you can blitz this down anymore, and it's still slowly, steadily increasing to 73,000 HP.
Al Puerto and Diagon tried to gank Vival in the bot lane as well, but he's already been able to maneuver away from them, so there's no way of getting a jungle advantage yet either. I think they can only just keep going with this push and pull in terms of the minion waves, hoping that there will be a mistake made and an opportunity created. Otherwise, who knows how long this is gonna be stalemated.
Oh man, how long would this be? Would there ever be a point in time where the game drags on for so long, it becomes completely impossible with a certain lineup to bring down the Lord?
I think it's a little bit tricky to say, all things considered, right? Like even though Philippines still have way more towers than Indonesia at this point, the game can actually go either way, right? It's just a little bit easier if the Philippines want to like set up for a backdoor attempt or something, right? But if you're going for straight up team fight, whoever is able to get the like big wipeout first, just straight up wins the game. Doesn't matter which side you're on.
Honestly, I'm just kind of baffled from the side of Philippines that they're not making full use of the fact that Vexana was sent to base to kind of wave clear, right? Because you already have information that Vexana is all the way at the base. The moment that you take a fight and you time yourself, okay, we've got 4 seconds to make this work. We just need to jump onto Chell or we need to jump onto Vival. We find that, we get out. That way, they will be able to get themselves a nice, sizable numbers advantage in order to eventually take the Lord down. But so far, they haven't really quite acted on the movements of Vexana just yet.
The issue is that the Philippines are actually still a little bit wary. At this stage in time, it's still kind of difficult to break through the front line of Vivian and Fumi Echo when they start a fight. And if it takes too long, then Cine is going to be able to make it from the base regardless, not to mention the amount of resources they would have to spend while also having to be careful of Shell. Philippines does have good damage, yes, but a lot of their lineup is front to back.
Oh, Diagon actually finding herself actually sandwiched between Sini as well as Chell. That is two of the main damage dealers from the side of Indonesia that has been pulled away. But Philippines might actually find an opportunity here. A quick little freeze over to the side of Viv. They have eyes on the Fumi Echo, but really nowhere else the rest of the damage dealers are just yet.
Yeah, and despite all of that, the Agon's still gonna be playing around the bot lane, looking for that split push instead. This is officially a stalemate, ladies and gentlemen, and this is only game 1 of the grand finals. Neither side willing to take a risk when this is the perfect time in the series to try and make something happen.
This is probably the biggest stalemate I have ever casted on so far. Like, it hasn't been a long time, I gotta be honest. Like, yes, we have games that lasted this long, but not exactly a point in time where both teams are just hovering in their jungles, waiting for the opponents to make the move on the Lord. This is probably the first time.
I mean, we talked about how important stamina is going to be in a best of 7, and right now they're already testing it when the series has just begun. I have no idea how long this game 1 is going to last, Abstract, and I'm a little bit afraid.
Yep, girls, do something. Wait, they're doing something now! Indonesia, Fumi Echo with a pursuit down onto Morris, and now they are backing off now. Oh.
Got a bit too excited too quickly there, sir.
Yeah, I was actually
it's a little bit
manifesting.
sad.
Yeah, a little bit of a manifestation.
You know what? I
hoping
understand.
That if I go loud, they will go all in too.
The issue is that Philippines actually don't have that much damage overall, since like some of their heroes are gonna start falling off at this point in the game.
At this point in time, I'll just take any form of glorious pathway as just kind of like a psych. I'm not gonna engage. I'll wait for you to come in kind of situation, right? And okay, City has got a lot of damage. That's not even the ultimate. The Wishing Lantern is actually doing quite a lot of true damage over the side of Vivero, and they should really look out for the mages, let's be honest.
Yeah, they're definitely looking out. In fact, both teams are looking out so much that they're just not willing to do anything, right? Indonesia actually kind of has the advantage just in terms of team fighting, because now that they've scaled up, Harif and Ling both hit incredibly hard alongside the Vexana. Whereas Philippines only really have Perez to play around in this late game stage. That's why even when Cine is stuck in base dealing with wave clear the entire time, they're not willing to take the 5v4 because they know that if Perez goes down, they cannot actually prolong the engagement against Indonesia anymore. That's why it was so important for the Philippines to end the game when they had the opportunity. But Indonesia was able to hold, and because of that, they are back in this. We have no idea how this is going to go. There hasn't been a kill for the last 10 minutes.
Exactly, and I believe that this might be a lead up soon. As now Perez, and there we go, Vivero! Running right into the face. On to Fumi Echo. Then with the crowd just gonna be popped, and in the meantime, he was hoping they will be able to go away from all of that crowd control, but that's not gonna be the case because the Frigid Glacier caught on the Fumi Echo with a 70 seconds death timer, and now this is where the domino effect goes down. The moment that you have managed to rumble onto a breaking point, this is where a team starts to shake. And Indonesia lost the Phobias. Philippines now have got the numbers advantage, and they resetted the Lord.
I don't know what the Philippines is doing actually. They should totally be blitzing this down right now, especially after that one. Okay, now it's go time.
Now we're talking. You got two members down on the opposite side. Indonesia, they are running for the hills. And now you have a big, beefy Lord that will be marching in from the middle lane. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to say anything about jinxing, but let's be honest here. Philippines took a long time to take that Lord down. A very long time. So, Indonesia will have a lot longer time to bring that lot down as well. So I'm pretty sure that this game is over by then, but we're just going to be taking a look all the way to the final moments as Indonesia just going to be going for a counter attack. We got Vivian all the way to the back lines, surviving with that a little bit with the Ring of Punishment. Not going to do too much. Cine still going to be A-okay as she flickers backwards. She's going to be fine for now, but both teams went all the way in. No one has died yet. Okay, no one has died. While Indonesia, Fubi Echo almost running away. The AOGs is going to be landing, but the winner crown just going to be popped from the side of Gel, losing the immortality and immediately buying the Rose Gold Meteor. But that's not quite enough because survivability is not what they want. They want to bring the lot down.
We have only just begun, people. This is only the beginning, and Abstract is already dead. F's in the chat for Abstract, everyone. 33-minute game 1. A victory for the Philippines in our best of 7 grand finals. A grueling marathon of a game. I hope we don't have too many of those.
We asked for 5, 6 games. It could go to 7 games and all. But if we have to watch games that runs 35 minutes, yeah, maybe not. But
maybe not.
Maybe not. So we shall see how that's gonna work out. Philippines did manage to take 1 point away from Indonesia. I am still technically on the path, right? Because I called for 4-1 victory, but this is actually momentum. Philippines might actually be able to steamroll with this amount of momentum and hope that they will be able to do a decent job moving on forward, going up against Indonesia for the next 3 games if they manage to clean sweep them.
Yeah, this is actually the first game that Team Philippines has been able to take from Indonesia the entire day. And I'm not like biased or anything, Abstract, but I'm going to be honest, I don't really like the way they won it. They literally just prolonged the game as long as possible, hoping for Indonesia to make a mistake instead of being proactive in like setting something up, right? Every single time Cine was stuck in base defending minion waves, they didn't take the Lord.
They could go for it.
When they got a kill on Fumi Echo, and while Cine was defending top, they didn't take the Lord. They had the wave specifically until Vival decided to try and take matters into her own hands before they decided, now we can take Lord. I don't know, man. I feel like it's too safe, you know?
Way too safe. Way too safe. That's why macro decisions as well as macro play is so important, so that we don't reach this kind of extent. If you have naturally pushing lanes on one side, then you can always be able to make full use of that because you're already going into a fight 5 versus 4. And in that case, there have even been times where Cine and Vival was last seen at the bottom lane, but Philippines still did not pull the trigger. Definitely a little bit infuriating, but still, at least Philippines still won the game. A win is still a win.
It is still a win. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams play this sort of more passive style in the past, right? Something that we always say is that it's not really playing to win, it's playing not to lose. I just think that the Philippines are demonstrating the cleanest example of it, right? Typically when teams do that, they're a bit overly reactive. But in this case, Philippines are actually doing it the correct way. It's just that, man, this is only game 1, guys. Like, you still have a best of 7 grand finals here. I am really worried about what this is going to do to the overall stamina of both teams. And I'm kind of hoping that we are going to see like faster games in general, not just for, you know, our sakes, but because these teams, the longer they are on that stage, the more prone to mistakes they are going to be. And that's not what we want the grand finals to devolve into.
So 4-1 was my call, and I think that because Philippines, they managed to get game number 1, the momentum that they have gotten might actually just help them springboard to get themselves a little bit more wins from here. You might be right about this, Sadafa. You might be right. A 4-2 might actually be the case here. But you know, it's still too early for us to say anything at this point in time. Indonesia still look really strong back in the group stages as well as the playoff. And the very fact that they absolutely dominated the upper brackets, we gotta give credit where credit's due. Indonesia is one heck of a titan.
I mean, both of these teams are a heck of a titan. But even titans will have time when they need a rest. And I think after that game, a little bit of rest is very necessary. So we're gonna give that time to them, jump into a quick break, and when we come back, it is gonna be game 2. See you guys there.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for handshake in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in once again over to the Asian Esports Games 2024. We have come back from the break after a very long, grueling game between Philippines versus Indonesia in match, or rather, game 1 in the grand finals in this best of 7 fashion. This has got to be the longest game. Sadafa and I gotta agree in unison. But I don't know. I love a good macro game. I'm from Singapore, so we play a lot of macro, right? Sadafa comes from Malaysia, so they play a lot of micro and a lot of brawling. So we have quite differing opinions here. But I think more or less we have a very good idea about how macro works.
Yeah, I think we have a good idea of how macro works, like... you know what? I'm just gonna move past it at this point, right? I was not satisfied with game number 1. Still congratulations to Philippines, right? It was a hard-earned victory.
Yes.
They kept their gameplay clean all the way through. It's the fact that they played it safe and didn't make a single mistake that they were able to bait out Indonesia into doing those things and losing out those 1v1s that risked it all. But I like it when teams do things like that, right? When they're trying to break out of a stalemate. Because I'll tell you now, if Indonesia did not try to make that happen, if they did not make those mistakes, we would still be in game 1.
That's fair. Yeah.
So I want to see something that's a little bit more active overall, right? This is the grand finals. Game 1, that was a slog, but Philippines has the momentum now. Let's see if they can use that to take over game 2 as well.
Alright, so let's see how things is gonna be. I would love for Philippines to be able to prove me wrong with my predictions, because let's be honest, we love to be proven wrong. And that means that the players have shown how strong that they are. And especially when it comes down to Suyo in the EXP, right? There's definitely doubts because we don't really see Suyo in the EXP that often. And Philippines, boy oh boy, can we just say that Diagon, she played that Suyo to such absolute finesse that she dominated in the EXP lane. That makes me want to play Suyo in the EXP lane even more from here.
Yeah, I said the exact same thing as well, sir. I feel like we're gonna see a little bit more of that in pubs starting from now on. But Philippines are still gonna be on the blue side. So Indonesia has the option of getting rid of it. Though Zusin, I feel, is still going to be a greater threat in the end. So with that said and done, Suyo is actually left open for the Philippines to pick up. We'll see whether they decide to do it again.
Oh man, Suyo is open again, ladies and gentlemen. Suyo is open. Philippines, you guys know, okay? Not every day is Sunday, but apparently in this case, Indonesia is delivering the Sunday over to Philippines. And I don't think that Indonesia is respecting the fact that the Suyo was played with such greatness by the hands of Diagon. And there we go. Look, at this point in time, this Suyo is flexible now. I don't think that we have ever said that before, but Suyo is now flexible in the hands of Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it, right? Suyo, Diagon on the Suyo was already able to straight up win the lane without question against something like a Phobius in game number 1. So if they can leave it as a flexible option, it is actually a perfectly viable first pick. As for Indonesia, I think going with the high-lows first is absolutely fine. But yes, I agree. Stealing away the Hayabusa is somewhat necessary. Force Philippines to play the Suyo in the jungle.
So with the Hayabusa and the high loss picked up from the side of Indonesia, now we no longer will be able to see the Hayabusa on the side of Philippines. So We shall see how that's gonna work. Do they want to pick up an alpha just so that they can deal with the Hylos? Okay, I'm not gonna assume that this is automatically gonna go with the EXP, but they can definitely set up a little bit of ambiguity over to that pick. So picking up a little bit of that picking up that mid laner would be a pretty fair choice at this point in time. Especially, okay, so wow, okay. Right off the bat, picked up the Khalid as well as the Jawhead. Very aggressive.
Okay. I like this. I think this is actually a very smart idea from Philippines. In the previous game, they had to deal with Indonesia going for a very scaly type of composition, and although they were in control earlier on, they ended up losing some of that momentum once farm was gained on the Indonesian side. So if this time they can try and force the game to a close sooner by going on more early aggro heroes, especially against the Hayabusa, they should be able to retain more control.
So how will this look like for now? I gotta have to say, so far, with these first 3 picks, Philippines have got a very strong composition already. They have got lane priority in the EXP laner from the side of the lead, since the Hilda is not gonna be seeing the light of days. So we're good on that. Middle lane, we don't really have a very good idea just yet, at least for the Aurora as well as the Vexana. It's still currently available, so we just gotta leave it that. It still can be picked up on the side of Philippines. While the aggressiveness coming in from the Jawhead, I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to who was that again? Vivero. I'm pretty sure that Vivero should be able to do a pretty decent job in being able to catch up some of these heroes, especially if Hylos would just draw the curtains and immediately put down the Glorious Pathway. That is the point in time where you can actually bring the Hylos even deeper, where everyone can just crunch down onto him.
Yeah, what Philippines will need from this point onward is a little bit more burst damage that can really follow up on the Jawhead. I think grabbing things like the Vexana is totally fine. Kadita is actually quite good as well when combined with the Jawhead, because they just want to have that strong mid-roam duo that's able to start affecting the map straight from the beginning. As for Indonesia, looks like they're going to be focusing a bit more towards the gold lane side, banning out that Moskov, and basically trying to limit the Philippines specifically to early game gameplay so that Harif can have lane priority and is a little bit harder to gank even with more aggressive heroes.
So with the CC being thrown into the banning pool from the side of Philippines, we've got a Moskov as well as Vexana taken away from Indonesia. Aurora is still currently available. Philippines may choose to go for an Aurora ban if they do not want it to go over to the hands of Indonesia, because the Harif has already been taken. So the moment that you actually pair the Harif together with the Aurora, that pretty much just means that they have a very solid answer to anyone that tries to run away from the Zaman Force. Or in fact, it is a great follow-up just so that they will be able to extend the longevity of Harif in the Zaman Force.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I am thinking of like other mages that can be picked up here for both of these teams actually, and I am still very, very surprised at how rarely we have been seeing Eve and Loyi. These are two very highly contested mid laners on like the general professional scene, the Valentina as well, right? And we just never get to see them. There's a greater priority for things like Kadita in exchange, right? And why not go for the more reliable heroes that can really open up the map, set up team fights, set up ganks more easily, and just generally have good scaling?
Yeah, so now the ball is on the court in Indonesia. They have decided to take the Kadita. Definitely not what I expected at this point in time. That means Philippines have got quite a lot of choices that they can go for when it comes down to the mages. You mentioned about Loyi, and I always thought that Loyi is also and always a very strong pick, especially going up against the Harif. It is the kind of invisible damage that you gotta have to really respect, especially if there's a big beefy front line such as Hylos that is constantly over there. This way, you will always be able to stack those yin and the yang constantly and bring everyone together. That is probably what is one thing that would get the Harif to be really afraid of continuously chrono dashing within of his own Zaman Force just because of the rotation.
But they go for the Faramis instead. Also fairly popular around here when most of the other more common options are no longer viable. That should definitely deal with the Kadita quite well, actually. As long as the Faramis tracks Zinni's position, then the NetherRealm will always be able to deny a free kill on the rough waves regardless of situation. I'm not too sure how I feel about the carry pickup because she really isn't that effective anymore. But it can still definitely work. Like her dueling ability once she has the Trinity is actually kind of hard to deal with.
So carry to really deal with the Hylos, so they would have an answer to the front lines, especially since they picked up a Faramis who is not necessarily super good at being bursty to one person and would have a lot of problems to actually take down this Hylos. While Indonesia, they finished it up by picking an Arlet. So that's an initiative tool from the side of Indonesia. We've got a pretty tanky front line from the side of Hylos. Wow, honestly, it's kind of tough for me to really put a finger on this. Like, how is this gonna look like and how is this gonna work out? Lane priority on the Jazz. What do you think, Sadanpa?
I do still kind of like the Filipino lineup just a little bit more because it permits more active action against something like a Hayabusa. So if it's successful for them, they can immediately start messing with things. Because to be honest, Hylos Kadita doesn't offer the best mid-roam lane priority overall, so they can actually start by invading if they choose to. But Indonesia can be pretty good at snowballing, and with the Arlet Hylos combo, they actually have a surprising amount of teamfight control that could set up for really big rough wave plays.
Honestly, all I'm looking out for truly is the early game as to how are they gonna be snowballing a tempo towards their lead, right? With Philippines that have very strong control in the EXP lane and will be able to unlock pretty early. You got El Puerto that's playing as a Suyo along with Vivero that's just working along onto that jaw ahead. I think it's relatively fair to say that Indonesia's mid lane might be a little bit afraid for whenever the Suyo and as well as the Khalid decides to head to the middle lane. I find that Zinni might be in a lot of threat by the hands of Philippines eventually.
Yeah, I agree with you. We've already seen how difficult Kadita can be to play if your opponent has the right tools. So far, we can see Philippines actually gonna be trying to be aggro on Vival. That's exactly what they should be doing.
And now it's just gonna be a complete lockdown on the side of Diagon. Immediately taking Diagon out. Definitely not the situation that we were expecting. Since Indonesia now took one kill away from Philippines, even though Philippines is the one that's technically speaking supposed to be the aggressive one.
And hold on.
Ooh, Vivero, next one on the count, flickers herself away, and she's gonna be fine for now. But unfortunately, that is a very big battle spell that has been expended.
Yeah, that's a lot of resources used by the Philippines and they don't really get anything. Not to mention, Diagon is the EXP laner and became the first blood, so that might mess with her EXP a little bit. No, actually the lane was already frozen, so Diagon, luckily, not gonna be affected too much from this. But I do think that she probably made the call to go and harass Vival without waiting for a response from the team.
Now, there's a quick little NetherRealm for the side of the Mortis. While the rest of the side of Indonesia decided to not continue with a fight against the Mortis, since it is pretty much annoying to deal with the NetherRealm, as we speak. Now, with all of the rotations coming in, through and through, Indonesia seems to be able to clear out their waves pretty fast in the EXP lane, and just we've got the Arlet that's already heading heading away down to the bottom side, or rather the middle side. So it's all about gaining control over to the river line once again. Whoever is able to get the information, as long as whoever's going to be opening up the maps, it's always going to be fine and dandy. As now Vivero it's herself to find the space of Vivian, not going to be able to find anything yet.
A little bit worried for the Philippines here. With the draft that they have, they really should have gotten 1 or 2 kills under their belt by now, but Indonesia has been doing actually a very good job of just freezing them in place in these first couple of minutes and not really allowing for overextension into the jungle.
Oh, almost there, but the NetherRealm keeps Morris alive, at least for now. It's a lot of intense as well as very aggressive plays from the side of Indonesia, but unfortunately haven't really quite found any dividends just yet.
Yeah, not quite yet here. So this is very similar to what we were seeing in game number 1 as well. These teams are surprisingly evenly matched. And even when it seems like one side should have greater advantage in the first couple of minutes of the game, we can see that they're both very good at knowing their limits and just how far they can extend on the map. So you can see that discipline, you can see that experience where they are not going to be caught out too easily, and we're not going to see many mistakes right at the beginning of the game, because that is when their minds are going to be the freshest overall. So an endurance of battle is what ends up wearing down the wits of these two competitors.
Now, the total is going to be brought out by the hands of Alberto, and now Diago on even trying to push Vivian away, but I don't think that this fight is going to go too well for the side of Indonesia for now, as the net realm is just going to be popped immediately, ensuring that Alberto as well as Amores is going to be fine for now. But all the way at the backside, Vivero was hoping that he will be able to do something against the side of Vival as well as City, but that didn't work out so well. Indonesia takes a kill from that team fight.
I'm actually very impressed by Vival's timing in that one. Vivero specifically committed Unstoppable Force onto her in the way back line to try and make sure that she was stunned when the turtle dropped her retry timing. But the instant quad shadow in and retry, and then the reversal to pick off Rivero for it. Indonesia looking pretty comfortable right now. And if they're able to continue getting kills onto Vival specifically, this Hayabusa can become a threat very quickly.
A quick Lawrence pathway, which unfortunately did not quite connect very well. It is all about a game of attrition. Since both teams, they haven't really managed to find too much of the lead in the early stages. No, Vivero, no! Wait, never mind. Well, she's tanky enough. And now she's tanking up every single one of the... Oh, shadow kill! But Vival still finds those shurikens right into the face of Vivero.
This is a very unusual situation. A Jawhead should normally be able to handle a Hayabusa pretty well, but Vivero and Team Philippines, having been put quite behind at this stage, isn't actually tanky enough to deal with the damage that Vival has. And now that it's 2 kills on the Hayabusa, it's lucky for PH that Vival doesn't have the Sky Piercer yet. Otherwise, this early game would already just be over.
Now Indonesia, I think that they want to do a little bit of comeback gaming against the start of the Philippines. For the Reggie Sandstorm lands on the 2 is not going to do too much though. Bastini went over to the back line and really wanted to do quite a number on the opponent, but wasn't able to do quite much. Vivero, the one that goes down from the side of Indonesia. Indonesia have constantly been able to get kills, but Philippines on the other hand hasn't really managed to find anything yet.
Yeah, the team fights from the Philippines are actually incredibly messy. We are now starting to see a little bit of the team Indonesia that has gotten this far into the grand finals through the upper bracket. They are so good at these scrappier team fights and at identifying weak points in the enemy formation. City being able to find Amores in the middle of all that chaos before the Netherrealm could be popped instantly won the game for Indonesia. So Philippines needs to take a more structured approach to this. They gotta make sure that they have information on all of their opponents before they full commit.
Oh, Amores. Oh, gets taken down by Fumi Echo with the final slash. Alberto joins into the fray. Was hoping they will be able to do a decent amount onto the opponents, but with that all said and done, it's not gonna be looking all that well at all. It's gonna be tough for them to even do anything from this point, as Philippines lost the tier 1 turret.
Yep, things are going exactly how Indonesia wants them, and I feel like every single time we say that we like a particular draft a bit more, that draft ends up not doing very well. It's a very weird situation because Indonesia should not really be that strong early on compared to something like a Jawhead and Khalid, but they are outplaying Philippines in every turn.
Now Indonesia, they don't have got the Summon Force available for the next upcoming fight, but you can definitely tell the Philippines, they are finding themselves in a difficult spot. And take a look at this! City timed the rough waves as the Mortis took time to get out of that Nether Realm silenced state. That is why it's so difficult to play against a Kadita, and in this case, Sini is just piloting that Kadita to a T.
Based on the few Kaditas that I've seen throughout this tournament, I personally feel like Cine is actually just the best performer on this hero overall. So, if Philippines are gonna continue down the line banning Kadita, I would agree with it somewhat. The ability to identify opportunity is strong in this player, and the fact that she was able to get that previous kill even without relying on Petrify means that she has the ability to go for another combo.
As Vivero goes into the unstoppable force, connects down to the beef and flickers herself away, gets caught into the nether realm, so she's gonna be fine and dandy for now. Well, Indonesia, the last slash, final slash is gonna be landing, but the rough waves dealing quite a bit of amount of damage, but no one is gonna be going down just yet. Vivero survives with a slipper. Oh, never mind. Tell with the synchro vision. There was quite a good amount, and Vivian as well. Look at all of these people that is getting away with just a hair to the name.
Man, I feel like Game 1 and Game 2 of these Grand Finals can be put in a textbook for what it means between a team playing Comfort and not. Indonesia is performing like a completely different lineup in game number 2 compared to what we saw in game 1 when they had to play more for scaling around the hero like Link. Here, they're going for snowballs, they're going for scrappy fights, they are counter-engaging onto the Philippines and perfectly identifying cracks in the armor that they can break right open. The game so far has been so one-sided. 9 kills to 0.
One thing that I also have realized is the fact that it is a Brave Smite that has been picked by Perez. So this is a little bit of like kind of like an old-timer carry back then, where we started to see a little bit of that tanky carry being picked up. I think that is more about just the laning phase, and that's why the Brave Smite has been bought. But all the itemizations and all that kind of stuff is still gonna be your significant and your typical Holy Trinity. So working his way, as long as Vivero is able to find those nice catches right onto Perez, I think that there could still be a chance for Philippines to be able to play a little bit more of that pick-off composition against Indonesia. Since Indonesia really wants to play together as 5, we need to look out for Philippines being able to find these small little pockets of victory.
Yeah, but you know, Shell also just got Holy Crystal a moment ago, and now they are pushing straight in.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be looking great for Vivero. They are not able to pick off anyone at all. Perez immediately dashes away while Diagon goes in with a quick sand gun, hoping that she will be able to stay alive. But unfortunately, Chell is just dealing a little bit too much damage. And I don't think that a Soul 7 from the side of Alberto will be able to do enough to get the kill down in Indonesia. But at least clearing out the wave, as well as killing the Lord, is more than enough as Indonesia knocks on to the inhibitor turret in the middle lane.
They didn't even end up losing anyone in that previous exchange, even though they're inside the Filipino base. This game has been so one-sided that the crystal is gonna be taken down like it doesn't even exist. Game 2, the total opposite of the opening of the Grand Finals, as Indonesia evens it up 1-1.
Indonesia with their brawl games, they are good with their micro game. It's very synonymous to Malaysia. Well, Singapore is very synonymous to Philippines. Singapore, Philippines, macro game. Micro game, Indonesia, Malaysia. Boom, boom, pow, bing, bada, boom. Great games coming in from both of these two teams. I gotta have to say that Indonesia, they were very decisive with their fight. While Philippines, what they wanted to do was just simply drag on the game for a little while longer. They have the pick off that worked out for them. The carry should be able to deal crazy amount of damage to high HP and high value targets. While in the meantime, for Suyo, with the Soul 7, he should be able to bring down and be the executioner of the team. But unfortunately, I think that just doesn't match up, because when they pick up the Faramis, that is already one big chunk of damage output that they are losing. And whenever they pop off in the Nether Realm, what they have been doing thus far was to disengage. That's the whole main point of what the Philippines want to do. They want to keep on disengage until they reach that power spike, and then they fight back.
Except I feel like that is a bit of a mistake as well. There's a lack of cohesion in the way that the draft was completed and the way that players approached it. right? In that you have a jawhead, you have someone that can set up fights so quickly, so easily, and you're not properly playing around him. The Faramis doesn't have enough burst. Al Puerto needs to be participating, but I didn't see the Suyo on the map like for the entire game, and because of that, we see Vival getting the MVP for game number 2. Hayabusa being stolen away was a stroke of genius, really smart adjustment to make sure that Indonesia could go for the timing that they're more comfortable with and punish Philippines for trying to play slower on a draft that promotes early game aggression.
So honestly, man, I just really thought that we might be able to expect a little bit more from the side of Philippines, right? With a very strong lane in the EXP, with a Suyo that generally clears the way, clears the jungle faster than a Hayabusa, and being able to deal a lot of damage in the early game as compared to the Hayabusa. We've got a Jawhead, which is a pick-off hero with the Unstoppable Force plus the Force Injector. With just these 3 heroes, we would have expected that the early game would go into the hands of Philippines. But I think that there could be a little bit of a tunnel vision from the side of Philippines, whereby they know that their win condition lies in the late game. So the moment that they pick up the Faramis, they're just like, okay, we're gonna start playing safe from the start, and then try to be neck and neck with Indonesia right off the bat.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It just feels weird to me. It felt like there was a disconnect in terms of how the draft went. Because even from that very first play, when Diagon tried to jump in to stop Vival from farming, I feel like that could have happened earlier. And even if you wanted to capitalize on that, for some reason, Diagon jumped in way deep by herself, and the rest of her team was just waiting outside of the jungle for something to happen. Like, you could have full committed there and almost guaranteed a kill, but there was this reactiveness to it that didn't really follow what Diagon wanted to do. And then after that, Al Puerto focused on farming, even though on a Suyo you have so much early game burst damage that if you start roaming around with Vivero or Diagon, you can probably like pressure or like rack up snowball, and none of that just happened. Indonesia was just like completely taking over the game at that point.
I think that maybe Vivero is just not too comfortable when it comes down to the Jawhead. We will look, I think that in the early game, we need to get that kind of catch. We need that kind of pickoff to really work well into the mid stages of the game. But to see that Indonesia is able to end the game in 11 minutes, I would say that is very much is very much of a credit over to Indonesia for being able to end the game that early with that kind of composition as well. We gotta have to agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia ended the game in a third of the time it took for game 1, you know, so I feel like it's a much more decisive victory overall. It kind of balances out. But speaking of a third, we will have our third game coming up right after this, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we'll give some time for the players and for all of you guys at home to take a break, go to the bathroom if you need to, because when we come back, let's see which team is able to get that lead back. We'll see you guys in a moment.
Dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asian Esports Games 2024. My name is Abstract. With me here is Sadafa. Game number 2 just recently concluded between Indonesia versus Philippines. Game number 1 ended in a very long fashion, and that primarily comprises with PH capitalizing on the mistake of Indonesia, which took, I think, the game all the way to 35 minutes. While on the flip side, game number 2, Indonesia took the game by the storm by going to game number 2 and ended the game in sub 12 minutes. It's a very vast big of difference. So at this point in time, the game could quite literally go either way. If Philippines were to take the early game and able to hold out well, I think the macro game is imminent, and Philippines might be able to drag on the game once again and just capitalize on the mistakes of Indonesia in the late stages again.
But what this does mean is that now that both teams have had a taste of what their opponent is capable of, we're going to start seeing a bit more adaptations overall, right? I think it's pretty clear that certain players are particularly skilled in specific heroes. I do think that hero pools are a very good place to target, and teams have already been doing it so far, right? Where we do see a lot of bans onto like Cho when they're up against Vivian specifically, or banning out the Kadita against ID and PH specifically, right? So we need to see just a little bit more of that. I think now that PH is on the back foot a little bit since they just lost game 2, what they need to do is figure out that, okay, ID are actually very, very powerful if they're playing more of an early to mid-game scaling kind of team lineup. So if they're able to prevent them from being able to achieve that, it should allow them to secure victory just a little more easily.
I think that also is a very important thing to note, because game number 1, what Philippines did was they went out for an all-out early game hero ban out, right? Matilda, Cho, Jawhead, if I remember correctly. I think Khalid, was it Khalid or was it in the mix? I think we had Khalid in that game.
Yeah.
Let me just rewind it.
Yep, we did.
Oh yeah, Khalid was bad. Yeah, Khalid was bad. So that was the draft for Philippines, and I think that is a step towards the right direction against Indonesia. So maybe, just maybe, we might be able to see a replication of that from Philippines.
Yeah, the main thing that I just did not like very much from the Philippines in the last game was that there was a pretty obvious disconnect in the way they started their draft and the way they ended it, right? Because I believe they did start with the Khalid and the Jawhead, but then later on, we saw them shift into things like the carry and then the Faramis to try and be a solution to the Kadita. But because they were forced to react defensively with their draft, there was no longer a very clear link between what the heroes all wanted to do, and that led to mistakes in gameplay as well as an unclear power window for their composition to take advantage of. So ideally, this draft, that does not happen.
We shall see how this is gonna work out with the Chip, Angela, Hilda, as well as Jusin that has been thrown into the banning pool. Now, my question is, of course, is that Indonesia has been leaking Suyo all the way. Will Philippines leak the Suyo over to the side of Indonesia? That's the big question.
Yeah, Suyo, we've already seen what Diagon from the Philippines can do with the hero, can be flexed into the EXP lane, but in the previous game, once the Hayabusa was stolen by Indonesia, Philippines no longer felt comfortable doing the same. So it might be a very specific combination that requires both of these parts in order to work them most effectively. I'm pretty sure that Indonesia should have picked up on that themselves by now. Looks like we're going to have the Suyo left open, with the Harif being specifically banned out here by the Philippines. Honestly, I feel like Indonesia could even open with Hayabusa if they wanted to.
Really? With a Hayabusa, I suppose with high loss still available and all that kind of mix, I don't think that, personally, I wouldn't think that Indonesia will kind of lock their junglers in that early, unless it's a Suyo. I still believe that Suyo has got this level of priority in the drafting phase, but not necessarily for higher. Oh my goodness! Call yourself a sage. Take it, take it. I will reflect. I will go over to the corner and I will reflect right now, this very instant.
I had a feeling here. That was a gut feeling for once the caster curse not actually doing the thing we expected to. But yeah, having the Hayabusa is a two-pronged spear because it not only disallows the Philippines from going for that specific Suyo Hayabusa combo, but it's something that Indonesia is very comfortable playing around. So I felt like they could actually go for it first, and since Philippines doesn't usually go straight for like high-lows gatot afterwards, Indonesia would still be able to pick one or the other in the second phase. In fact, Philippines go for the Cho and the Bruno.
Ooh. The Cho is a pick that I would have expected over to the side of Indonesia, but I can't help but believe that that was more of a deny pick from the side of Philippines, not wanting to give the Cho away to Vivian. Because Cho has pretty much been leaked out from the drafting phase, from the banning phase, and I think the Philippines is just like, oh crap, do we even give that away? But that also means that the Suyo is currently available. I don't think that Indonesia will pull off a Philippines, right? I don't think that they will want to play the Suyo in the EXP, given that there are still a lot of EXP options, like Hylos, Khalid, all of that is still up for the grabs.
Yeah, they go for the high-lows, which I think is fine. Might be a little bit harder to play the high-lows when there's a Cho around, since if you overextend, you're just immediately going to get kicked, but still a pretty safe and open option. And they're going for Clint as well. I think at this stage, we know that Indonesia as a team likes their early to mid-game prio, so that means you need to have winning lanes, or at the very least, even lanes. It's hard to have a winning lane against Bruno, so Clint is about as close as you can get, at least going even in that regard. But I kind of feel like they could have optionally went for Kadita as well here, because I feel like it actually works good against the heroes that the Philippines has picked.
So we do have at least both of the goal laners that could pretty much excel in the early to the mid stages of the game with very early power spikes. Both varying with playing around with the crit damages and all. So I will always have got a little bit of bias towards Bruno. I will always say that Bruno is, of course, a more consistent damage dealer as compared to a Clint, which is more of a bursty marksman, you know. But regardless, we've got Indonesia that's finished their lineup with a Hayabusa, Hylos, as well as the Clint, while Philippines is looking at a Cho, Bruno, as well as a Vexana. Still very likely Philippines may actually be able to draft towards the early game.
Yeah, Philippines right now has a very open draft with the three heroes that they selected here. I do like that they're banning out the Kadita. They are actually kind of vulnerable to it right now. So since Cine kind of goes hard with the hero, better not to have to risk it at all. That does actually limit the mid lane hero pool a good amount as well. I don't actually think Aurora is that good in this situation. So I would still like something like the Lo Yi. Eve would be great as well. The Suyo gets banned from the Indonesian side. I think that's very respectable too.
I think that looking for heroes. Excuse me. I think that looking for
good,
heroes.
sir?
Yeah, for some reason my throat is ticklish. But yeah, I'm thinking of heroes that is able to just kind of deny Cho from being able to just casually and just have free reigns from walking all around. You know, we have talked about the Jawhead. The moment that the opponent's Cho got a little bit too close, you can always yeet them towards the turret, so on and so forth, punish them for coming too close. And that's the kill range that that I always talked about. So I think that Jawhead roam is still a very viable thing for the side of Indonesia, so that they could at the very least have an answer to the Cho.
Jawhead roam. Yeah, I'm okay with that actually. Jawhead roam would not be too bad at all. In the past as well, people would oftentimes pick up the Ruby because they both have a lot of CC, but it's a bit harder to play Ruby in the current meta right now because of what it really necessitates from you. So I'm not too sure if that's what they'll go for. They can actually still optionally go for the high-lows gatot combo as well. It would lead them very heavily into the front to back sort of lineup, so they need to play carefully around the Cho, but it gives you a lot of AoE to play around with. Oh, Khalid actually hasn't been banned out either. So there's still plenty of good options.
Indeed, a lot. Like, even for Philippines, I have a feeling that they would want to pick up the Khalid for themselves. I mean, it is a Khalid going up into a potential high loss in the EXP lane. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't pick that up. It's very good follow-up from the Way of the Dragon, but in the meantime, it's also very good ways to start off the battles and perhaps even to reach the Clint in most of these team fights. You have the range, you have the damage, but Philippines have decided to pick up a Joy in R4.
Joy, okay. Indonesia needs to draft very carefully now. This is a hero that completely runs over the game if you don't counter her properly. You have to look into straight up single target lockdown. So since Cho is gone, the best thing next would be Kaja, in my opinion. Good against Joy, actually not too bad against Cho as well. For Indonesia to play around more of a burst composition. They would ideally want a high damage a mage if they're going in that way as well. But with Kadita and Vexana gone, I'm still not a big fan of the Faramis, but I think it's alright. And they go Khalid.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of this. Honestly, when you mentioned about a Kaja can definitely work out pretty well as well. To me, when it comes down to roam, it's really either the Kaja or the Jawhead. At least when it comes down to Jawhead, when you activate your missiles, not only do you threaten the roamer from getting close to you, you can also threaten this Joy whenever they're just dashing around you. You have good amount of single target damage if all of them just go straight over to the Joy. With the Unstoppable Force plus the Force Ejector, I don't think that the Joy will be able to see the light of day. So just from these 4 picks from Philippines and the 5 picks for Indonesia, I would say that Philippines have a way better draft already.
And then they go for the Phobius as the last option as well. Yeah, I agree with you. I do like Philippines draft quite a bit here. The Faramis can work, definitely. It's a more defensive rather than offensive answer to the Joy. Because if the NetherRealm timing is popped correctly, then you basically negate the majority of Joy's electrifying beats. But if you don't do it right, then you just have no way of dealing with her because you just have no reliable CC actually on the Indonesia side to play with outside of Law and Order. So they put themselves in a tough situation where they have answers, but it takes a lot of executional difficulty to do it.
Oh wow, the other thing that we gotta have to look out for, El Puerto is working onto the temporal raid. So this is the kind of Joy whereby you will see a dash out, dash kind of combination. I'm excited to see how this is gonna work out. I'm super stoked to see Philippines being able to take the early game because Indonesia, they may have been able to take game number 2 by a storm. I would want to see the Philippines take this game by the storm.
Yeah, the one thing we have to note is that while in the past Joy was more of an early game hero, I think she's more of a late game hero now. So Indonesia, if they can stop El Puerto from being able to farm safely, will have the advantage. But they don't really have lane priority, so it's a bit hard for them to do that too.
Oh, so middle lane at least, the clear times are almost very similar. EXP lane, the Phobius should be able to have a decent amount of time. But in the meantime, for the bottom lane, the gold lane, I think that it is more about a skill matchup. The only problem when it comes down to this is all about mobility, is that Philippines need to expand the skills in order to catch up to Indonesia, while Indonesia is naturally fast, especially or only because of this Khalid.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. Indonesia already trying to be as annoying as they can be. Vival did actually manage to steal a jungle camp away from the Filipino side of the map there. So that should help the Hayabusa get just a slight EXP advantage over El Puerto. But I highly doubt either of these teams are gonna force anything until that very first turtle spawns, because they just don't really have the setup for a quick burst kill.
Dutch Vegan finds herself right in the face of Philippines. We do have a little bit of the electrifying beast to ensure that El Puerto gets the purple buff. But yes, indeed, we'll be able to. But this is where... Wait, gets the purple buff. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Okay. Wait, am I just a little bit dumb? This is the first turtle, right? Why is Alberto still at level 4? Just got the purple and the orange buff just spawned.
That's the second batch of buffs there. So El Puerto is level 5 after getting the second batch of buffs. Was a little bit lower on EXP because he ended up losing out on that one jungle buff, but
Right. Okay. Because I was like kind of thinking, wait, both of them were actually spawning at almost the same time. If you go for the second batch of purple plus one batch of orange, that should land you at level 5 already. And then she's still at level 4. It's just like, 2 batches? So that means that there was, and of course, when it comes down to timing as well, right? that threw me off guard so much.
Okay, so we weren't able to catch that turtle fight, unfortunately, but it looks like Philippines were able to get first blood, with Vivero finding the kill onto Vivian. So, Philippines starting off pretty good.
Should be okay for now. Especially since with this competition for the Philippines, they want to play fast, they want to play annoying, they want to win the early stages of the game. But when it comes down to rotations, it's not quite much, right? Philippines, maybe they are just, they mostly would want to play 4 objectives, but they gotta have to be really careful when it comes down to the laning phase. A little bit of a ganking might be possible from the side of Vivero, especially right about now. Didn't really quite see any catches yet.
Yep. So, let me think about how this is gonna go. Indonesia, despite being the more scrappy and aggressive team, actually prefers playing for the mid-game timing. You actually won't see them going for like super hard invades in the first like 4 minutes, unless like they're already in full control. Oh, hold on.
There we go. With the Dragon connecting down on the Vivian with the Infernal Pursuit, as well as the Eternal Guard that manages to finish up Vivian. This is very much in line to what Philippines would want to do, and very much in line to what their team can do in the early stages.
And this is why I thought the Kaja would have been a better pick. Like, yeah, obviously still gonna be vulnerable to Cho, but you're not gonna be trying to run up too far on the river to create vision. Kaja just plays a different way than that. And now, Vivian in kind of a tough spot. 2 deaths this early means the Khalid has become kind of squishy.
I'm not sure whether Vivian will be able to do too much in this upcoming fight as well. Let's not forget about the fact that when it comes down to the jungle, Vival is only at level 7 while El Puerto at level 8. So there is definitely that retribution disparity, but we have a little bit of a difference in terms of priority, because Cho is all the way down to the bottom lane. Wait, hold a second. Here we go. El Puerto still managing to find the turtle, despite it being kind of like a split up, a kind of a team fight. Now Vivian finds herself in a tough spot while just straight out tanking the entire electrifying beats.
Okay, that was well played by Indonesia. I was wondering why they were trying to force the turtle contest so hard when Vival was not around, but they were trying to delay it for the Hayabusa to arrive. And since El Puerto already got it, they immediately started shifting and splitting them apart so that they could grab a kill at least, and they did on Diagon. So it's a slow burn from Indonesia, but if they're able to keep up this trend, then we can definitely see the same mid-game that we expected from them before. But for the Philippines, you have to note Perez and El Puerto have been undisrupted in their farming. So I would imagine they have a good amount of gold lead right now compared to their counterparts.
So with that lead, I think Philippines would want to slowly but surely, kind of make their way over to 8 minutes in the game and hopefully be able to get themselves a maximum amount lead from that point on, right? 1,000 gold per minute kind of advantage. But objective is still definitely something that we gotta have to look out for. Philippines did manage to successfully take down the T1 in the bottom lane. The next one they gotta have to look out for is the top lane, while in the meantime, up in the top lane, El Puerto seems like there's a good amount of dashes to actually get her away from all of this team fight, while Indonesia sees that opportunity and take the T1 up top.
It's actually quite an interesting parallel because we literally saw both teams' junglers escape from a multi-person gank in opposite halves of the map. But now in the mid lane,
immediately El Puerto, because of the temporal range, will be able to get himself away from all of that. But here we go, Vivero does we have a quick little knock-up over to the rest of the members for the side of Indonesia, but it doesn't seem like they managed to get any kill. But Chill flickers up forward, gets the kill down on the Perez. Indonesia defying the odds of what is supposed to work out in the early game by seizing a total of 2 kills, I think, throughout the entire, 3 kills throughout the entire battle.
That team fight was 100% Cine. Just 100%. The NetherRealm timing was to the millisecond perfect to catch Philippines off guard, where they thought, oh, Indonesia's low, we can full commit. The NetherRealm comes out, and then suddenly, uh-oh, we cannot go anymore, all our cooldowns are gone. I am so impressed with the micro timing from Cine so far, and now this is gonna give Indonesia a bit more space to actually rotate around on the map.
With the quick little tome that has been bought from side of Cine, we can pretty much expect a lot more of the skills that is going to be thrown out from the side of Faramis. While Chell heads herself down to the bottom lane, gets the T1 just so effectively, while Philippines looks for trade elsewhere, will be able to bring down the T2 that effectively as well.
Yeah,
oh my God,
we're seeing a lot of tower trades right now. Yeah, like a lot of the outside turrets have already just been taken out by opposite map plays. However, Philippines is still holding on to their top tier 2 because Indonesia wasn't able to get. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Glorious Power Play for Fumi Echo just going to be running right into the face of Mortis as well as Perez. As such, that is going to be allowing Vival to immediately get a kill down on the Mortis. But that might not be all, because Vivero comes in with a vengeance, brings her down. And now the rest of the fight is just going to be left with El Puerto still having the electrifying beats, brings Zinner down. And Philippines, they lost 2. Indonesia, likewise, lost 2.
We are really seeing the potential of both these teams right now. There is a reason they have both made it into the grand finals. In the previous fight, Indonesia was able to come out on top by taking advantage of a massive NetherRealm onto the entire squad. But this time, because they ended up splitting themselves too far apart, the Philippines were able to deal with them independently. I think especially Vival needs to be more respectful of Vivero. She is not thinking about the way of the dragon when she goes in for Perez. And because of that, we can see that Indonesia having some difficulty in terms of their positioning, because that NetherRealm cannot come out before Joy's ultimate. Joy is always going to be waiting for NetherRealm to run out before the electrifying beats is popped. If you use it before her, you lose the fight, straight up.
It's all about timing, and I suppose that it's kind of like who have to draw their gun first, which in this case, it is all about timing, and we gotta have to see who gets forced to come to that point in time. Now, with 10 minutes and 25 seconds into the game, the Lord is currently available, and it does definitely seem as though Indonesia wants to get themselves a little bit of priority on top of that. For Philippines, they have eyes on Indonesia, but not necessarily in position to prepare just yet. While Cho, Vivero, all the way at the back, looking for a little bit of an off angle onto someone, but unfortunately, I don't think the Philippines have got enough information as to where the rest of Indonesia are.
So the win conditions for a team fight is Vivero gets Way of the Dragon onto Vival, and El Puerto is able to electrifying beats after the NetherRealm. Indonesia by now should also recognize these, so these are also the conditions they have to avoid in order to come out on top in a battle. I feel like they can potentially take it a little bit slower for now and continue farming up. If Vival is able to continue getting some kills under her belt, then Philippines actually don't have a lot of tools for managing that. If possible, I want Indonesia to actually play a slightly more reactive position here and try to force Vivero to be the one to start the fight with the Way of the Dragon.
Now it's constantly just going up for rotations, and the Lord is going in and out of the Lord's pit. It's just gonna be dancing with the I don't know. It's just dancing with the players at this point in time. Well, Philippines is looking for the exact time to eventually launch an attack, especially for Vivero, right? Vivero wants to be the one that displaces one and eventually finds a good kill, but it's not gonna be easy because Philippines, they need to find a way to eventually be able to catch up, and of course, follow up is that is going to be the Way of Dragon connecting down to Fumi Echo, but was not a follow-up kick afterwards. That means the Philippines have lost one of the most important tools within of their arsenal when it comes down to bring anyone down from the side of Indonesia.
That's one of the conditions I literally talked about, right? Force Vivero to start the fight. Uh-oh, but they used NetherRealm before electrifying beads. This could be trouble.
Oh, two-man Raging Sandstorm. Unfortunately, Vivian could not survive long enough. Where's the damage from the side of Indonesia? Perez brings down Vival. And the next one on the chopping block, they want chance. Oh, they want gel so bad. As now Philippines, they take the Lord. They take the T1 in the middle lane. This may very well be a snowball from the Philippines team. And this is gonna be tough for Indonesia to play around with.
Yeah, that's the decisive fight that Philippines have been looking for to finally break open the game and start taking tempo. And it's literally what I said as well for Indonesia. Do not use the NetherRealm before the electrifying beat. Sini's timing was so good with it in that fight in the mid-river. But this time they just popped it straight away. I really don't understand what the thought process was there. If they had managed to stun Al Puerto, alright, sure. But they didn't even know where she was. That is just straight up a mistake. There was no reason to take the fight there. Vival wasn't even ready.
We gotta have to remember that that is not necessarily a answer from the side of Indonesia against El Puerto. So the moment that El Puerto finds that opportunity where Cine has already popped the NetherRealm, that's perfect. Oh, Cine! What a pull! When it comes down to the Stampede, immediately put Diago in such a bad spot and such brings her down. Vivero's gonna be the next one on the chopping block as such. Gel takes it down pretty easily. While all of that was happening, the Lord was marching down onto the inhibitor turret in the top lane. Was that worth it?
Well, Philippines definitely were caught off guard with that one. Gotta give props to Cine again. Definitely making up for her previous mistake with the overly early NetherRealm. If they didn't do that, I feel like Philippines could have actually just pushed in and ended on the spot. So in the next few seconds, while Vivero is still coming up, Indonesia wants to find something, but most of the wave clear heroes on the PH side are still alive, so they're not going to be able to get too much from this outside of a bit of breeding room.
So back over to the macro game, especially since the Lord is going to be spawning at the bottom lane, or rather the bottom side of the map. While the top lane, they have a naturally pushing lane. The moment that Philippines sees that Vivian is clearing up the wave, or perhaps even sees Vival clearing up the lanes, that is when Philippines can strike, because this time their composition is different. Their composition allows them to single one person out. That is the pickoff, and even follow up with even crazier amount of damage from the side of Perez.
That's why the Cho can be such an effective hero, and it feels kind of sad that it doesn't seem to be in the hero pool for many of the regions here in this competition, but it definitely is for Indonesia and Philippines. So now that Indonesia have gotten a taste of what it's capable of in the opponent's hands, I'm sure they're not going to let it go so easily in the next couple of games. But first, they're going to need to resolve this one. I think it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to challenge a direct team fight anymore, but they also cannot afford to give up the Lord to go for split push because they don't have structures left.
Oh, Vivero almost taken down by the hands on Indonesia. But for now, it is going to be El Puerto that did manage to get the kill down on the Lord, while the rest of the members for the start of Indonesia is just going to be marching right in. Unfortunately, that is also going to be the NetherRealm that has already been popped. Voltel takes a mega kill, while Vival goes in with the Ogi Shadow kill. Swiftly dispatched Perez as such 1-for-1 trade with the Lord marching in from the middle lane.
Definitely not a bad trade, mid laner for goal laner. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too late on the Indonesia side. I like the decisiveness from Philippines. They saw Vival in the top lane, immediately committed to the Lord because they knew that Indonesia wasn't ready to fight them for it. However, since Shell is still alive, they should be able to deal with this Lord somewhat easily, and they'll be able to fight another day.
Oh, and here we go. Even though the Lord has been taken down, they did not have Perez that can eventually be able to successfully siege the turret. So unfortunately, despite having that, they can't exactly push down the waves fast enough. Oh no, Indonesia, please. Oh, okay. Ooh, they managed to come into the body block for the ballista fast enough. Otherwise, that could have been a dead inhibitor turret in the bottom lane.
Yep. Indonesia doing a good job of holding the game for now, but with only one inhibitor standing, it's going to be hard to continue holding on to the defense. They managed to prolong the game a pretty long time in game number 1, but in this case, Philippines have ways of just breaking the fight wide open with Cho and Joy.
Oh! Vival! But unfortunately, the next one on the chopping block is gonna be Fumi Echo. Wait, chill! Taken down by El Puerto as well! Well, El Puerto went in for City! That's the next one that has been taken down. Philippines! They don't need no law to help them end this game. Let's be fair with the Jikundo. That's another one. Philippines takes another game. That is a not back to back, but this is just a seesaw, rock and rock. Philippines take game 1, and then they reclaimed game 3. It's like they're constantly just learning. Boy, oh boy, Philippines, they are so decisive with this win. I absolutely respect that.
Yeah, the Filipino team is definitely looking a bit more disciplined overall, and I think that their approach to the draft is a little bit smarter as well. They've started figuring out what are the win conditions that Indonesia likes to play around, as well as the hero pool that they actually have available to them. I really feel like the draft could have been better from Indonesia. Akaja would have changed everything, because I really don't feel like the Khalid did anything this game. Like, there was no reason to go for it. I'm okay with the Faramis somewhat, because Cine actually popped off real hard sometimes, but I did not like the Khalid.
I think we mentioned that before, right? The Khalid doesn't really quite give any form of value in a team fight, especially since the main thing that we are looking out for is to deny that joy. The opponent, the main thing that they want to do is really just to single out the opponents, especially with the Way of the Dragon, followed by Jikundo, followed by the Way of the Dragon. We've got so many people for the side of Philippines that can funnel all of the damage to this one person. And in the meantime, El Puerto can just dive into the back lines while all of that chaos is happening. And Indonesia, they don't have anyone that can really stop El Puerto while all of that is happening. And ladies and gentlemen, just as we're talking about El Puerto, that's the MVP.
These are the kinds of fights that a Joy player will enjoy the most. All right. And I get it, Philippines was on the red side. If they had picked Joy as the last pick, then okay, there's nothing you can do about it. But the Joy was the second last pick. Philippines could still draft their mid and roam, a really powerful duo to deal with a Joy, right? If you combine Kaja with some good burst mage, she just doesn't do anything. But they did not do that. I don't know if it's a hero pool issue or if they just thought that the Netherrealm would be good enough, but then they didn't really use it in the correct way either. So there's a lot of issues that can be worked out in this game in particular, because we know that Indonesia has the potential. It just didn't feel like enough respect was being given over to the hero picks.
Boy, oh boy. I think that for Indonesia, they gotta have to go back to the drawing board again. And Sadafa, right now, all I can say, my predictions out of the window already. The Philippines have already proven themselves to be a strong force, despite the fact that they have been knocked down by Indonesia before in the semi-finals. And I was primarily just taking reference from that, right? Indonesia, they were strong in that semi-finals. They knew exactly how they want to play against Philippines. But look, if this is the best of 3, Philippines would have won the game already.
Yep, and that's just how it is, right? Especially with these sort of things. I feel like there were moments of brilliance. I think especially in this mid-fight. Just look at the timing on the Netherrealm. It is perfectly timed for when the Philippines had already committed fully. And that is when we can see Indonesia just turn the fight entirely around. But then after that, I'm not really a fan of the things that they were trying to force. I feel like they were not respecting the enemy's positioning. They were not keeping track of the resources that would be their ultimate foil. And yeah, this is what I mentioned during the draft as well, right? Indonesia has the tools to respond to the Philippines, but they have to be very smart in how they use them. It's very difficult to determine the timing on them. And I think they felt that firsthand.
Oh man, and especially in this fight, very decisive plays. While they are just dealing with Fumi Echo, it is El Puerto that just went all over head over heels through the back lines. And this is what we're talking about, right? Indonesia, all they have is a single defensive mechanism in the name of the Nether Realm. But aside from that, you don't have anything that can realistically be able to lock the Joy down. Sure, you may be able to survive, but you're just going to allow the Joy to just simply run away. So in the event that your team throws a lot of skills to try to bring Joy down, realistically, because it's the Joy on the temporal rain, she can still dash away right after the electrifying beats.
Joy alongside with Fanny are two jungle heroes that completely punish you if you don't draft correctly against them. And I think that's what happened here. I just didn't see the respect from it. I hope that this is a learning experience because now Philippines looking like they have good momentum. But it is a best of 7. So it is a first of 4 who wins. There's still time to figure this out. And for now, we're gonna jump into another break before we come back with game number 4. So hopefully you guys don't go too far because we'll be right back.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia.
The grand finals have been a doozy so far here at the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024, but we are halfway through our best of 7 series. 3 games have passed us by, and Team Philippines is currently in the lead, scoring 2-1 for Indonesia. My name is Stafa, alongside with Abstract. We're going to be bringing you the rest of this match and hopefully the conclusion of an incredible event.
Now, 2-1 is the current scoreline between Philippines and Indonesia, with Philippines having a lead. So far, it's back and forth. It's a swing. It's a seesaw. So, if we're going up with the trend and based on, statistics, then yeah, Indonesia's taking the next game. But let's be honest here. Philippines, they seem to kind of got a pretty nice little understanding as to how they want to play against Indonesia, and it's very different from what we saw in game number 1, right? It feels as though game number 1 is more of a kind of like a calibration period. They're just trying to understand what's going on. Game number 2, they're testing, and then game number 3, they got it. So from this point onwards, don't be surprised, but maybe Philippines might already have the answer to deal with Indonesia.
Well, that is how a series like this works, right? When you go up to best of 7, when you have to play so many matches against the same opponent in a row, you really start to understand their core mechanics, their habits, their hero pools, their play styles, and where you can really get under their skin. We know that Indonesia, as a lineup, really likes going for those early to mid-game brawls, but it also means that there's timings that you can leverage. Timings before the first hurdle, where you can catch them off in rotations, as well as towards the late game, if they're being forced into more of a scaling composition, they have a bit of a difficulty catching up.
I think that there is a lot still for the side of Indonesia. They did manage to have one game very nicely as well, 12 minutes plus minus. Game number 3 was around 15 minutes, if I remember somewhat correctly. Let me just kind of like look back at it once again. Yeah, it's about 18 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's all nice and dandy. But anyways, believe that we are got the next game upcoming. So Dafa, you also mentioned that it's a 4-2 in favor for Indonesia. Do you think that's gonna change now?
Now that I've actually witnessed some games with these teams, I feel like there is that possibility. The Philippines have this composure that I did not expect on based on how they were going in the upper bracket finals before. I think what is for sure is that you have to be very, very respectful in the draft itself. This is a meta where a lot is possible, but because a lot is possible, certain more niche heroes that require specific counterplay also become a possibility. Joy being an obvious one from the previous game that Indonesia did not respond to too well. So going into this next one, there needs to be more of that thought process going in.
So with the drafting phase, we are looking at a Suyo. We are looking at Suyo, Cho, Harif, Chip, and Ju Sin that has been banned out and taken away. Indonesia is looking for that one final hero to go for the ban, and so far, I think based on trend as well as based on what we have seen before, Indonesia likes to ban out the Angela as well as the Matilda. But they're starting to go for things a little bit differently because they are now starting on to second pick, second ban. So being on the red side, they are working on denying some of these key heroes that they don't want to pick up.
Yeah, we see the Cho banned out by Philippines alongside the Suyo, but Indonesia getting rid of the Hayabusa themselves. And this is a hero that they had previously locked in as a first pick. So there's a lot of respect there in that they don't want Philippines to be able to do the same, but by doing so, they have opened up the floor for the Hilda. And we know that Philippines does like playing this hero a good amount. If they're able to get into your backline, can really mess things up for you. And yeah, it could stifle the early game momentum that Indonesia wants to play for.
Oh, Indonesia's taking a little bit of time to consider what is going to be the first two pick for them, and in this case, Alpha and the Matilda. Now that Matilda finally has been leaked out from the banning pool, immediately picked together with an Alpha. What a combination from these two.
Yep, Alpha Matilda is a very strong combo. It is one of the premier jungle roam combos, especially in the early game. So if Indonesia was worried about this Hilda potentially invading and causing problems on their half of the map, then Alpha Matilda is already a really good way of handling that. I think what Philippines needs to do right now is to grab heroes that can either go for the big AoE lockdown so that Matilda can only choose like one target to save, or something that's able to at the very least match that mobility and pressure, right? They go for there we go. There is the other roam jungle combo. Is the Alpha Matilda versus Angeling.
Oh my god. What is this game? If anyone were to ever come up to you and they ask you which jungle roam combo is the strongest, tell them to watch this one. Tell them to watch this match, because this is very likely gonna be the answer to which one is the scary combination. At least when it comes down to Indonesia, picking up the Alpha Matilda, it is pretty much all about pacing. You are able to enable a very strong pacing in your game from the get-go. And of course, when it comes down to true skill combinations, Alpha is a very comical hero. And being able to pull away just from a single button and into the Matilda, it is a scary thing to see. And there are many variations that you can expect to see how the guiding wind plus the skill of Alpha is going to be worked around. But regardless, it is definitely the combo to see. While Philippines, it is mostly all about survivability. You also do have very strong map presence because of the fact that this Angela could be defending lanes, could be pushing lanes, and only at the final moment, hard guard right over to the lane.
Yeah, Angela provides a lot of global presence, but Matilda provides a lot of overall utility So that is the exchange that you'll typically see between these two support roamers. In the second phase now, we do see Indonesia getting rid of the Edith. That's a very hard lockdown hero, so even guiding wind sometimes can't save you, which makes sense. And combos really well with the Angela too, so they don't want to give Philippines more ways of setting up team fights. In the same way, the Philippines don't want to give Indonesia heroes that can start operating off of that level 4 power spike alongside the Matilda setup, like the Kadita. So you can see that there is a much greater understanding between these teams now that they've been able to play 3 games against each other.
Yeah, so the coach is really getting their brains in the game with the Kadita Edith taken out. We still got 2 more bans that really needs to be seen from the side of Philippines. I mean, once the Kadita is kind of out of the picture, I think that Indonesia, they gotta have to, go back to the basics and take a look at what are the majors that they have gotten for themselves. With the most common majors that we have mostly been seeing with the Aurora and the Vexana. With the Vexana now taken out, Aurora would be the case that we normally see from the side of Indonesia. But I still am a huge fan of Loyi. Loyi is still always a very good hero, especially since you are able to deny areas. And since we have got the Matilda, with the Hilda that's running around real fast, imagine being able to just get a diversion faster than the Hilda.
I agree with you. I feel like Loyi would offer Indonesia a way of matching the mobility that Philippines can play around, and even the later game macro that Ling might throw at them. But ooh, that's interesting right there. Going for the Lunox instead, and yeah, this is actually a surprisingly flexible pick, right? It can be mid lane, it can be gold lane. So they're trying to keep things open, but I'm a little bit worried still because I don't feel like Lunox is the best mid laner overall. Still kind of a better gold laner to me. So Philippines might draft around that idea.
We shall see how that's gonna work out. So now, this blind pick from Indonesia surprisingly might work very well for them. While for the side of Philippines, now they gotta have to play around with this, right? They can't exactly drop the gold laners to kind of pair up against this Lunox. Harif is currently unavailable, and I mean, you shouldn't want to pick up the Harif anyways. But regardless, it is gonna be a Melissa as well as a CC. The CC is gonna be a very good answer to that Hylos in the EXP lane. Leaves lane fast, deals in front lines pretty easily, and in the meantime, you can pretty much expect that Melissa has always been a bully in a gold lane.
This is gonna be a tricky one. You can still optionally flex the Lunox into mid lane. I'm kind of surprised that Bruno has made it this far. Still a very powerful early game marksman, especially if you combine with the Matilda too. But then you fall into that issue where I personally don't like the Lunox much mid. So, you are dealing with a Angela mid, it looks like. That's a Hilda roam, so it would still actually work, right? Lunox doesn't have the best mid lane priority, but against Angela, you're basically even.
No problem.
So yeah, Indonesia will go for another gold laner instead, and this time it is the Iritel. So that does answer some of their mobility issues.
Yeah, so that is actually fine, right? Looking at the Iritel, you actually do have pretty good fight against the Melissa. Both of you will constantly be training one another, and not to forget, the rain of arrows coming in from the Iritel should pretty much be able to clip right onto the Melissa, but Melissa is always trying to get the muddles out, all the needy and greedy stuff. But regardless of all of that, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna go into game number 4 between Philippines versus Indonesia, as now we do have Philippines starting on to the blue side and Indonesia starting at the red side. Both junglers starting at the top half of the map, and they will end off in the gold lane.
Yeah, I think gold lane priority is going to be pretty good in this game. Philippines does not need to gank EXP lane at all. Diagon should get lane priority against Fumi Echo every day of the week. So if they can focus on unlocking mid and gold lane, they're going to be looking very good in terms of scaling. But Indonesia has high mobility with the Matilda, so we'll see what happens.
And now, right off the bat, look at to see that an Angela having priority and really threatening Zini as the Lunox. It's kind of funny.
I mean, that's why I said, right? Lunox really isn't that good in the mid lane. You clear waves all right, but you can't really poke and can't really stand too safely in front either. That's why as a goal laner, she feels a lot more effective.
Honestly, I would really think that the Starlight Pulse would be able to give a decent amount of heal over to the Lunox, but we'll see how that's gonna go. As Vivol is gonna be running right in with the Spear of Alpha, dealt quite a number over to the side of Vivero, but not exactly enough to get killed down the Hilda just yet.
Yeah, this pre-level 4 timing gonna be very important for both teams because this is where Indonesia wants to make things happen, and we can see Vival roaming around, providing pressure into the EXP lane to make sure that Fumi Echo will be able to assist with this first turtle.
As now Mortis does have quite annoyingness in the middle lane, but Vivian is constantly just roaming around and just constantly ensuring that Cine is gonna have a decent time in lane because we know of Angela being the first blood queen when it comes down to the puppet strings, but unfortunately, right off the camp, we've got a first blood in favor of Cine.
Yeah, Cindy able to pick up the Angela. That means no hard guard here. First turtle now being contested. Vivero with the Revitalize in the back line on top of Alpuerto as Vival jumps in, steals away the turtle with the retreat timing, and now Alpuerto has no more way out. Indonesia taking a decisive victory for the first objective.
Yo, look, at this point in time, both of these two teams, Philippines as well as Indonesia, they're just trading with each other on which game they want to win in the early game, man. Indonesia now having 1,000 goal lead on top of Philippines, and it has technically been a little bit of a trend, whereby you win early game equals to you win the game. But we're only 3 minutes in. I don't want to jump into, jumping the gun just yet, but Indonesia in that previous fight was pretty clean.
Yeah, but Philippines is a team that's actually surprisingly effective more towards the mid to late stages, and this time they have a Ling and a Melissa and a CC, so their scaling is pretty good. Indonesia trying to go in on Vivero, but the Hilda is fast enough that she will avoid the Spear of Alpha.
Actually, now that you mentioned it, I thought that it's very good to note down that with the 3 heroes that can that have pretty good power spike, the entirety of Philippines, they are pretty well balanced, right? You got a late game coming in from El Puerto, Perez as well. Mid lane, you've got Diagon, and then in the early game, you got Mortis as well as Vivero. So in all around, you've got damage.
Vivero not going to be able to heal enough with the Revitalize Alpha. He just has so much burst with that true damage. And Indonesia already with 3 kills to 0 in the first 4 minutes.
Oh man, this is reminiscent to game number 2. But the fact that we have Vivero and Mortis in these heroes shouldn't be the case.
Hard guard with CC is also a very powerful combination. That's why you typically see teams that draft Angela go for more than one hero that she can jump on. In this case, it is Ling and CC. Turtle gonna be contested once again. It is a 4v3 by Indonesia. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Alpuerto trying to dive on top of Shell, but not able to get that kill. And Indonesia even takes the turtle away. Now, they're gonna be able to steal the purple buff, and Alpuerto just cannot do anything about it.
Philippines is losing controls of the lanes and losing controls of the jungle. You can see just how much threat Cine has got. Apostines reaching a level 4. Sure, Abortus can bully the heck out of Lunox in the early stages. That is why Vivian has put so much emphasis in the middle lane. But the moment that Cine reaches level 4, immediately that's a dead Angela. And Angela wouldn't even be able to do anything. You can't even do wave clear fast enough in order to help the rest of the team. And if you do want to help the team, you have to sacrifice some of these creeps in lane, because once you hard guard away, that is creeps that will be marching over to your turret.
I will just straight up say, the win condition for Philippines in this game is to survive the mid game. If they're able to do that, their scaling should carry them through the later stages. But Indonesia will be in complete control starting from now to around like the 12-minute mark, just because there's so much burst damage. Hard guard and benches used on Diagon, able to reflect some damage onto Vival at least. So this is what I'm talking about. Philippines, they don't need kills, they just need to survive.
Look, I'm not expecting that level of spell vamp coming in from Diagon. I know I can expect quite a bit of heal coming in from the hard waves from the side of Angela, but just going out of the way and just popping the vengeance and healing all the way back up, that is kind of insane.
They're still gonna continue on the pressure here from Indonesia. Even the glorious path, Spirit of Alpha actually missed on Diagon. Curtain Call comes out. Diagon able to spell vamp a lot of the HP back. And Indonesia are not able to find the kills they need. But they're still creating a pretty big lead for themselves by stealing away jungle camps.
Yep. It's all about the jungle camps that will be taken away, especially the purple buff, just so that they can cripple El Puerto even more from this point onwards. And that's the control that we're talking about, right? Here's the problem. When, at least for me, right? I always have a problem when it comes down to that mid lane Angela plus that jungle Link, because Link is so reliant onto the purple buff. If you put a Angela in the middle lane, of course there are people that manage to deal with this quite easily. You'll lose purple buff a lot.
Hard guard being used on Perez to keep her alive, but there's just too much damage from Indonesia. They are wailing on the Philippines. Double kill already. And now even Amora is being chased down underneath her own tier 2. That's gonna be a killing spree for Cine. And the window of timing for the Philippines is closing.
In theory, Philippines can actually move out of the lane, especially when it comes down to EXP, in order to ensure that their purple buff is untouched. But still, we are talking about a CC. CC has got the defensive mechanism in the early stages, but not necessarily that kill threat against a three-man roam from Indonesia.
Yeah, this is quite a threat indeed. I feel like Indonesia is going to be trying to end this game as soon as possible. They know that Philippines will scale up very well. Oh, beautiful 3-man knockup on the Circling Eagle. Purify used by Vivian. Actually dived very deep to get that kill, so will sacrifice her life. Diagon with the Vengeance able to get out. Not too sure if the Heart Guard needed to be cancelled, but Indonesia still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, so at least Philippines didn't manage to get a single kill out of that engagement. They're not exactly out for the count just yet, but also not exactly out of the woods yet. So Indonesia, they're gonna have to make full use of the upcoming Lord that will be spawning in 30 seconds. Indonesia has constantly, just look at that, it's constantly been right in the opponent's jungle. Philippines lost control of their jungle, and that is just really hard to watch, especially seeing a Ling on that suffering end.
But it's exactly what should and need to be doing. Barrow in the mid lane, getting chased down, getting kicked on in a bad spot as well. Meg now already. Indonesia in full control, and they need to be. If they don't end this game before like the 15-16 minute mark, Philippines are actually able to bounce back once they have their third or fourth items. Their damage actually becomes quite insane. So Indonesia cannot let up on the gas. They literally have to just keep pushing in until that crystal is broken. Because Philippines, like I've already emphasized multiple times, their goal this game is just to survive. They don't need to do anything more than that.
But the moment that they lose out all of the outer and the inner turret, we will then look out for wave clear. The moment that you are stuck in your base, you want to look out for high ground, number one. Number two, AoE to be able to clear all of these creeps. And unfortunately for the side of the Philippines, they don't have anyone at all that have that kind of capability.
Oh. Spirit of Alpha in, Diagon just melts into a puddle. The Vengeance are literally doing nothing to stop Indonesia. As we are 10 minutes in and every external tower is gone. Lord pushing in mid lane. Philippines has no farm. There is an 8k goal difference. This is going to be a very, very short game unless they can make a huge defense here. Even the glorious halfway coming out. Mid inhibitor is gone. Minion waves being cleared up. Vivero stuck in an awkward spot. Monster kill for Cine. Heart guard on All Muerto, but what can she do? Tempest ablaze defensively to clear the Lord. But the damage coming in from Indonesia is too much. The flicker forward from Cine. That's a mistake actually. Shut down from Diagon. The Philippines will just barely survive for now.
I would have believed that that was a GG go next kind of situation for the side of Philippines, but they are still defending this pretty effectively. But Chell, that's crazy. Went straight in with the explosive arrows that dealt a crazy amount of damage to the main bodies of Philippines, and now they found the inhibitor in the bottom lane too.
They're going in again. Glorious Pathway comes out. Vivero jumps in, tries to set something up, but he's just gone. And the rest of Philippines can do nothing but stand there and watch as Shell pelts down the crystal. The Heart Guard has come out with the crown, finally used on Vival. Could be punished here, but still able to trade for Perez in the end. It is a 2v3 situation, and yet Shell is the one that is actually pressuring the Philippines. The Agon dropping low, one hit away from death, but able to jump back into the base. Shell probably doesn't want to stay here for too much longer. They're out of minions.
Oh,
but they're still gonna work on the crystal.
Almost!
They get punished from the minions, sacrificing their life, and they will go ahead and end things. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a 2-2 score.
You can see just how desperate Indonesia is to end the game there. And they know because they cannot afford to go late game. And this is kind of like a once in a lifetime, or not once in a lifetime, but once in a game time opportunity where the opponents is just constantly being cycled over and over and over again. And based on the resources that they have got, they can still go for it. They can still fight. They have the lead. And in Indonesia, they're just capitalizing on that lead and they're playing according to the lead. So I absolutely love that.
Yeah, it's good identification, right? And good adjustment from what we saw earlier going into the Matilda Alpha so that you could play around the timing that you're more comfortable with. Philippines tried to match that by going Angela, Ling, CC, which should be able to give you at least a little bit of pressure into the mid game, but doesn't give you enough presence in the early minutes to stop Indonesia from running you down.
Realistically speaking, if we're kind of looking at the roaming trio being the Ling, Angela, as well as the Hilda, it is relatively fair to say that they actually pose a lot of single target threat. However, in the early stages of the game, I actually don't remember seeing the Angela and the Hilda traveling all that often. So I'm kind of surprised with the kind of mobility and the kind of play from Philippines. They can definitely defend all of that, especially the purple buff.
They could have, but it was just too difficult to do so once Indonesia a little bit of lead under their belt, and a lot of that given over to our MVP Fumi Echo, being able to open up the map and create a lot of space. There is a reason why heroes like the high-lows are often picked up, right? The ability to just pop that Glorious Pathway down, be an absolute sandbag, and you know that Philippines really doesn't have that much damage early on, right? You only really have to worry about Vivero. And since Vivero is also the main front line, oftentimes she is dying before she can actually apply any of that pressure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 2-2. We're 4 games in this best of 7 game. This is where we actually go down all the way down to the wire. We might actually see all 7 games then. So Dafa's prediction is still up for grabs. But hey, look, we asked for a best of 7, whereby it could very potentially go 6 games, 7 games. But we didn't ask for 35 minutes game. Game number 1 was only time. Game one was the only time. So let's just let Sleeping Dog start.
But it is certainly impressive to see just how well matched these teams actually are. We are about to enter Game 5 of the Grand Finals, and neither team has match point yet. It has been a back and forth every single time. I think the draft really needs some looking at from this point onwards. I think especially we shouldn't see Ling anymore. Unfortunately, as fun as the hero is to watch, it's a bit too much of a too much of a liability when there's so many like early game junglers running around, right?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, with Indonesia getting themselves, this is almost this is kind of like a sub 12 minutes game. constantly just rotating over and over again, cycling over and over again. This is what I'm talking about, right? Indonesia, they're not going to be stopping they're not going to stop from anything at all. They played according to their game plan. They played according to their lead up onto this point. We're looking at a good 8,000 gold lead. And Chell has been getting a good amount of that sustainability from the Matilda as well. That's all fine and great. 2-2. Let's recap a bit, because I think that this is very important. Back in the group stage of the Asian Esports Games 2024, Philippines and Indonesia found themselves in the same group, mind you, Group D, also known as the Group of Death, with Indonesia 4-0 and Philippines 3-1. Indonesia then moved on over to, both teams rather, moved on over to the playoff, with Philippines getting a 2-0 again. Indonesia going up 2-0 against Philippines, knocking Philippines to the lower bracket. Let's remember that.
Yeah, there is already history between these two teams in this tournament itself, not to mention the rivalry that these regions have held in the MLBB ecosystem ever since the very, very beginning. So I think it is definitely poetic of how close this grand final series has come to so far. But yeah, like, it's not really hard to tell what's going to happen. I think the draft really plays a very, very big role in determining who is going to be able to come out on top. So I'm really hoping that we get to see some smart ideas going into the next one. I think certain heroes are obviously not that good against this particular opponent, so just leave them off the table and see where that brings you. For now, I believe we are going to be jumping into a very quick break before we go on into game number 5, and this time we are guaranteed to have a team at match point. So let's find out who it's gonna be in a little bit.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah.
The competition continues to heat up here at the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024 at the Team Women's MLBB competition. We are currently in our best of 7 grand finals, and we're officially about to jump into game number 5 with the score still tied at 2-2 between Indonesia and Philippines. What comes next, my dear? But my name is Stafa, and I'll be joined by Abstract.
Hey, it has been definitely quite a ride for the entirety of the day. We're starting things off, I believe, with Philippines versus Indonesia all the way at the start. We went down to China versus Cambodia, Philippines versus China, and now back over Philippines versus Indonesia, which is arguably probably going to be the longest series, of course, in the entirety of the Asian Esports Games 2024, with the grand finals being a best of 7. So we're 4 games down. We're going to the 5th game now. And the trend, let's be honest here, next game is gonna be taken by Philippines then.
Well, they have been alternating so far. It's gonna be the team that starts breaking out of this back and forth that will really have that momentum going for them straight away, right? Because like you mentioned, Abstract, this is the longest series here at this entire tournament. All of the matches up until now have been best of 1 or best of 3, but the grand finals has immediately jumped all the way up to best of 7, which is actually quite a notable gap as well. It's something that the teams just haven't been able to get anywhere close to so far. So stamina, endurance, strategy, all going to be on the line.
So with that all said and done, it is going to be an Angela as well as a Juicid being thrown over to the batting pool right off the bat. And do note that Indonesia is going to be on to the first pick, first ban. Philippines on the second pick, second ban. So when it comes down to this kind of configuration, we can always draw back to the previous games and kind of take some references, right? Especially when it comes down to the literally right in the previous game, right? Indonesia was starting at the blue side as well. So they banned out heroes such as Chip, Angela, as well as Matilda. For the meantime, for the side of Philippines, they banned out for the Jusin, Hilda, as well as the Harriet.
Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be surprised if Indonesia decided to ban out the Matilda again. It actually ended up causing them a lot of issues when it was used either way before. Still a very good early game hero for enabling lots of possibilities in the first couple minutes. But I think at this point, these teams have realized that you gotta play more active drafts, right? The few times that we have seen these teams try to go for later game scaling, it didn't end well for them.
Okay, so far, when it comes down to Indonesia's bans, exactly, okay, never mind. Completely the same bans for Indonesia and Philippines in, I believe, their game number 3. So, starting things out, this is where, this is the point in time where Sadafa says, okay, Hayabusa first pick will be good.
Will it happen again? Hayabusa the first pick, I feel like is still fine. It's just that they didn't properly respect the joy at the time, right? If they had more CC, I feel like it could have worked out for them, and they didn't really go in that direction. If they wanted to go Hayabusa first again, I'm fine with that. If they want to go Suyo first, that's okay as well. Or if they want to default back to their classic high-lows opening, I feel like then yeah, you know, you can reset the momentum somewhat. But they're gonna go with the Suyo, which is a little bit more interesting.
Now, with the Suyo being picked up from Indonesia, that means that Philippines, they have a chance to pick up the Hayabusa if they so very much want to. And we haven't really quite seen the Hayabusa played by Philippines ever since game number 1. They still have quite a lot of other heroes that they can consider to pick out, being the Hylos, Gatokacha, all of which are also available. What else are we gonna... Oh, is there anything else I'm lacking of or like missing out? Khalid, I suppose?
Yeah, Khalid is there. Let's see. The Cho probably is what you were missing out on. The Cho, Hayabusa gonna be locked in here since Indonesia went for the Suyo as well. And Cho has so far been having a very high success rate here at the Asian Esports Games, precisely because only teams that are confident with the hero is willing to pick him up.
Oh man, okay, so no more Cho on the video, right? Vivero gets that Cho. I think it's still fine, definitely, as long as Philippines is able to pick out heroes in either the gold lane or the mid lane that can really prioritize and really make full use of that secret target meltdown.
Ooh, Indonesia going for the jawhead into the high-low. So this will immediately let them play very hard and very fast. But they would ideally need the burst damage to follow up on it. Jawhead, despite being very good at displacing people, is facing up against a Cho. And a good Cho will actually punish a Jawhead for walking very far forward, especially with that unstoppable force. So we'll see if Indonesia is able to deal with that.
Yeah, this kind of is an either-or situation between the Cho as well as the Jawhead, right? If the Jawhead is the one that makes the move first, then that's a Cho that will be tossed backwards. But in the meantime, a simple flicker plus out from the side of Cho is going to send this Jawhead into the depths of hell. So at least the main thing that we are looking out for when it comes down to the Jawhead is to be able to threaten the rover in the early phases of the game, where no one is going to be around to assist the Cho to get some free easy kills. At least you'll be able to whittle down the Cho to a low amount of health and kind of encourage the Cho to either go back home or respect the space between Indonesia and Philippines.
Yeah, the interesting thing as well is that Cho is oftentimes picked early these days because he can actually be flexed into both the roam and EXP position. But when the Philippines have picked up this hero, it has exclusively been played by Vivero. So we've never actually seen Diagon on the Cho so far. Not too sure if she's actually capable of playing it in the EXP lane, and that might reduce the flexibility of the hero a bit in the draft.
I think that Indonesia also know of that fact, so it's pretty fair to say that the Cho, we're just going to be keeping the Cho down over to the roam position. That will leave the EXP lane still very much open. But at this point in time, right, EXP lanes as well as the roam, the heroes are largely the same in this current meta. So Gatokacha is out, Hylos has been picked out already, we're just left with a Khalid that potentially should go out from the side of Indonesia.
But I like the hard focus from the Philippines into these final two bans. Cine has so far shown really impressive performance on both the Paramis and the Kadita, and they've both just been taken off the table. A lot of the remaining mages aren't the best overall, and although we keep singing praises for Lo Yi and Eve, it just doesn't seem like the players here are the most comfortable with going for them, which kind of is a shame if you ask me. Indeed. But hey, you gotta go with what you're practiced on.
I don't know though, but it seemed as though, considering the fact that Vexan, damn, Aurora is still available. Cine might still go for the Aurora per se, but because they have the high loss, they have on the opponent's side, I still want to see the RWM. I still want to see the Eve, because Indonesia's lineup with the Eve is actually not too shabby. You have the Jawhead that can very potentially throw people back into the RWM in the event that someone tries to get out.
Yeah, I feel like it would work really, really well, and Eve can combo really powerfully with either Hylos or Gatot too, right? That's why we see them picked up so often together, even in the professional scene. The Hylos is already available, so why not go for the Fallout, and then you can create a bit more safe space for your marksman, whatever it is going to end up being. There are actually very few marksman bans in this entire draft. Hardith, the only one that was removed. So a lot of power picks still on the table. Bruno is still there. He's still got the Beatrix, still got the Moskov. I'm interested to see what the first choices are gonna be.
Yeah, so looking at it, if Indonesia wants burst damage, they gotta have to snag it away from Philippines, right? And naturally, when we think about marksman and burst, that works well in the early stages, I'll always be keeping an eye on either Bruno or a Beatrix. And especially if they want to, if they play Eve as well, that is essentially a siege comp that plays very well into the Beatrix too.
The Lunox and Moskov. I'm okay with the Moskov somewhat. The maneuverability is going to be able to help out here. We've already seen good dash usage, being able to disjoint the Ogi Shadow Kill by spreading it to other minions or things like that. But the Lunox mid lane, it was okay last time because it was against an Angela, but now you're against a Vexana. There's no way you're going to have mid lane priority.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you're getting any priority. It's more the fact that Lunos just wants to stay alive, wants to play over the next stages of the game. They're looking for a mage that have got the means to survive by themselves, just so that the Ogi Shadow Kill will not be a threat to the mage themselves.
With the Clint coming out to provide that extra range for the Philippines, their lane prio is actually very, very solid right there. EXP and gold lane should be able to hold out pretty strongly, but mid lane prio actually also kind of in their favor because of the Lunox, right? Jahe is the only one that can really roam around and make that difference. I guess we'll see.
I want to keep my eyes really peeled out. Philippines, at this point in time, the draft in the early game, is the way to go. That is probably towards them. You have got you haven't got a Cho, and in the meantime, when it comes down to burst damage, technically speaking, Clint is also one of the solid burst marksmen that can find very early kills, especially if you happen to want to tag in with the Blade of the Haptices kind of thing going on to that Clint. I think that it would be a very scary Clint right off the bat in order for them to kind of work their ways into a snowball and try to get themselves tempo.
Yeah, the thing is, Philippines has guaranteed mid and EX and gold lane prio here. The only lanes that are somewhat even are EXP and maybe Rome. But even then, Vivero can probably outplay Vivian if the skills are used correctly. So I see the Philippines holding the advantage in the early to mid game.
Well, in the meantime, Philippines, they're just constantly just getting themselves the early game for sure. Amores as well as Vivero gets himself middle wave clear, easy. But this also means that in Indonesia, they can always come in with surprise. Just in as though Vivian and Sini, they could have had gotten someone in there, but the Philippines, they're very, very safe. Made sure that they don't go into the ZBrush, which is definitely a very good call.
Yeah, I think Philippines also knows that Indonesia in this game is not gonna be particularly aggro. Their lineup doesn't work for it too well, at least until you hit level 4. Philippines are okay with waiting for that timing themselves.
Yeah, so it's all about the ultimate game. The main thing is once Sini hits the level 4, the power of the Chaos Darkening is something you gotta have to really look out for. But let's be honest, power of the Order Darkening is great against tanky heroes, and for the side of Philippines, not a lot of that.
Vival gonna be able to steal the turtle away. Philippines immediately disengaged, but Al Puerto jumps back in once he hit level 4 with the Ogi Shadow Kill. Vivian somehow survives with a tiny bit of HP, and Al Puerto falls into first blood. Now Vivero jumps in with the Jeet Kune Do, but is not able to Shunpo in time. Sini picks up a kill of her own.
Great plays thus far. 2 kills for the side of Indonesia. A little bit of a change this time because, like I said before, it's always been a trade. It's kind of like a rotation in terms of kills for Indonesia and Philippines. Whoever that starts off at a red side somehow always finds himself the first blood. But it seems like the curse is kind of gone already. Indonesia 2-0. I believe that, yes, the turtle is also given away to the side of Vival, while El Puerto didn't have that great of a turtle pick.
Yeah, I feel like, oh, hold on. Here comes the Ensemble Force. The toss, Diagon into the tower. A very easy pickoff for Vival on Indonesia.
Now, with Indonesia with the 3-kill lead, we can definitely be sure that rotations is going to be fast. And Philippines, they will want to counteract to that as well.
Indonesia, Shell now being targeted, trying to clear out the minion, but Moskov just doesn't have enough pressure early on, so the 4-man gank down here gonna be able to find another pickoff.
but I don't see that Vivian is joined in by anyone else just yet. Cine as well as Vival may just join in, but we're looking at a potential 3 versus 5, 3 versus 4, never mind, make it 4v4.
Yep, the Spirit of Destruction comes in so that Shell is actually able to come back to lane quick enough to catch some of the remaining minions so that she doesn't fall too far behind in Perez in terms of farm. And we can see that Indonesia, despite the fact that they don't really have the best lane priority, are still going for very aggro gameplay. I think Philippines needs to take advantage of this to just split push and go for Amores instead, force out the flicker. I don't think they're going to be Diagon, maybe in some trouble. Unstoppable Force comes out, but they're not able to continue it.
Well, no more Raging Sandstorm for this upcoming fight against Indonesia. As such, Vivero,
Vivero messed up the flicker and the way of the dragon, so Cine is able to pick her off. The Quad Shadow comes in from Al Puerto. Vivian actually buying a lot of time against Diagon as now Cine walks into the back lane to zone out the Philippines alongside Arumi Echo. And this is going to be a free turtle for Indonesia.
Oh, that's kind of unfortunate for the side of Vivero, right? Wanted to go for, I think that with a Dragon plus Flicker combination, but it didn't work so well at all. So small little micro mistakes right off the bat, but never mind. We move on from that point onwards. But at least Philippines did still manage to find a single kill in the bag at this point in time, and they're not too far away in terms of goal price, in terms of the economical lead as well. Philippines, what they will want to do is very likely just kind of ensure that Perez gets enough farm, and this is why Philippines, they're actually putting a lot of people down to the bottom lane, hoping that Chell just kind of shows itself.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to try and hyper farm Perez. Shell actually takes the Spirit of Destruction to flicker in. Unstoppable Force Ejector going to miss. However, there's no escape for Vivero and Amores as Vival get an instant and easy double kill. Blade Surge. Perez just barely dodges it, but look at the damage! Perez still alive with 10%, and I think Indonesia will leave it there.
Well, there's no other better way than to say that the Hunter got hunted. And that was grueling from the side of Indonesia. They're so well prepared for that.
Ejector onto Diagon as she tries to come from the flank. Indonesia not going to commit to this. They're just buying space and time because Shell has already picked off the bottom tier 1 tower.
Oh, now. Feels as though that Indonesia is currently 5-kill lead against Philippines. We're looking at about 1.9, close to 2,000 gold lead, and with the turtle currently, and of course about to be popped out soon as well, Philippines, I'm not exactly sure whether they have got the answer or rather got ways to really deal with Indonesia at this point in time, especially Fumi Echo, very tanky already.
Indonesia is very good at taking these scrappy fights. Cine taking a lot of hits, but able to pop the Brilliance and get away. Vival secures the turtle for free. Conceal used on both teams here to try and catch Vivian, but Vivian's taking so much time, and Perez has already lost her life in the mid lane. In the meantime, Vivian probably gonna be set. Oh, the ejector play, throwing out Puerto back. He has to flicker forward with the Ogi Shadow kill in order to finally finish off Jahid.
So now Indonesia manages to clinch out the T1 turret in the middle lane and the bottom lane. Just gonna be left with one more turret in the top lane, but not that big of a deal, because the main deal is the fact that they managed to bring down the T1 in the middle. This way, Indonesia should be able to have a very strong lead on top of Philippines, just kind of like choke out El Puerto to get any form of purple buff example, because we're talking about a Hayabusa. Hayabusa needs some of those energy, and taking away the purple buff, ooh, that's gonna be rough, and especially since the Lord is about to spawn down the bottom lane, it just so happens to synonymously work so well for Indonesia, because that is where the 2 T1 turret has been taken down. Indonesia can pick this jungle, no problems.
Ooh, Vivian gonna get kicked, punished for taunting. This is why you don't spam recall there. Brilliance use, Cine's able to get away, but that really should not have happened. You gotta check the rest of the brushes before you do something like that.
Well, a small little mistake from the start of Indonesia. That is definitely going to be funny. Well, Philippines, this is the point in time where you actually manage to see a true meaning of capitalize on mistakes, right? And Indonesia just a little bit of fun going on for the side of Vivian, while the rest of the side of Philippines, they need to kind of get themselves right back on track, and they gotta have to find back the groove before eventually starting to start the fight here. Look at that!
The Agon almost melted down. Raging Sandstorm defensively to get back to her inhibitor. Will be able to survive that at least, but Indonesia keeping a very tight leash on their opponents right now, consistently scouting out the map to make sure that they know where they are at all times.
The Lord currently under siege by the members of Indonesia. Philippines might be looking for something over here. Vivero does have the flicker, but didn't really quite find anyone just yet. But slowly but surely, Philippines would be able to find something. But I'm mostly just looking for combo, like wombo combo, unga bunga kind of thing going about. One thing that I can definitely believe that Diagon plus Morris is going to be the main deal.
Where the dragon onto Fumi Echo, revitalized. Gores pathway comes out. Fumi Echo able to walk away, and Vivian and Cindy are just zoning out the Philippines. That's a lot of resources used. Vival now going to start pulling the Lord over to their half of the map. There is actually a pretty notable wave building up on the top lane as well, so Perez has to go on over to deal with it. Indonesia immediately shifting over to macro play to pull the members of the Philippines apart.
The Lord is still in his pit and is still looking for someone to kill him. As such, speaking of which,
yep, Vival gets it. Vivero trying to disrupt, not able to do so, and Indonesia gets a free kill for the Troubles.
Yep, and now with the Lord going to the side of Indonesia, one free kill from Vivero, it is gonna be definitely the T2s that will be taken down all across the map. But Chell as well, Chell has basically be able to take down this turret, so looking great, especially if they're able to bring these creeps all the way into the holy defense. That's great. Middle lane's holy defense is already taken down. There is definitely some level of possibility for Indonesia to bring down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane.
Something we have to note as well, I personally feel like Indonesia has a slightly better late game composition. I feel like their DPS, once they have their full items, is a little bit more consistent overall. So Philippines also cannot afford to be in the position they're in right now. The goal lead in Indonesia's favor means that they are in full control of every phase of the game. Top lane holy defense gonna be used up. Roy's pathway comes in. Brilliance! Melting down the Philippines! Ensemble Force ejector with 2-man stun on the Mortis. Diagon trying to do their best, but it's already an unstoppable streak over there for Vival. Celine, unfortunately, a bit too deep. Will end up losing her life, but the Lord is on top of the crystal, and we can see Moskov working on his shell, doing so much damage. El Puerto gonna be melted down, and another blade surge. Make sure Perez stays in place. The tempo has been broken. Indonesia at match point.
Oh, we're finally down to the match point. And of course, Indonesia, they broke the tempo and they broke that back and forth going around between Philippines and Indonesia. And now, Philippines, the ball is back onto their court. How do they want to play the next game, being the final lifeline?
Yeah, it's impressive to see what has happened here, though. Philippines got to come up with some sort of strategy. Otherwise, one more victory is all Indonesia needs to take the entirety of the Asian Esports Games. I had some small doubts about whether or not their composition would end up working out, but some very active rotations and smart timings made sure that they were able to supersize against the Philippines. They knew that the Philippines had a slightly better early to mid game, so they make sure to just start things off as soon as possible to make sure they're able to put a stop to that.
I think one of the main things that Philippines couldn't really get for themselves is a synergy, right? They have got the Cho that can single people out and kind of pick off someone, but they don't have the damage to really go for the pick-off. Because once the kick happens, the people swarms onto them, but the scaling of the damage as well as the base damage of those skills is just not built to pick off. you can't really expect the members of, you can't really expect Yagon to just specially one man out whoever that Vivero kicked. You can definitely expect a Mortis to go for the Terrify on the one person, but aside from all of that, you will definitely be lacking in some form of damage, which is probably the main reasons why Philippines was unable to take control of the team fight, because they want to go either way. We want to play for team fight by using the Raging Sandstorm and the Eternal Guard, but we want to also pick off the enemies by using the Way of the Dragon, and then everyone else just runs right in. So they're kind of stuck in the middle, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Indonesia understood the fact that some of their lanes didn't actually have the best matchups overall, right? We already mentioned this. They didn't really have lane priority in mid and gold lane, but I think they kind of dealt with it by basically grouping up as early as possible, right? We started seeing them rotate as a 4-man very, very early on to start creating pressure, to zone out the opponent. And because Philippines is playing a hero like Hayabusa, they ideally want to play off of pickoff as well as Snowball, right? So if they're grouped up together early on, and the enemy team doesn't actually have enough burst to take all of them down, then although they are giving up a little bit of pressure in lane, it lets them divert the attention of Philippines into a place of the game where they're a little bit weaker.
I think that there's also another thing that kind of didn't work too well for Philippines is more of the fact that the base health, base HP, and base defense of both Khalid as well as Cho is not necessarily all that great. So having just a simple Hylos right in your face, you don't really have an answer to that. Even if you kind of go on for that duel kind of situation, Philippines would naturally lose because these heroes are technically fighters, not tanks, and they are just not built to have that kind of skilling. It's only when they have items that they are tanky.
It's impressive though, because I would have personally felt like Indonesia didn't actually have that much early game burst initially, even to take down like say squishier heroes in the front line for the Philippines, right? It's because of the fact that they were able to group together, and I do think that Vival was being very, very active, right? This is what I wanted to see previously. I can't remember, I think it was Philippines when they were playing on the Suyo and it was being very passive and kind of farmy. This is a hero that can burst. He has a lot of damage even early on. If you pair him up well with setup heroes like Jahid, he can snowball just off of that.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Sever, so much damage. But in the meantime, the rest of the team, they just need to bruise. And then Vival can just go crazy.
Yeah, I think this is great though, because right now we are actually on track to my initial prediction, right? If Indonesia are able to take the next game. I feel like now that I've said that, it's probably not going to happen, but hey, I can hope, right?
That's a jinx.
Indonesia!
That's a jinx.
They're at match point. It is a jinx, isn't it? Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Match point for Indonesia. Is it one more game? Or is Philippines going to bring the back and forth once again? We'll find out when we come back after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, we could be close to the end of the Asian Esports Games 2024 Team Women's MLBB competition, because in our best of 7 grand final series, Indonesia currently holds match point with a score of 3-2 in favor of the Philippines. Will they be able to finally close it out? Or will it be a return to the back and forth that's been plaguing this entire series? My name is Stafa, once again joined by Abstract. Sir, do you think this is the end?
Man. You know what? I cleansed myself well enough. I think that I am not gonna castle jinx this. But I think that based on Indonesia's game thus far, whenever they do win a game, it has largely been quite convincing. So I am still gonna think that Indonesia will clinch out this game by this one. So this might actually be the last game, in my honest opinion.
Okay. Well, it's still in line with my initial prediction, right? I thought it might be 4-2 in favor of Indonesia. One more game, and that would actually be correct for the first time in my life. But yeah, it's not gonna be easy, right? Like, and
first
you're right.
First time in your life.
Yeah, first time. But like, yes, what you mentioned is true, Abstract. Up until now, the victories that Team Philippines have been able to take have been on the slower side, right? It's been 33 minutes and then 18 minutes. Whereas Indonesia have ended most of their games before the 14-minute mark. So they definitely specialize more in faster gaming.
So it's a lot more about the innate micro skills from the side of Indonesia, where they just know how to pilot themselves in a team fight, just so that they will be able to get more, number one, favorable trades, and number two, who exactly they gotta have the target. And of course, to ensure that they win in these team fights. These are the skills that is so necessary and so difficult to master as well, because you need to kind of have like this thing whereby you're not afraid of picking up fights. Coming from Singapore, we play a lot of macro, and the only reason why we do that is because we are afraid of fighting. Because the moment that we make one wrong move, the lead just goes over to the opponent's side. So why bother fighting if we can avoid fighting and win the game? Macro.
I see. So that's the mindset there. I mean, I'm from Malaysia, you know, we like our brawls. It's less of like thinking, why take fights if they could risk everything? And more of like, why play the game if you're not going to fight, you know? It's kind of the essence of the MOBA gaming. It's called Mobile Legends Bang Bang because you gotta shoot your shots, Abstract. And now
Oh my
Indonesia
goodness.
are bringing in the Suyo again.
Look, even though we are only differentiated by a single causeway, but we are largely different when it comes down to understanding, not understanding, but the way we play our game. You know, Singaporeans very safe, you know, very, what we call in our own words, kiasu. Well, what it means is that we are scared to lose / scared to die.
You know what? The thing is, so Abstract, we kind of have that kiasu-ness as well. But the difference here is that if you win, but you have a silver medal, have you really won? You know? And if you lose the game, but you're the MVP, did you really lose?
Oh my! I mean, now you put it that way. Yeah, duh, of course. I mean, you're going for the gold medal. MVP, who cares?
You gotta show the opponent. The opponent has to be afraid of you, you know? Even when they win against you, they have to be afraid of you. That's when you have won in MLBB.
That's why you guys toss us all the time, man.
Yeah. But we digress. Let's talk a little bit more about the draft here. Indonesia so far this whole series has not really been able to get access to this show. And Vivian is finally going to be able to play it again. I think one of the best players in the tournament with it, paired up with the Khalid, instantly leans towards early game gameplay. But Philippines does have Alpha.
I mean, yes, they do have alpha. Right off the bat, these 3 picks, core picks from these 2 teams, looks great, to be very honest. Indonesia with the Suyo, Cho, and the Khalid shows prime early game domination. You've got the fast rotating jungler from the side of Suyo with great burst to capitalize on the way of the dragon. You have got the Khalid that can wave clear and traverse the map so effectively. Cho himself can also move around fast. Well, it means that for the side of Philippines, they have a tanky front lines, which we have seen highlights in every single game in the gold medal match thus far. The Alpha just deals with all kinds of annoying tankiness that Indonesia might potentially pose over to the opponent's side. And of course, Aurora, she's just able to escape death with the Pride of Ice, and not to forget, Bridget Glacier, great counter engage.
The thing is though, Indonesia right now with Cho and Khalid means that we're not going to be seeing things like Hylos and Gatot, right? That means they're not really playing around the big AoE engages. And that means that Indonesia can actually take a more formless approach to the entire game. They don't need to play a front to back, which is something that Aurora is more specialized in handling. If you come at her in every single angle, she can't actually handle that. So that could be the angle that Indonesia is going for right now. But we are again seeing a lot of respect towards that mid lane, Cine, really putting the fear in Philippines as they now ban the Lunox in Kadita.
Okay. So Lunox and Kadita gone, but in the meantime, for the side Indonesia, they decided to go for the Melissa and the CC ban. Kind of surprised that they went for the CC ban. I mean, technically speaking, yeah, I think that as long as CC is in the side of Philippines, then Khalid kind of loses that lane control and does not have that ragdoll effect anymore. But it's more of that Melissa, you know. What does that mean for Indonesia? Do they also want to completely win in the lane, in the gold lane, and they don't specifically want to play the Melissa?
I think it's just because Cho can be messed up by Melissa sometimes. And then a good Melissa ult placement can even mess with Khalid if he dives too deep in. So they just want to avoid that. But Philippines are going all in on the team fight here. This is the Hylos Gatot combo I've already been talking about up until now. 2 very bulky front lines with Revitalize. You are going to need some serious consistent DPS output to handle this one.
So we are okay. So in terms of gold lane and mage, right? We always I always love the combination of looking at Eve as well as Beatrix, because not only is the fact that these two combination creates into a composition that can allow you to siege. Finally! Not exactly the Beatrix that I wanted to see, but it still works in some sense, right? Nathan can siege very well as well, and he also can burst people down very effectively the moment that he pops the entropy. However, the only difference is Beatrix actually comes online a lot earlier, which works very well for Indonesia. But perhaps what Indonesia have got in their mind is that they need a little bit more of the insurance policy to play into the late stages of the game in the very event that they are unable to win in the early.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from here, but I'm so glad that we finally have an Eve. I was almost like wondering, did anyone tell us that like Eve was banned or something, you know, and we just forgot. But yeah, like Eve is available, so we're gonna see that. I think it's great for Indonesia. They really need some teamfight control against all the AoE that Philippines has. And Philippines are going to be going for the Iritel. This was a hero that started popping up as a counter to Nathan in lane, because it's not really possible for a Nathan to out-poker.
Yep. So this is where we kind of pose the question, right? If they know that they want to pick up the Nathan...
Finals here at the Asian Esports Games. Indonesia, one step away from claiming that gold medal. Philippines gonna need to do everything in their power to stop them.
Now, right off the bat, we do have the Khalid that will be joining into the battles real soon. Fumi Echo sees things, but unfortunately, El Puerto has already taken down the purple buff. As such, both the purple and the orange is already credited to El Puerto. They are unable to deny that level 4 from him, but I think that's not that big of a deal, because the main thing is kind of slow him down, or rather slow her down just a tad little bit, while we kind of allow the Suyo to kind of be neck and neck against El Puerto.
Yeah, I don't think you're really going to be able to stop an Alpha from farming regardless. There is so much burst damage on this hero, and even if you try to invade against him, he already has an inbuilt passive that allows him to take a lot of fights on his own as well. So Indonesia knows that El Puerto is probably going to be hitting level 4 around the same time as Vival, and that's what we're going to be seeing there as well.
Now, even though we have been hyping onto the Eve so many times, but unfortunately that also means that in the drafting stage, the ball was actually given over to the side of Philippines for them to potentially pick up that final pick to really counter against the entire draft of Indonesia. And that pretty much means that the Eve pick was actually countered by that final R5 pick of that Gatotkaca. One of the main problems that Eve would probably have because of the taunt. All forms of knockups and stuns does not stop Yeve's RWM, but forcing the Yeve to basic attack you makes that change, and such, Vivero has a very big role to play here.
But RWM is already out, and instantly the jump in from Vival and Fumi Echo. Fumi Echo gonna get caught out with Spear of Alpha, drops the quicksand guard, able to flicker away, still safe inside the RWM, and Vivian in backline. Blade Surge once again connect. That's gonna be another kill now for Vival. Passive popped on the Morris, walking in the wrong direction as Vivian shows why her Cho is to be feared.
Right now, Indonesia gets themselves into trouble.
The flicker away of the dragon! El Puerto did not even see it coming!
Oh boy, Indonesia really setting the stage here for the grand finals game. Got themselves a total of 4 kills, stole the purple buff, went over to the turtle and take that away as well. And right off the bat, we are already looking at a crazy amount of lead right 3 minutes in. What we always want to see is the first 5 minutes in the laning phase, at least get 500 gold per minute in terms of advantage if you want to get a good head start into the mid stages of the game, or rather the early game stage right after the late phase.
Another wave, the dragon finds a Morris. RUG on 3 though. Here comes El Puerto. Spear of Alpha comes out. RWM reaching Sandstorm on 3 inside the kill box. Vivian still doing a lot, able to dash away. Fumi Echo picks up 1. Unfortunately, they lost a lot of their burst with Vival going down. So it is going to be a jungle for jungle trade.
It's not that big of a deal. Oh no, Vivian! Never mind! Let her cook, man. Let her cook, you guys. Don't mind that. Vivian is not gonna go down just that easily. Really, the Cho goddess, or rather, Cho goddess of the Asian esports game. We definitely have our eyes on Vivian throughout this entire game. She's just creating so much space and opportunity for Indonesia to get that kind of nutty kills.
I'm so glad we get to see some of Vivian's Cho before the tournament ends here. It has been banned out or contested against her the entire series. The Philippines finally let it through once, and they're realizing that that's not something they should have done. Already a 2K goal lead for Indonesia, 5 minutes in. Philippines are not too far behind yet, but with a draft like this, you would not expect them to have given so many kills so early.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Philippines, they are a composition that wants to play together as a team. So we'll just gotta have to let Philippines slowly get themselves out of the laning phase, and the game really only truly starts once the EXP laners are unlocked. In this case, it is definitely Vivero that will need some time to go online.
Glorious pathway onto Vival, not able to get the stun out as Vival's able to dash. Raging Sandstorm Flicker, lands on 2, includes all 4 though. Rigid Glacier to deny though, freezes Fumi Echo, but the RWM comes out and trapping Philippines, forcing them away from the turtle pit. Away at the dragon, finds Vivero, trying to jump back in, and Indonesia are taking over the early game.
I think there needs to be a little bit of a trigger discipline from the side of Vivero. As much as you want to use your taunt as a mobility skill, but that is just way too much responsibility onto the Gatokaja to use that as mobility. You really need to keep your eyes out over to the side of Cine, because 2 kills and 5 assists. We need to start to identify this Yeep to be the potential problem and the potential threat. And once Cine actually picks up the glowing wand, there is in no way can you allow this RWM stay up for more than 3 seconds.
The fact that Glorious Pathway has to be used just to secure their purple buff. It is so early and Philippines is already losing control of their half of the jungle. Starlium site just completed on Shell. This Natan farming very well since there's just nothing stopping her.
Oh man, 6 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, Indonesia have already been able to break down all the T1s, and what's left is gonna be the T2, but that's not gonna be the main priority, let's be honest here. It's all about taking control of the jungle, and Indonesia, they want to go strong and heavy on the Philippines and get themselves a sandwich play.
Vivian actually shouldn't put law and order. That is insane right there. Fumi Echo still providing vision. Team Indonesia, they want to get this bot tier 2. Concealed play being used. Philippines knows they're there, but they're just going to scare them off. And a beautiful dash away. Amoris is his entire combo wasted. And now the RWM comes in on Diagon. The full follow-up. AOG lands on Fumi Echo, but the quick tank guard comes back out. So she's just able to heal up. Just fine. There is no punish here from the Philippines.
Philippines, they want to create a little bit more distance for themselves. As you can see, they absolutely respected the kill box coming in from Cine. They want that kind of space. But unfortunately, Diagon was the only one that got caught in pretty deeply. Oh no, Vivian!
Oh, Vivian finally gonna be punished. Flickered a bit incorrectly and got surrounded by all 4 members. Now the Glorious Pathway comes out. Flicker from Cine. Philippines, they know they cannot continue chasing this.
I think that is fine. A small little mistake from the side of Indonesia doesn't really quite take them out of the game just yet. We're looking at a good 6,000 goal lead in favor for Indonesia, and especially since it is 8 minutes and 60 seconds into the game, that would pretty much mean that they have got the Lourdes available for them, as they did not try to go for the turtle.
I think Philippines has no choice but to try and macro things out a little bit. Lord now at 30%. Fumi Echo scouts out Diagon. Raging Sandstorm lands on top of him with the Glorious Pathway used. AOG missing as well. Vivian in the back line. Not able to find the kick needed, but already successful in zoning out Team Philippines. Perez just gonna try and do her best to get some split push on the bottom half of the map as Vival gets the Lord very, very easily.
we're starting to see the priority of Philippines, and that they want to prioritize on escape as well as survivability. And this is definitely gonna be a little bit tough on them, because as compared, when it comes down to comparing the gold laners, Perez playing as the Irithel doesn't necessarily have got a very good late game. The mid game is definitely not bad. However, that is just the mid game spike versus the potential late game spike from the side of Chell, because her farm has just been so accelerated based on Indonesia's very, very strong front with that 8,000 gold lead.
This is a massive advantage for Indonesia, and looks like they're going to be able to bait out the holy defenses already from the inhibitors as well. And the First Lord only just connected in. Philippines, do they have enough damage to even clear this up? Mid inhibitor just gone like that. Indonesia has so much farm that it doesn't even have enough defenses to hold against them. Flores pathway from Diagon to try and clear up this final minion away. Keep the top inhibitor alive.
So what Philippines gotta have to do at this point in time really is just kind of hold on down and make sure that they will be able to push the rest of Indonesia away, drag on the game super late, and kind of pull off game number one, waiting for Indonesia to eventually make a mistake.
But is that really possible? This is such a massive advantage right now. We are looking at a 10k net worth advantage for Indonesia in 10.5 minutes. At this point, like, Shell has not been contested in terms of farm at all. You can see Vival doing so much damage to Diagon even with just that evil quelling. Perez jumping forward, Vivian trying to get the knockup. AOG gets the taunt actually on the Shell. Purify has to use RWM as well. Shell in bad position. Place's gonna connect, but they will lose on the taunt, and that's the Echo gonna be dropped down in backline as well. However, Cine is able to get that killing spree by trading 2 for 2.
So Philippines, they have shifted their focus. They want to go for the kill on the Chell, and it just so happened that Vivero found the AOG plus the taunt down on the Chell, and that was great, right? I believe that when at one point in time, Sydney actually didn't have got the RWM, but only right after the AOG happened, that RWM came back just right in time. If not for the RWM, I think that Vivero might be able to score that kill and kind of catch that kill without even going down for the count. So there may be a little bit of timing error from the side of Philippines, as I believe that they were counting down the seconds as to how long Cine will have until the RWM is back online.
Yeah, if they're able to keep track of that timing, it would be really, really good. But Philippines being able to defend that and find 2 kills is already very, very worth it, especially since one of them is Shell of all people. This is the Tan who has been farming without interruption so far, finally encounters her first death. And that's because of the positioning mistake that Vivero was able to take advantage of. Despite all of this, Indonesia still has a very notable gold lead, and you can just see how effective they are at zoning out the Philippines from even getting anywhere close to the Lord Pit.
No way can Philippines even come close, unfortunately. So now with the Lord as given away to the side of Indonesia, Philippines have lost all of the inhibitor to the top lane and the middle lane. So what they gotta have to do is just play around the bottom lane and try to hope that the bottom lane don't go down. It's really gonna be very difficult, and it is definitely a tall order. But with their current composition, they actually have got pretty good wave clears on the side of Morris, on the side of Perez as well, especially when it comes down to the rain of arrows. I think that all of these given, they can do it. But it's more about the damage that Indonesia is able to dish out. As you saw just now, what a single third skill from Vivo dealt so much already.
Forest pathway comes out, raging central flickers, lands on tree, right into the RWM, into the knockup. It is an absolute disaster for Philippines. Sydney will finally be shut down. It's killing spree for Alpuerto, but he himself is gonna lose his life, and the Lord is still alive as the entirety of the Filipino lineup is wiped out. And with one fell swoop, Indonesia will emerge as your Asian Esports Games champion.
The win from the side of Indonesia was so strong, it froze the feed altogether. Congratulations over to Indonesia. They have showed us one heck of a performance. They are going to be the first place and the champions here in Asia Esports Games 2024. While in the meantime, here at second place, Philippines. We've got Diagon, El Puerto, Amores, Perez, and so Vivero. They are so good when it comes down to coming into the first 3 games. And honestly, we thought that Philippines might have a lot of problems against Indonesia given the current statistics throughout the tournament. But Philippines have very clearly shown improvement throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, but I think that the most improvement has come from Team Indonesia as well. Cine going to become our MVP of this Game 6, the winning game for Team Indonesia. I still don't know why it took so long for an Eve to finally show up. Just look at how effective this hero can be. Cine even going all out for damage right after the Glowing Wand into Wishing Lantern and Divine Glaive because they were already in so much control.
Exactly. I mean, the thing about Yves in this game is that Yves is not supposed to be able to leave the RWM for more than 3 seconds, realistically speaking. By any means, once you see the RWM as a Kacha, as long as you have got the AOG, you jump in, and because of the timing that you take to react to the RWM, plus the backswing of the AOG, it will only be 2 seconds after the RWM has been popped up. And then you will be able to release the RWM away from Yi. But unfortunately, if I'm not wrong, every single one of the RWM that is popped up from Indonesia was completely untouched, and Yi had got a field day at tapping away.
Yeah, it was just such a huge snowball from the beginning. When you give away a 2k gold lead in the first 2 minutes, already 4 kills, right off the bat for Indonesia, you could tell that they are feeling it. You can feel that they are already going to be running away with things because they have the scaling as well, right? Their lineup is very balanced. And I think Indonesia showed us that they were capable of learning and adapting and growing as a team throughout this best of 7 series. Performance definitely a little shaky in the beginning. The draft wasn't the cleanest, but as it kept going, they found their momentum and just turned into a different beast entirely.
I mean, you did mention as well, right? When it comes down to the Philippines meta, they tend to play a little bit onto the later stages of the game while they are focusing more on the macro plays. While for Indonesia, they play onto the micro. They are specialized in all of these team fights, and the moment that they manage to clinch these team fights, get themselves the lead, they are so good at capitalizing all of that to play into the mid stages of the game, accelerating their marksman's growth in order to close the game under 15 minutes. It's like as though whenever they go for the trading, they will always have a 15-minute stopwatch on. Every time their game go past 15 minutes, they get punished.
Yep, like Philippines had a pretty okay draft here to be considered, right? Alpha for early game, then you have the Hylos and Gatot to really set things up and open up the map. But Vivian, again, showing us that she is one of the most skilled Cho players in the entire tournament. Just running circles around Team Philippines. There was one bit of a mistake in an engage that was here when Indonesia definitely overstayed their welcome trying to push the bottom inhibitor, but every other fight was absolutely perfect.
So with all of these highlights, you can pretty much see the absolute domination of Indonesia and even the game-winning play. Once again, congratulations over to Indonesia. They are crowned the queens and the champions of Asian Esports Games 2024, with second place going into Philippines and third place, let's not forget about that one, over to China.
Yeah, I think we've had a lot of surprises throughout this entire tournament. But a lot of people also came in with the expectations that Indonesia was going to be one of the favorites to take that gold medal. And they continue on to that legacy. The women's team from Indonesia really is quite terrifying. And I can only imagine that they will continue getting better. But the same goes for every other team that has participated here at the Asian Esports Games of Bangkok. There's 20 different nations, some of them making their first appearance on this stage and truly playing their hearts out to show the world what they're capable of.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is where once again we have managed to see the Indonesia Women's League, which is in this case Team Vitality, that found themselves yet another win to their name. I mean, they did tremendously well when it comes down to the MWI this year. They only fell short to Omega Empress, which well, happens to be Philippines as well. So it's kind of a little bit of like a back and forth between these two teams and these two regions. Great rivalry. It only makes me want to look out for more of these tournaments.
But with that, the Asian Esports Games 2024 Team Women's MLBB competition has officially come to a close. 20 nations representing regions all across Asia and the Middle East coming head-to-head in Thailand, with Indonesia emerging as the cream of the crop. We have no idea what the future holds for us as MLBB and its ecosystem continues growing, but it has been an honor to be able to cast this competition and bring it to all of you guys at home to give more exposure to the other side of the MLBB ecosystem. Once and for all, my name is Stafa. This is Abstract. Thank you very much for joining us on this journey. We will officially be signing out right now. Bye bye.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
So with that, everyone, we officially can call a close to the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024 Team Women's MLBB competition. It has been a grueling 3 days, not just for us, but for all of the players and regions represented involved. The champion being Indonesia, I think a lot of us may have expected, but the journey to get there was definitely not an easy one, wasn't it, sir?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, right? Especially when it comes down to looking at all of these teams. Obviously, whenever everyone just looks at all the teams that's currently available throughout the entire region, there will always be these two teams in mind. It will always be Team Vitality and Omega Empress. And in this case, it is of course Indonesia as well as Philippines respectively. They did, in the end of the day, make it all the way to the grand finals. Although it definitely played out a little bit different from what we have expected in the MWI 2024. Because let's be honest here, MWI, it was a total sweep in favor for Team Philippines, and to see them being, having a lot of issues against Team Indonesia in the group stages, in the playoffs, and then coming into the grand finals, which, let's be honest, Philippines, they definitely still showed how much of a monster they are, but the problem was they couldn't end the game and they couldn't get themselves a 4 wins to the name.
I think it also kind of shows how the meta has shifted. But officially, we will be able to move on over to, I believe, the award ceremony here on stage in Bangkok, Thailand.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have got the teams as well as the representatives that are ready to come on up on stage to receive their prize as well as the medals. We've got all of the officials that is ready over here as well to, of course, crown third place, second place, and first place.
Now, of course, we've got Mr. Santi Lotong as the TESF president here, ready to award the medals to our winners who have truly been playing their hearts out throughout the entire event, just shedding blood, sweat, and tears up on that stage to ensure that they are able to make it through to the next stage.
Indeed. And of course, here at Bangkok and the indoor stadium, Hua Mak, we also do have Mr. Steve Kim, ASF CEO, over here as the both of them readies themselves for the prize presentation ceremony. Now, we have quite fun. I believe that we do have a total of $5,800 US dollars that will be given away to all to the top 3 finishers in China, Philippines, and Indonesia themselves.
Yep, it has been an amazing event. Obviously, it's all been possible thanks to the people working behind the scenes, as well as those who have been putting in the effort as well to make sure that everything has been going smoothly. So we'll go ahead and throw it over to the main voiceover on the stage so that they can properly handle the award ceremony.
Rian Thong Dang ตัวแทนจากสาธารณรัฐประชาชนจีน Bronze Medalist representing People Republic of China. Jessica 唐世杰 Shoki 蒋嘉丽 Vermount 陈友行 Ying Hui 荒美玲 Phan Hua 李正林 เหรียญเงิน Silver Medalist representing Philippines K. Merrill Lumbab Epus Edo Rika Fatima Poliozos Amores Gwyneth Burdin Diagon Sheen Cobrado Perez Mary Christine Lamanilao Vivero Rorian Hadia Samsun Alcaratเหรียญทองและแชมป์ Asian Esports Gold Medalist and Asian Esports Champion representing Indonesia Michelle Dennis Siswanto Vivian Vivi Indravati Cindy Roland Siswanto Vival Viorel Valencia Shen Fumi Eko Veni Lim Bobabe Serin Sindraท่านผู้มีเกียรติครับกรุณาลุกขึ้นยืนเพื่อรับฟังเพลงชาติของอินโดนีเซีย Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please stand for the national anthem of Indonesia. กียรติครับ และนี่คือผู้ที่ได้รับเหรียญของ Asian Esports Games Ladies and gentlemen the Asian Esports medalists
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.